Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the most tactical weeknight of the entire week. It's Tuesday night. That means it's the LPL Pro Rainbow Six ANZ Championship. We're coming at you live all the way from my bedroom and Constantine's bedroom. I'm Smite, and like I said, that's Constantine, and we are here with week number 6 of the championship, and we still get to bring you Rainbow Six. So, Cthulhu, mate, good to have you back, and we're getting all the way to the tail end of the tournament now.
Yeah, it's definitely getting closer and closer. The stakes are getting higher and higher on the daily basis. On a weekly basis at this point. And the matchups that are coming up are promising to be ever so closer.
Yeah, well, before we get into any of the matches coming up, let's take a look at the ones that we just saw last week, because we had some pretty fantastic ones, a lot of elimination matches. We kicked the whole night off with Bizarre taking out Skyfire, eliminating them in a 2-1 series. So talk to us about that series. I mean, is it a surprise to see Skyfire gone?
It was, the Skyfire were going into the matchup with a little bit of being the underdogs there, and so with them losing out to such a force that Bizarre was not really surprising. But what did really surprise me was the PC419 and TeamFerox matchup.
Yeah, that was the other big one. The 2-0 from TeamFerox, eliminating PC419. Almost a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see more of PC419. But there it is. That was their last match, getting eliminated. And there's the results from last week. Bizarre 2-1 against Skyfire, and TeamFerox with a 2-0 against PC419. So, both results probably actually a bit of a surprise. But yeah, Cthulhu, that second one, probably the biggest surprise so far.
Yeah, that was probably one of the biggest upsets that so far happened in the LPL Pro Series. And overall, I mean, congratulations to TeamFerox, because they have been just performing really well, albeit dropping down to the to the loser bracket. But them playing against Oddity, that was still a pretty good matchup before they dropped. So tonight should be even hotter.
Yeah, and as you guys can see on the bracket right there, you've got Oddity and TeamSiNister sitting nice and healthy up there in the winners bracket, with the winning team from tonight's matches, by the way, moving on to the grand final later on. And then, of course, down there in the losers bracket, you've got Bizarre and TeamFerox, who have made their way. They've made their journey to get almost all the way back to the top. So, I mean, just looking at how the bracket has gone so far, I mean, a few teams have had some pretty interesting journeys. Some teams actually dropping down to the losers bracket maybe a little earlier than we kind of expected them, but without too much surprise, they have made it all the way along there. They've kind of kept going, made it towards the ends, and after tonight, one of those teams is going to be moving even further on to face that team in the winner bracket.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of these games so far, they have been an absolute barn burner. We had Sinister so far going on pretty much a flawless run. They have been having some really good performance overall, even with subs. And for teams like Bizarre, I mean, they showed some really good performance on the winner bracket, but unfortunately did end up dropping down into the loser bracket. So overall, I still do think that they are very much worthy opponents for some of tonight's games.
Well, talking about tonight's games, let's get into it. Let's take a look at the matches that we are seeing tonight. So like we mentioned, we'll be kicking things off with that winners bracket match. Oddity versus TeamSiNister. The winning team moves on to the grand finals. Very, very important match for both of these teams. Then the second match tonight, this one's the elimination one. TeamFerox versus Bizarre. Of course, the winning team gets a guaranteed third place, I believe. And the losing team, eliminated. They're out of here. They don't get their chance of glory. And so, of course, that one's going to be a great one to watch as well. But let's hold our breath for that one, because our first match, Team Oddity versus TeamSiNister. So let's quickly brief thoughts on this matchup here. What are your initial thoughts, Constantine?
Honestly, I reckon this is going to be a really close matchup. Both Oddity and Sinister have been showing some really good performances, albeit that, to me, within this matchup, Oddity are going to be going into it with a little bit of a underdog status, just because of how Sinister so far performed in other leagues, and they've been just absolutely phenomenal there. So there are some expectations for Sinister going into this matchup, honestly.
Okay, well, I mean, let's take a closer look at them. Let's take a look at Oddity and their lineup tonight. It is going to be Angmo, Mims, Nasty, Hills, Sogs, and Primal. So it's been a while since we've seen these guys, a few weeks now. So Cthulhu, remind us, refresh us. Who are we looking at? Who are we keeping our eyes on?
Right, so the main two kind of big players of Oddity so far have been Angmo and Mims. we did see Hills pop off on a few times, and he was kind of the big star of the previous matchup because that was his kind of introductory match to Oddity's roster. But at the moment, yeah, Angmo, Mims, kind of the big two star players that I will be looking out for.
Okay, so let's now take a look at their opponents. Of course, we haven't seen these guys for a while as well. TeamSiNister, Vincier, Nico, Milo, Luna, and Fisho Gaia. These names, I mean, you just remember them all because they all get good performances in pretty much every series they have.
Yeah, we saw Vincier actually pop off on a fair few times in some really nutty clutches. Nico and Milostka, the two really good players with some big brains. Luna, Fisho, the two flex players of TeamSiNister, they were just performing phenomenal and assisting their team and pushing themselves further for the victory. So definitely a very strong roster.
Yeah, and we did talk to both of the teams before the matchups tonight. So first up, we talked to Oddity and we asked them, you know, with the recent success of Sinister in tournaments outside of LPL, you know, are you still confident going into this match? And, you know, they had some interesting things to say.
Yeah, so far they kind of approaching this with not focusing on the opposite team that they're going to be playing against, but they're focusing on themselves and rather just trying to get their bearings back in check and just trying not to fall for the fact that in the recent matches they had a tendency of falling to the enemy's pace rather than setting their own. And so as soon as they will have that in check, they should be finding some really good success here.
All right, and moving on, the same question was essentially asked over to Sinister as well, and well, they had some similar things to say too. There it is, there actually, and you know they talk about keeping the pressure on Oddity, but importantly avoiding early round picks. Now, how important is that going to be here for Sinister?
Honestly, we saw even with the matches when we didn't see Sinister play, first round picks always dictated the initial pace for the match and for the round itself. So for Sinister especially, this could be pretty big one, considering that with them say 5v4 early into the round, they can have a much easier round to go and play out with, to have more pressure to be going on to against their opponent. So for them it's going to be quite big, but I don't think it will be extremely crucial to keep this up, as they're very much of an able roster to pull some clutches off as well.
All right, and they did also mention that they might be bringing a sub tonight, but we'll touch on that once we jump into the map, because we've actually got to talk about what maps we're going to be jumping into, right? So let's take a look at the roster. We've actually had them already come up and be picked now. So the first one is going to be Coastline. That one's picked up by Oddity. Then we'll be going to Kafe, which is, of course, Sinister's pick. And then to round things out, we're going to be heading on over to Villa if we get to go to a third match. So Coastline coming up first. Cthulhu, what's up with this one?
Honestly, with Coastline, it's a bit more linear comparative to even say maps like Kafe and Villa. You have much less of the rotation points. You definitely do rely quite heavily on some fragging potential, and I think for Oddity this here will be the prime map to really take a map point here within the matchup. Whereas for Sinister, they're still very much able to play. They showcased us some really good Coastline on the very first playday actually against PC419, and on that one, Vincier was just popping off, absolutely nutty.
All right, well, you know what? I'm keen to get into this first match tonight. Remember, this is the winners bracket. I believe it's the final, actually.
Yeah.
So the winning team from this match goes on to the grand final. So a lot of high stakes coming up on this one. So we'll be jumping into this one any second now, guys. But Coastline, again, you mentioned that it's a very linear map. It's going to rely a lot on frags. How much of that's going to be early frags, though? Because we've already talked a whole lot about how important Sinister thinks it is.
That depends on how much Sinister can go on aggression with them on defense, considering that they are going to be starting on the defensive half. And, well, if they're going to go for some of the initial spawn peaks, maybe first 1 or 2 rounds, they can set up some really good pace, which will delay Oddity from the get-go at the beginning of the round, as they will be continuously on the lookout for the for those spawn peaks.
Yeah, and of course, just having a few lobby issues, guys. Don't worry. I mean, you did see a lobby. Don't worry, but that one, we're gonna have to throw it in the bin. So it's no good. It's no good. We're gonna have to make a new one. Won't be too far away. And look at that. Look at that. Our production team is so good. They just served us up a new one on a silver platter straight away, and it comes with 2 complimentary bands as well. So Cthulhu, get into it. Capitao and Buck. These guys. Why are they getting taken off the table?
Look, I'm thinking that, well, for Capitao, he's extremely good on Coastline to deny some of the area, plus his smoke bolts pretty much allow for the attack to go in for that very confident push and go in for the plan. The main kind of big eyebrows riser here is Buck ban, because that is what I feel is a bit more of a targeted ban against SiNister, considering that Buck on Coastline, especially when it comes to the vertical play from above, he's extremely powerful, and with him being out, you're going to be forced to play operators like Jackal with his secondary shotgun or the Sledge, and that implies that you need to be up close and personal to the floor, and which then leads to a potential C4 from below. So this is Oddity's way, essentially, to push SiNister onto that uncomfortable ground for them.
Yeah, well, we might not get to see it for a few rounds, of course, as we're going to kick things off here with Oddity on the attack, and look at that, it's already going to be real fun. Look at that, it's a knock. Maybe.
It's a knock. Well, it was a knock. That was actually, it could have worked pretty well, all things considered, in correlation with Lion, because I say you go for a complete flank with Nook while the rest of the 4 players on your team are going for the main push. Lion pops his E1D, which does allow Nook to keep creeping even more effectively around the map, and that in return could have the attacking team some real nice peaks. But instead, we are going to be seeing a Zofia, which is a bit more of a stock standard pick. She's extremely good with firefight. She's extremely good on utility and to flush out some of the defenders. So she's going to be quite huge within this round, especially for Hookah and Billiards room here, honestly.
Okay, so let's take a look at SiNister. They're already setting things up. The round's looking pretty good right now. So these guys, again, you know, it's been like 2 weeks since we've seen them. So their defense, I believe, last time we saw them was quite good. Probably their favorite side. They did pick defense first coming into this one. So one can assume it's probably going to be their favorite side. So let's kick things off. Let's get into the action phase. Let's see what Oddity can bring here with their lineup today.
The main thing here that I really see, it's been looming kind of on the side of the screen for everyone, is the fact that Nico was playing in the theater, and he had a few reinforcements and some really long angles back onto the side. So I don't think Oddity will fall for that, but if they will, they are going to be in it for a whole lot of trouble, really.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of anchoring going down here for Team SiNister, so Oddity gonna take their time, just get all the information they need, and then start to move in. I mean, you can already see they're taking a few good positions around the building itself, but still really yet to get into that top floor consistently and safely. So with 1 minute down right now, I mean, are they moving at a quick enough pace? I guess we'll find out.
We'll find it out indeed, but stepping into that Guman is not the ideal beginning here for Sledge, as he just nearly copped a bullet from Jaeger, and well, things are not looking as smoothly as probably SiNister wanted, considering that Miloska just took some damage. But overall, I mean, this setup does enforce some really heavy roam play as well as some really heavy anchor, so it's all dependent on the team. But it seems for now, just a quick trade to come out between Oddity and SiNister, and trading out a Legion for a Sledge, that seems to be a fairly even trade to me.
Yeah, I mean, Aang almost got away, though, and that would have been a great success for Oddity. He didn't have too much HP, so it would have been a small success, but it still would have been fun. Could have changed everything as we move closer to the final minute of the game. So you can see Oddity, they're just trying to get a few of the final drones out, getting that last little bit of information. That spot on the stairs is going to be plenty of information, finding one of the defenders. So now Oddity, they got the intel. They've even got the time right now. It's 4v4. There's no real excuses right now. All they're missing is a Sledge. They still have the breach coming out from Sogs on Sophia, so they can find their way in.
The main thing here is right now SiNister have one player currently holding the 90-degree hallway who will be trying to contest with Mims, and that is Nico actually winning that firefight. So long angles really did work out quite well. So overall right now SiNister are in a really powerful position here.
Yeah, and JCZ as well, picking up that extra kill. That gas grenade coming out from Sinister as well. 25 seconds to go. They've bought all the time they need. They just need to secure the last few seconds. But Nasty gets a cheeky little plant in the middle of all that, but he does pay for it with his life. Fisher guy picking that one up. This should be an easy defuse as they get the last kill on the Sogs. Diffusing, planting the diffuser, getting it out of there, and Team Sinister kick off the round with the win.
Look, I absolutely loved how Sinister just defended this one. They had really vast control of the top floor. I don't think there was a single bit of it that would have been left unchecked by Sinister, maybe minus the aquarium, but that was where they were essentially trying to lure the attacking side into that trap. And with Nico also having, by the way, solo roam, might I add, offside on that 90-degree hallway slash theater, he done it absolutely flawlessly, because not only he just kept his position without even bothering to rotate, he managed to take out that IQ, who he did read out that she would be going for the push through the back. So props to Nico, props to the rest of Sinister roster here, because they were able to pretty much keep things as stable as they could, even with the fact that technically the initial frag went into the hands of Oddity.
Yeah, but the important thing is that they traded it back. They managed to find it, even with Angmo almost getting out of there, they managed to trade it back, keep it even, and make sure they didn't really lose anything in that trade, right? Like they still kept it even. They didn't go below what Oddity could bring. So moving here now into round number 2 here, with Sinister kicking things off with the round win. They're feeling pretty good. I've got to say it was very favored to their side in terms of a lot of the fights, the positioning. They're looking like a strong team.
They certainly do, yeah. And what is also interesting to me is the fact that Sinister also played really smart, but also very much a little bit passive even. Because what I mean is that there were minimal, well, just as I was about to say, minimal runouts or minimal aggression. They were able to keep their angles tight and wait for the attack instead to go in for the push. So no kind of overextending, none of that. It's just clinical. Whereas just before, well, Miloska went for a run out, but that also did put some strain onto Oddity, because now they know that there might be more aggression coming out, which will be by default slowing them down.
Yeah, but you can see they're keeping an eye out for a lot of the aggression, so they shouldn't be caught out for it by it, especially a second round in a row. If Sinister decide to throw Nico on a bit of roaming again, but they have cracked into the bottom floor here. They're looking to just get above the site on some of these floors too, but moving through the building, they're going to have to take over quite a few floors to get essentially 2 whole areas in the corner, going for the peak immediately. Mims gets ripped apart, and there's nothing to trade it back, and Aang might have lost a whole lot of health. Milo, a whole lot of health as well. He's sitting there on 1 hit point as well. Hills picks JCZ up off in the background, evening the numbers up, but looking at the hit points, I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah, with Angmo already tagged up quite substantially and Miloska being barely on any health, pretty much if either of those guys will get into a firefight, pretty much a few, well, 1 to 2 shots will be just enough to finish both of them off. But, I mean, honestly, so far, time-wise, it's still favoring a little bit of Oddity, because they still have a minute and a half to go with, and slowly but surely, they're losing quite a lot of ground here.
Yeah, but let's also remember, Sinister had to use a gas grenade to keep Milo alive during that, so they're down that. They don't have as many to buy a whole lot of time. And now, as they're going in, Aang even picking up a kill as they go for the push, or at least 1 peak. That's already looking fantastic, as Hills picks up another one too. They're about to move on to the side right now, with only 2 defenders left for Sinister. It looks like Oddity should be able to secure this one, taking out the camera, so they're not going to have any information. You do not want the clutch potential for Sinister. You can't hand that over to them, because they will take it. But so much time left for Oddity now. It's all about secure.
Well, this is huge, actually. The fact that Nasty went down to that gas grenade, but instantly traded out by Nasty. Sorry, by the Zofia of Oddity. Now it does leave Vince here in a 1v3 situation, which isn't the best case, but with his yokai drones, he can deny them if needed, but unfortunately too busy with the firefight.
Yeah. Couldn't deny that plant, so it does go down indeed. And there is Vincere on almost no health at all. He's going to have to aim perfectly here. He's going to have the reactions of a god, and he has to do it all within 30 seconds. So let's see him move in. Goes for the first 1v1 and fails straight away. And so with that, Ang shuts him down very quickly, and they even things up.
It's a really good take by Oddity overall. Gotta give them that. They managed to take some really quick control of Sunrise, albeit with some casualties, but on the off-screen, Hills was doing quite some good work because we saw Jaeger hold it in the security room, which got flushed out pretty quickly. So that's one of the avenues where another push can happen by Oddity. Another one is the fact that on the top floor, Nico went for yet another flank, got shut down pretty quickly by Angmo, and so that is the full control of the top floor. So Sinister had to essentially think of almost 4 ways of entry by Oddity, and it's quite a challenge, not gonna lie, to even try to bother about even 3 or 2 of them, and not even talking about 4. So there it's just the early ground control that was lost by Sinister that pretty much resulted in Oddity's very good win.
Okay, now we're seeing the first real change up in operators here. Oddity is sticking to the same thing, so they think it's going to work. But TeamSiNister, though, quite a few changes. Goyo coming to pop out. That's a big one. Pulse is now coming in too. I think with the Goyo, though, they're looking to buy a whole lot more time, but notably, without the smoke, they're just sort of trading one for the other.
Yeah, but the thing is, with Smoke, you only get some of the close-range weapons. With the Goyo, you get either Vector or the TCSG, which in this case, it is a Vector. So, technically you're right, but at the same time, you get a little bit just more oomph kind of with it, while it's trading out for utility being much more static, rather than having it in your pocket and being able to throw it out. So, the main thing, though, that I'm still quite confused, rather, is that the defense hasn't brought in either Mute or Vigil, the 2 direct counters to Lion, because Lion so far has been used quite thoroughly by Oddity, and he's been used fairly efficiently, all things considered.
He's been completely uncontested, but speaking of uncontested, when you run past a window like that and you get shot in the head, it just does not feel fair. But Milo will pick it up and he will be stoked with it. So that's already a 1-man advantage to TeamSiNister. What a great way to start the round.
Yeah, really good beginning overall. Molosca once again kicking things off with the early frag. And this time actually managing to come off that firefight with barely any damage taken. Well, really no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance to reply when you're just one-tapped in the head. And so, with that, a great way Sinister to kick things off, although losing Milo is not going to be great at all. He gets taken out straight away by Mims, getting the vengeance there. So now we're back to a 4v4. 2 minutes have been drained now, but a lot of Goyo shields have been taken down too. So slowly, Oddity are cracking through that Sinister defense.
Almost feels like first round was kind of Oddity feeling out of how Sinister are planning to approach this. And kind of, so far, it's more of a snowball effect almost here with the way how they so far have been able to dismantle bit by bit and take the ground so well. From Oddity, definitely shows that Oddity roster has been improving quite well.
And now with that, Oddity are moving to take over the roof and try and find some angles into the site from above. If they can find a peek here, that'd be a great way to start their final push, because with the final minute approaching, they're going to have to start thinking about it pretty quickly, especially as they start to lose the drones. They do get some information, but was it enough? As Mims taking a look into the site, trying to see any of these defenders. Can't peek anyone at the moment, but that drone getting tons of information. Fisher guy, though, still on the defense, still doing his job, and picking up another headshot onto Hills.
Taking Hills out, the person who was actually popping off on a few of those rounds was actually, it's a good beginning, because right now with Lion even going down as well, things are going to be looking very nicely here for Sinister, considering that it's all up to Angmo and Mims, and, well, Mims starting to go for the plant, and Angmo is very much completely unaware about that positioning, so 1v2
yeah,
with the diffuser now down.
Angmo had his back, but something happened on the other side, and he's going for the spike through the floor. Has to run to another place, but JCZ had his eagle eye on the point and found Angmo and picked him up at the end there, taking up the round for his team.
See, the beauty of how Sinister readjusted here is the fact that they managed to up the man count on the top floor, and once the initial attempt at taking the top floor by Oddity was done, Sinister were able to pretty much go for a full-on retake of the top floor. Completely outed any kind of presence there. JC plus, I believe that was Nico, managed to do some really good work, whilst the rest of the roster was pretty much just slowing things down. Probably the only kind of big note here is the fact that Miloska could have probably gone for just a full-on default back to the side, or maybe just get close to, say, maybe the staircase to avoid getting pincered like he did in the previous round. But apart from that, really, it was a really well-coordinated defense, all things considered.
And so with that, TeamSiNister in the first half of the half get a good lead here, 2-1. Always a great way to kick things off. Now, once again, they're kind of moving back to a similar looking lineup for their operators. So incorporating Maestro into it for Vincia, so going for the Evil Eyes instead to get that information down. But I mean, other than that, it's still looking like what we saw in rounds 1 and 2. Coming back to that smoke, getting that gas, buying that time.
Yeah, with Vincia kind of swapping around between the two anchor positions, it definitely is quite different compared to what we saw him play in the first week of LPL Pro Series, where he played really aggressive, very much of a flex role with operators like Legion, like Valkyrie. This time he's playing at a much more tame pace. He's got, like you mentioned, Maestro, Echo, and really it's, in the eyes of the attackers, really swapping around from between Maestro and Echo, it's kind of same evil kind of you have to deal with, because both of them are an actual thorn in the back, and it's incredibly hard to play against them if you stay in a 1v1 position, because they will be gathering so much more information than you.
Yeah, and the longer it goes on, the worse it gets. So you got to take them out pretty quickly. So let's see if Oddity can find those cameras, see if they can take them out. They're pretty annoying to take out, though. Let's be honest, Maestro's little frustrating to play against sometimes. But here we go. A minute already drained right now, when we're yet to see Oddity really truly move in just yet. They're still kind of taking a look at all their different approaches. They found a few ways in for now. So let's take a moment to consider it.
But whilst we're at it, I do want to also mention the fact that for Oddity, we had pretty much a perfect utility to get rid of those Maestro cameras, considering that Zofia has pretty much that very much of a remote utility with those impact grenades. So overall, I reckon Oddity should have some good overall performance just to blast through all of the utility. Mainly here, the main offender could be Miloska and Nico, two Romas. JCZ, who has been a sub for TeamSiNister, has also been doing quite well, just adjusting in that kind of flex / fragger, entry fragger position, which he actually showed some really good performance in the previous matchup.
Yeah, and I'm going to assume that you guys are getting this too, because we are experiencing a few technical difficulties here, guys. So just bear with us as we just get through the grunt of it. Of course, remote broadcasts, it's a thing. We're going to have some technical issues here and there, but I mean, throughout the round, it's not too far through the first map, and we're going to get to even recap it here as we jump back into it. So let's actually recap. 2 dead on Oddity's side, 1 dead, Vincia over on Sinister. 30 seconds to go. Can they get it done with only 3 members on the left? They go in, just sledge out the Evil Eye, but he takes some shots in return. Can he find him through the wall? He can't. He's just a little bit to the side. Sogs has found Milo. They might be able to get this one down, but with Hills down himself, he's got to find him here. Sogs going for the shots. He gets 1 kill, but he can't get the second one. And hit with him down, it's all up to Ang right now. Can they find him? Can he get the plant down? He's got 10 seconds. He's got to go around the corner, but they've got him pincered like a sandwich, and they take out the round.
That was some really high-stakes level gunfight, because we had so many people actually down but not out, and ultimately it wasn't a 1v1 play, but big props to, I believe that was Fisher on the smoke. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, well done to Sinister. I mean, so far, having 2-point advantage here against Oddity is a really, really good beginning, especially considering that this is Oddity's pick. So, say if Sinister ends up closing it out, say in a matter of 7-3, this will be a bit of a harsh blow on Oddity's morale, I reckon.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to wait. We'll have to see how it goes until we get there, because we're still not all the way through. Not even through the first half yet here, Cthulhu. So who knows what Oddity look like on defense? But TeamSiNister for now have looked pretty solid on defense. I mean, they've already got their 3 rounds won so far. It's a bit of a shame that we missed the first half of that last round though, because picking up those 2 kills while only losing, I believe it was Vincero Maestro. That's a pretty good trade. I kind of wish we got to see what happened.
Yeah, overall, it's definitely a pretty good trade, especially when Maestro already put down all of his utility, all of his cameras, and he at this point becomes that's kind of similar
10 seconds remaining.
anchor position of just straight frags. That's it.
5 seconds left.
With him, with losing out him, you only lose the control of those evil eye cameras, but they still can relay information. They still require to have some either explosives or the sledgehammer to be hitting them to actually destroy those evil eyes. So,
yeah, but Cthulhu, yeah. you can't go pew pew with them, and that's what.
Yeah, that does certainly matter on a few occasions, considering that those lasers do deal 5 damage per shot. So you can most definitely deal quite some damage if the attack.
No, it's not about the damage. It's about the message you're sending.
It's about fair enough. Yeah, that's big brains. But
of course, this team can't use it, so it's kind of a big shame for them. But Oddity gonna have their second last chance here on attack, unless we go to overtime. So let's see how they handle it here. They're again going for pretty much the same lineup, so they believe in it. They very much believe that they can make this one work as the best operator lineup. Oh, going for a peek. He sees a gun. Did he see the barrel? I think he did, but he tries to shoot the barrel instead, doesn't find anyone. They just run past him through all the bullets, and well, unfortunately for him, Oddity find nothing.
Oh, Angmo is in such a powerful position here as well, but it will be actually taken out by Nico, so good aim, good peek overall, as right now, in a 4v5, there's still half a round left, and well, the take of the kitchen is semi-successful, albeit I don't think they have full control of it just yet.
Yeah, although Sinister, I mean, they've definitely won these trades. I mean, obviously getting a kill. They've got Nasty down to pretty low health. Although losing Nico is never going to be good. And I was actually going to talk him up because he was the doc. He was going to be able to heal everyone up. But him taken out is probably one of the better ones to take out.
That is correct. With Hills also popping off once again onto JCZ, this is a good beginning because right now it's up to Vincere and Fisher Guy, who are 2 very tagged up operators, and then you have Losco on full health. So this is going to be very much relying on which team will be able to hit more shots on the head.
Okay, draining the ADS and now about to move in. Of course, like you mentioned, it's going to be on Sinister with their low health bars. They've already used 1 gas grenade, but still have 2 in his pocket. So there goes the second one. Now they're going to have to use the last 50 seconds with only 1 gas grenade. They only have that to buy the time to deny it. And there it goes. It actually goes out kind of early. So 40 seconds. 40 seconds is what Oddity now have to push. And they've already started moving, and Mims finds 1. Do they find another back? Let's find out. And it's actually just a trade. And so Mims got tagged up in his trade. Now it's about even. You've got 2 operators on about 1 1/4 health each, and there goes 1 as he gets picked off, and it's a 1v2. Mims, the member, with about 1/4 health. He's got to go 1v2. He goes in, but just dies immediately, and Sinister pick up yet another round.
The way how so far Sinister been relying on the flanks and having them really consistently just calm and patient is a really good sign here, honestly, for Sinister, albeit that they are playing with a sub, with JCZ replacing Aluna for tonight, as she unfortunately had some internet issues. But, I mean, this is so far just... Yes, it gets close. Yes, the way how Oddity plays, they are able to bite back quite well. But Sinister almost feels like they just always that 1 step ahead, even in those 2v2s, I reckon.
Okay. So now we're actually getting some change-ups. Sinister changed their lineup fairly often, so we're actually getting some pretty interesting picks. So we'll get to that in a second. But Thatcher's coming out for Oddity. Is Thatcher going to be the difference maker in here? Are the EMP grenades what Oddity need to crack Sinister's defense?
Thatcher can be the solution. Mainly, this is probably just a direct counter to JCZ's ADS utility. Considering that it does manage to eat up quite a lot of projectiles. Whereas on the side of Sinister, we also have a choice of Vigil. So Vincier will have pretty much free reign against Nasty's E1D drone, which has been used fairly frequently, but only emphasized on just a few choice moments. And it certainly can be played out really well, but yeah, we'll have to see for the final round how things will go here for both of the teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, Vigil is always one of the more fun operators to watch, so keep your eyes on Vincier as the round progresses, especially if he's alive near the end. That's going to be when you'll want to watch him the most. And so, let's move in onto the final round of the first half here. Sinister already doing pretty well, but they're keen to make it a 5-1.5. Oddity, they're approaching to the building here. It's away from most of the defenders, but they are still taking a kill.
Yeah, right now main...
Hello?
Nico.
Although,
unless Nico goes in for the peek with just plays peekaboo with Angmo and just straight up bodies him, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, he played peekaboo and he brought a shotgun, and you usually win when you bring a shotgun, so just easy pick up there. A great way to start the final round out on your defense here, and you want to make it a 5-1. I mean, what else could you really ask for here apart from a rush where you just mow them down? 2 minutes to go. Sinister looking strong.
Indeed, and just like that, Nico vanished, fallen back to his default position in the theater whilst getting C4's callouts onto Fisher guy, and nicely done as well. Fantastic peek by Milostka as well, and only now Nico is being traded out, which is a fantastic moment here, considering that now the rest of Sinister roster has managed to rotate over to the other side.
Yeah, and now Mims and Nasty have this impossible 2v4 job with half the round to go, so at least they have time, but at this point, I mean, Sinister are just playing around. They're just doing runouts, they're just seeing if they can find them. I mean, they know they've got a lot of time to hang out around the point, anchor down, but sometimes you just get a little bored. Sometimes you want to go out and have a look, and when you're playing Vigil, you want to go and find him. So I believe that's what Vincier is going to do. See if Nasty can take him out, but he cannot, as he gets picked off pretty quickly by JCZ, and now Mims, the lone attacker, remains. And you know what? Looking at the scoreline, looking at the operators remaining, I'm sorry, Mims, but I don't have faith.
Okay. Well, Mims did showcase us quite some clutch potential on the previous matchups where Oddity played, but yeah, it's definitely not looking very likely for him to win this firefight, albeit he has the avenue, he has the gun to do it, he has a 50-round mag, but right now with the way how aggressive Sinister playing on the roam, it definitely doesn't look all well achieved here.
Yeah, I mean, too many angles to get through. He took almost a minute to attempt to get someone down. It just wasn't going to work at the end there, but Team Sinister, 5-1 in the first half. And it's just looking so strong. They're coming in and saying, look, we're going to be the favorites. We're looking like the strongest team. You haven't seen us for a while? Well, Oddity, we're going to send you to the losers bracket. We're going to the grand final. What a statement to make so far in the first half.
That is quite a statement indeed. Just with the sheer tenacity that Sinister plays so far, they've just been absolutely phenomenal, honestly. Their previous matchups in ESL Pro League has been quite a sight to withhold, honestly. If you haven't watched them, after this very broadcast, go take a look at their matchup against Pittsburgh Knights, as that was just really nice to watch. Just all the strats that they busted out, it was fantastic. And seeing them here adapt to how Oddity played is honestly a beautiful sight. Not gonna lie.
All right, Cthulhu. Let's go back to before the match even started, and we talked to Sinister, and they said, Oddity, we want to shut down any chance of their early frags, and you know, any kind of shenanigans like that. Just get it so that they're going consistent. They're bringing up Gridlock now. And I'd say that just says they don't want to deal with Romans. Things like Vigil that we see on Oddity's defense lineup, they don't want to deal with it. They just want to get rid of it and just go to normal fights.
Not only they bring a Gridlock, they also bring a Nomad, so they double upping on this very much of a flank denial idea. They will have not only the sound cues, they will also know quite loudly when there's a flank coming up. And well, both of these operators, both Gridlock and Nomad, they have some fantastic guns. And overall, I mean, this looks like a very much of a frag-heavy lineup that SiNister bringing here, considering that they also have Blackbeard coming into the fray. With his ballistic shield on the gun, he will have so much potential here to win those initial firefights.
Yeah, although it could all be up to Nasty on... Oh, sorry, not Nasty. Mims on that Vigil. If he can roam and get up to that Blackbeard, then he can take him out. But Fisho Guy, before any of that can happen, takes out Aang and starts off things strong for SiNister on their push.
And that is the Jaeger and the roaming Jaeger off the board. So now the last man that is on the roam, that is the Vigil that needs to be taken out pretty quickly because Mims can be an absolute menace to deal with. And right now, well, oh, Nomad is getting so close, but will get taken out very swiftly. Nice shot there by Mims. So, I mean, right now, this is looking like an even trade here for both the teams.
Yeah, and it was a cheeky little peek too. Like, it would have worked out so well if JCZ could get it, but instead, like you mentioned, it evens things up. Now things are a lot more reasonable for Oddity. They've got a minute and a half left. They've still got all of their gas grenades left too, so they still have plenty of utility. Losing Aang, not the worst. You've already got the ADS down, so now it's up to SiNister to find their way in. If they can find maybe... Oh, he's looking for some feet, but he doesn't find any feet.
That would have been quite deadly if Fisher Guy was able to land those shots onto the feet, because that would have been, if not dead, extremely tagged down, and in the next fight, that would have been it, pretty much.
Now with the Fisho Guy actually off the table, that's going to slow things down a whole lot for Team SiNister. They're going to go for a whole lot of breaching through this floor, looking for any frags they can onto Oddity from below. And so if they can find these kills, that's what's going to kick them off. They need it because they're at a man disadvantage with a final minute to go. And losing Vincere is not going to help at all. And so now we're back down to this 2v4 little miracle dream play. Getting the shots through the wall. Nico actually finds that one, making it a whole lot more reasonable for his team. But he loses a lot of health in the meantime. 30 seconds. And they have to make the push. They have to make the push. Team SiNister have to go in now. Mims is pretty low. They can find him and pick him off without taking anything in return. Maybe they can make it work. Constantine, 20 seconds.
Things are not looking all well here for Team SiNister, with so many crossfires being held by Oddity. It almost looks completely unclutchable unless Miloska and Nico, the dynamic duo, will just hit some nutty shots. But with the roam right now here by Vigil, things are not looking all well. Yet another peek. So right now the plant needs to go down, but the diffuser is on the opposite side of the map. And well, this is the round for Oddity.
I was maybe getting a little bit excited there near the end. I mean, maybe we thought they could pull it back, but like you mentioned, without the diffuser in place, then, well, you cannot win the round. And with that, Oddity clawing their way back. It was close on the defense, although they did kick it off very strong when they brought it back. They got to even up the numbers and then even overtake. You know, they were looking at a 4v2 near the end, although SiNister always bringing it back. Oddity, I feel, can never get too comfortable.
Well, they kind of did manage to get comfortable, really. They had some that reinforcement in the bathroom where they had 2 patches of wall reinforced, which did allow a fair few players actually have so much of that safety buffer. It certainly slowed down SiNister's approach quite substantially, considering that it most certainly looked like they were aiming at finding those initial frags from above, but site was pretty much vacated, minus some presence at the entry desk at the service entrance. Apart from that, really, it was Oddity's pace through and through here.
And so we move into round number 8. Team SiNister still miles ahead in the round wins, so they're still pretty comfortable. They're not too far away from the match point even, but their attack needs to be a little bit better to crack Oddity, at least compared to the first round. So let's move on to their second round on attack here. They, once again, they've changed things up just a little bit. Fisher Guy moving on to the Thatcher. And that's going to be interesting to see. I mean, mostly probably just going to go for those ADS, but you can still get things like Evil Eyes.
Yeah, this time you have so much more to deny here. Actually, for that matter, the Thatcher grenades can deny all of the utility here on all 5 of the operators from Oddity, because that pulse device will be able to, well, will not be able to see part under the effect of Thatcher EMP grenade. Won't be able to see through walls. For Nasty, well, that means just no pre-placed smoke grenades. For Angmo, no ADS's Hills denies the info gathering temporarily on his evil eyes, and Sogs, well, he won't just be getting any drones hacked. And for Thatcher, there will be assistance from Vincere on IQ, so this time it's Sinister doubling down on utility disposal here, which is also quite a good idea.
Yeah, and it definitely would have helped in the previous round too. If they didn't have to deal with so many gas grenades near the end. But let's get into it. They've taken a minute, but they have made it into the building. They're actually getting above the site too, so Sinister already a pretty strong position. You can hear a few firefights going on in the background, so no one taking any damage though. We're all right with that, and EMP does go out above the site. Gonna see what they can find as they're about to mow their way into the site. But still, Oddity waiting to move in, but Hill's getting taken down. He's down but not out. Question is to get back up.
We just might get picked up if things are going to be going well. There's the grenade from Nico, so does manage to finish off Hills, and that is a good beginning considering that Hills was one of the plays that popped off quite well in the previous round with, I believe, a double kill.
And now we have Nico smashing through the floor, looking to see who he can take out from above. And a few firefights going through the window. Can he get this win? Milo, low health, but it's enough as he picks out Mims, making his team just so far ahead. But Nasty taking out Fisher guy is going to make it a whole lot more reasonable for Oddity to come back here. But keep an eye on Nico. He's been prowling above the site for so long. The gas grenades are starting to go off, but there's still 2 remaining. Oh, 35 seconds to go. Nasty, if he can stay alive, then it's going to be great for him. Vincier doesn't win that firefight, but doesn't lose it either. He's still looking for another kill through the window, but Sogs gets taken out by Nico. 2 defenders remain right now. But Nasty, like I said, the only defender now has 2 gas grenades. Make that 1 as he throws it down. He's got to make this last one count. He's got to buy all the time he can because, by God, I don't think he can take down 4 attackers here from Sinister. They're going to make their push. 10 seconds to go. Where is the gas grenade going to come out? He throws it out onto the site, looking to just deny. The plant's going down. Milo getting it, and it looks like he's got the position, and Nasty cannot find it. Plant goes down. The diffuser is down. Sinister on track to win, but Nasty picks up 1 kill, doesn't take any damage in return. Maybe he can find a way back into this one. Maybe he can retake the site.
Well, he will need to go through 3 players of Sinister, considering that they now have full control here. But so much information is being relayed. There's a nice pre-fire as well here, but the angle there by Vincere will be pretty much keeping things nice and crispy here for Sinister.
And Nasty, well, he tried to deny it, but Team Sinister do in fact move on to match point now, onto round number 9. And so this is where things get dicey. That was the round that Oddity really wanted to win, because now they've got to deal with overtime at the best. And so with that, it's just such an uphill battle. They got to win 4 rounds and then go through overtime. Sinister, in that time, just got to find that one little round win. And they are, oh man, they have kicked things off so strongly.
I sincerely thought that the IQ of Vincere would have been taken out by the peak, because I believe I think that was a Jaeger that was right by the window, had such a nice angle to peak that I don't think there was any chance for IQ to really win that gunfight. But it seems that Vincere's Pro League prowess seemed to have worked out pretty well overall. But I gotta give it to Sinister. They have managed to deconstruct the whole lineup of Oddity really well and really systematically as well. Each one of the players is very much able to take those one-to-one gunfights. And similar thing can be said for Oddity. They had some really good rounds. They had some really good performances overall so far, but just can't seem to close it out in any shape or form, really.
All right, Cthulhu, talk us through this one. We're on potentially the final round here on the map for Oddity. What do they have to do to make it not the final round? What do they have to do to start their journey to redemption here and now? I mean, what makes the difference in this round?
Well, first of all, they want to get rid of Fisher Guy or Vincere for that matter, considering that those 2 operators will be able to very swiftly get rid of your utility, and as well as that, they both have some really good weaponry. So getting rid of them will be a good beginning right now. And then keeping your Echo, mainly Echo and Smoke, alive is going to be of the utmost priority, considering that that they will be able to deny those final pushes. And without the IQ, without the Thatcher, this will be a absolute nasty challenge for Sinister to face. So for Oddity, they need to put Sinister at such uncomfortable ground where Sinister will have to question each and one of their moves.
Oh, a bit of drone dodging here. Oh, he actually gets out of there. Wasn't even seen. Sneakiest little hide-and-seek champion drone there, but 1 minute down now as Sinister starting to crack their way on top. We're talking about lasting all the way to the end, and Nasty, I mean, he did that last round. He did it perfectly, in fact, holding on to gas grenades, so it still wasn't enough, although if they can find themselves in a better position, man-wise, then maybe Oddity could find a way to defend just like that.
See, the main thing is right now is some presence in the theater and penthouses. I believe there was Sogs playing as Mozzie over there, but I believe he defaulted back to the ground floor. But right now, Sinister needs to just take full control of the top floor. They need to not leave a single stone unturned. And if they do manage to do that very quickly in a matter of, say, next 30 seconds, then this will be a win, because from there on, they will have a very strong foothold to play off.
Well, they only have about 30 seconds to go if they want to make a real good push at the end here. And so with that, Sinister, they've certainly got the ceiling clear, as you can see them running around on top of it. But like you said, they definitely want to make sure they've got most of these rooms clear if they want to take the positional advantage. Gonna just go for a breach on the floor and actually not even shoot through it. Just perhaps maybe a distraction there, but now they're starting to move a little bit closer with the final minutes to go. The only real damage has been onto JCZ. No real utility has been done, but Sogs, there it is. It only takes one bullet, but he takes out Vincere with a shot to the head.
I'm a bit confused about that decision to use a frag grenade to open up the doors. Ooh, some damage being dealt here, I believe, onto Sogs, but nothing too major right now. Sinister are seeming to be stalling out quite substantially, and things are not looking all well here, as they need to go for the grand push here.
Yeah, and another kill from Oddity is going to make this so much harder. Actually, oh no, Sinister have evened it up, 20 seconds to go, and they've actually taken the man lead now. Fisher Guy goes for the plant. There's no gas grenades left. It's just Ang and Sogs here. Can they do it? They've got to go in and retake the site now. Sinister, they've got the plant down. He moves up to go for the peak. Sogs picks it up. This is possible now for him. He moves up, checks every single corner, gets to the next kill he needs, and there's a double kill. Nico cleans up the last one, paying his life for it, but there it goes, going for the retake. But Sinister, they're not going to get tricked by that. They come in, they clean it up, they get it done, and they take out the first map.
This round should not have gone into the hands of Sinister. This was by all means Oddity's round to take. They had the position, they had the man count, what they didn't expect is the fact that Official Guy and JCZ on Zofia ended up going for some extreme aggression there, and it paid off so well to the point where I'm honestly shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it actually happened. I mean, the plant was surprising in the middle of it as well, but the retake somehow became even better. But there it is, Sinister. So convincing win. Let's say a very convincing win. I mean, they dropped a few rounds here and there, but the rounds that they did win, fair to say, they made it look very clean. It didn't seem like there wasn't really much competition there.
Yeah, the times when Oddity were able to win, yeah, they managed to pretty much catch Sinister off guard. They played their cards really well, and they just waited for that aggression, because the sheer reason why Sinister ended up losing out is that they were either too impatient on going on some of the pushes, or completely kind of misdroning some of the placements, and that's where they ended up initially paying for some of those entry frags being made on them.
Yeah, and I mean, it does actually come all the way back to what they said before the match. It's Oddity are strong when they get the early frags, when we just let that happen. And it showed. It showed in that game right there. Oddity, a few early frags, or they got a few trades for free that they maybe shouldn't have. And then they win the round off that, just with a good numbers advantage. And it was enough to make the difference. But when they didn't have that difference, oh man, did Sinister look strong.
Yeah, Sinister through and through on the rounds that they did manage to win, maybe minus the very last round. Sorry.
Yeah, that was a bit weird.
Yeah, that was probably the weirdest one out of all of them so far. But the moment we saw that rush, I don't think Oddity really did expect. They were sort of starting to maybe even have that somewhat of an early celebrate, saying, yeah, nice job, guys. We managed to delay the inevitable a little bit. And then all of a sudden, a wild Fisher guy and GCZ appears.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. Like, I got caught up in the excitement of it all, thinking it was going to happen. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of shows that you have to keep your brain at 100% throughout the entire match. I mean, no matter how much relief you might be getting from the fact that you pretty much won the round, but yeah, you gotta keep it the whole way through. So that is the first map done and dusted. We're going to Kafe next. So we don't get to see a lot of Kafe. Usually it's third map, and when it is, we don't get the third map. So Cthulhu, remind us. I mean, why do we like Kafe? I mean, what teams look super strong? This was, I believe, was this one Oddity's pick? Let me just double check. It was the Sinister's pick.
Yeah. So just the map before we saw was Oddity's pick. This one is Sinister's pick, and usually the reason why teams prefer to pick Kafe is that it requires much more coordination with it. It's not as linear as Coastline, and it certainly does allow some more intricate plays, some more heavy roam plays as well to be done. And so for teams like Sinister, like Bizarre, they definitely like those really, really full coordinated plays where they can take advantage of their experience, of their just ability to have some good coordination. Whereas some of the more frag heavy teams, for example, even I would dare to say Ferox or even PC419, they would prefer some of the more linear maps, Coastline, to a certain degree, Clubhouse even, to if it's played in a certain way. So right now, this will be a comfort ground for Sinister, but what it can also lead to is the fact that they can get overly comfortable on that map, and we might just be seeing a trade-off in favor of Oddity here.
So with Sinister picking this map, should we be expecting maybe a little more roaming coming out of them? Are they going to be getting aggressive on these defensives? Because, I mean, that's something that I'm keen to see. We didn't really see a whole lot of it on Coastline. I mean, they stuck pretty tried and true, just anchoring. They dabbled a little bit in the roaming, but didn't really work out too much for them, so went back to it. But is this the change they want to make? I mean, I guess they picked the map before the series had started, but I mean, is roaming going to make Sinister look even stronger?
Yes, I definitely do think that roaming will make, actually, for that matter, both of the teams look pretty strong, because on Oddity's side, whenever they did defend and make a win, their roaming was also pretty well organized. So it will rather depend on, for defenses, how strong is their overall defense, and then for the attackers, how quickly can they take out that roam, and how quickly can they gain those meaningful positions.
Okay, and with that, let's move into it. So Oddity picking defense first here on this map, so certainly preferring that side. So let's come into it. The bans were not too surprising over on Coastline, but coming into this one, Thatcher will be taken off the board. A little more of a common ban slipped through in map 1 on Coastline, but will be taken off the table here and now.
Yeah, and Thatcher becoming a bit more of a prominent ban on a fair few maps, including Kafe, considering that he's extremely proficient at dealing with the breach denial. So overall, I definitely do think that this is most definitely going to be a ban phase in favor of the defense, at least for the time being.
And just like pretty much every map we ever get to see, Capital's also going to be taken off. Pretty standard. I mean, just a powerful operator. I mean, you get so much utility and just raw power coming out from his unique gadgets. So get him out of there. Don't want to deal with him. Same thing with Mirror, just in a few different ways. That one's just obviously pure utility.
Yeah, and to close things off, it's actually already banning out Mozzie, which was quite frequently used here by Sinister, mainly by Nico, so that is more of a target ban here coming out. Actually, for that matter, both of those bans could be considered target bans, considering that Fisher Guy played quite well on Thatcher, and then on the defense side, it was Nico that was playing quite efficiently on Mozzie. So I definitely do see ban phase being a bit more in favor of Oddity here, considering that Sinister went for more of a stock standard kind of bans here.
Oh, but this time the buck gets through. The best operator in the entire game. You know, confirmed by the devs on that one YouTube video. where he actually says Buck. Yes, Buck is the best. It's one of the ones where they answer Twitter questions.
Right.
Someone asked, why is Buck the best operator? And he agrees with them. So official Buck is the best operator in the game. So I guess TeamSiNister win.
Well, Buck is most certainly a very powerful operator. He has frag grenades on him. He has the skeleton key shotgun that makes quite some big holes in the soft walls. And his gun, well, if you are able to control the beast that is the C8 SFW, then you can frag out quite efficiently on it as well.
Always fun catching out someone with a gun that can literally just shoot through a whole wall and let you walk through it. Always feels very, I don't know, empowering? Yeah, let's go with empowering.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It certainly does empower a fair few attackers to take advantage of those open soft walls, so I wouldn't be surprised. That is a nice cake, by the way. I gotta... Sorry, I got distracted. It's just like a really nice detailed cake there, Matt.
Oh yeah, well look, I love cake as much as the next guy, but I also love Rainbow Six. So let's get a little less distracted and stop talking about Buck being the best operator. Let's get back into it. Sinister, they're already one map up. They're attacking first here on Kafe, and they're scaling the building already. They're looking to take some good vertical control.
And it's also quite swift, albeit considering that already didn't really contest the top floor, but there is some presence here on the white stairs, I believe. Pardon, no, that was not the white stairs presence, but nonetheless, it is presence on this attacking side on the top floor, which was taken very quickly, and that should serve as a really nice foothold, considering that right now a few of the defenders' position have been just revealed by that IQ scanner.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you look at the operator lineup for Oddity, they're probably just going to be hanging a bit back, so you don't really expect to see them just at the moment. So they've got a lot of, again, operators that are going to be buying time, making your path towards the site just a little more annoying and draining your resources. And so here we go. Sinister well and truly inside now.
Most certainly. Having now control of, I believe, the second floor as well, or at the very least starting to do that now, should be a good beginning, but with 1 minute and 30 to go, things might not be looking quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, Fisher tagged up quite a lot here, so we didn't quite see it, but losing that much health is going to make him basically one-shot by anything in the next fight, so he's going to have to be pretty pinpoint accurate, or they'll have to send him back in the firing lines, but it's going to hurt as they move in. But JC said that's the opposite of hurting. That's going to feel good as he takes out Nasty.
There's also some presence on the white stairs that needs to be negated here by Sinister, as right now a dual peak might be coming out as Vincier is the one to be beginning the aggression. I believe they might be wary about that position as there's tri-man pincer coming out. And right now, so much pressure being made there. As a fantastic shot by Vincier onto Echo. Mims to go down as well to the hands of JCZ, and right now it is a 4v2.
Yeah, and how is Vincier still alive? And he's JCZ too, still going for it. In fact, actually picking up 3 of those kills. And now with only hills left to defend, no Vulcan shields left to place down, all the drones coming out to see exactly where he is and say hello. Unless he gets 4 very, very amazing shots in the head, I don't think he can do it. Sinister looking to take round 1 here, but let's let this one play out here. Hills, what have you got for us? Apparently not enough. Sinister, round 1 is theirs.
I'm thoroughly amused by how swift some of the pushes are. It's almost as if Sinister are they either performing like a well-oiled machine and they've done their homework, they've done their prep, they've done all the aim training, or it's just they going for the most daring pushes possible, because some of those peaks, I swear, they were not that well droned.
Well, yeah, it felt like Vincier was taking fights that, I mean, he probably should have lost, but he just completely outgunned. He did have the help of JCZ, so that was probably very important to think about, but a lot of shots went by Vincier that just didn't hit the target. So, I mean, at some point, you've got to give that to Oddity too. You got to say, you guys got to hit those shots on the Vincier. Especially
that firefight between, it can barely be called really firefight. The peak by Mims onto Vincier. He had the element of surprise, he had the peak and the biggest advantage, but still ended up catching these hands. And it's unfortunate for Oddity, because they had, overall utility-wise, they had a really good lineup. They had all the means to slow things down, and from there on, it just didn't work out in firefights.
Let's talk a little bit about JCZ slipping into the roster too, because remember JCZ coming in, subbing in for Luna. So, I mean, a great map one. So it sounds like it's working.
Yeah, I mean JCZ. Yeah, he not only he has already previous experience in Pro League, as he was a part of a few of the rosters. He's been just a very nice, very just potent fragger. The fact that he's been on multiple rosters pretty much allows him to be as flexible as he can be, and his pretty much the whole role of him is as I was talking to Serum, their coach as well, is just he can play flex, but his main prowess, his main positive side there is he can frag out. So the moment you put him on the fragging operators and tell him have some utility, but don't forget that you just need to click hands, he just does that very thing.
And it's certainly been working out. I mean, you already look at it. He's already got the most kills just from round number 1. 3 kills in a single round. A bit slower here on round 2, though. It's taking a little longer for Sinister to get their positions. Nico's already kind of made his way inside, but and so have a few other members of Sinister. Actually, just from above, they can just find this kill, find this frag. But they don't, and Oddity sneak away, but Sogs certainly hurt. And now another firefight coming from the outside, but from the inside comes the C4. And Sogs, it doesn't matter how much HP you've got, C4 does it in one go.
He just continues his rampage, actually. Wait, pardon, that is Hills, but nonetheless, it's still a very nice pick here. And Oddity having a 2-man advantage, whilst Sinister were trying to manhunt Sogs, is a fantastic outcome, not gonna lie.
Oh, actually getting Hills. Getting Hills down and then actually cleaning it up. He still had a few batteries to go, so taking him out is gonna feel great. And now it's even closer to the numbers, and we're hitting that final minute. We're hitting that time where they want to start pushing in. Milo's got the diffuser, so now they just need to move over towards the side. Sogs, not a huge amount of health. It would be great if they could find him first, so Oddity probably gonna get him hanging back a little bit.
Thing is Sinister only now making their way over to that reinforced wall, which will potentially force them, well, not potentially, most definitely force them to go around those choke points. Pardon, that word completely flew out of my head. But overall, they have a few really good entry points, but the sheer amount of crossfires that Oddity will have, despite the man advantage still, it's going to be quite heavy.
Okay, going in for the push though, but Ang shuts it down. Milo taken out already, and now it's only been Sierra. We praised him a lot in round number 1, but he's going to have to pick up a lot more praise to take out this 1v4. Players have got close, but unfortunately he won't get close enough. Oddity, they even it up.
So Oddity right now has a bit of a trend going for themselves where they managed to lose, say, the first attempt at the site, one of the few sites, and then the moment they change things around, change their pacing overall, they seem to be able to win it back. So right now, this is also one of those moments where Oddity managed to take the win. So main question going into Bar and Cocktail Lounge defense is going to be, can they keep up this pace? Can they keep up their performance, and can they find that initial point advantage for themselves?
Yeah, now we're even up. So taking a look at the operators changing, let's look at Oddity first, because you've got oh, it actually got changed out, but for now you've got like Jaeger or Mai, so you're going for a lot of utility that is just going to drain a lot of time, drain a lot of resources from Sinister, and it's kind of an interesting way to go, but they still have a little bit of roaming going on there. I mean, Sogs on that Vigil, I'm keen to see what he can get done.
Yeah, Song so far did a phenomenal job in his roaming. He was able to shut things down really quickly whilst dodging all of the bullets, really. That C4, might I add, onto Ash was one of the biggest copies that can be done. So overall, a good performance. But honestly, even with Sog, say, for example, if he will die, there's also Mims that can go for a roam. He's still a 2-speed, 2-armor operator. He has some really nice weaponry in there as well. So him, say, and Hills on the roam, this could be quite a deadly duo.
Okay, round number 3. Sinister had a strong round number 1, and you know what? This game has been so good. Let's get a screenshot. Let's take a picture because it lasts so long. And now, Team Sinister. What can they get done here? They've taken a site, or at least the building, pretty quickly before, mostly through just straight up on the ceiling. Are they going to do it again?
Issue is right now for Sinister is that the site itself is on the top floor, so taking a top-down clear is certainly going to be a bit of a... how should I call it? A bit of a challenge.
Bad idea?
At least. Yeah, a bit of a bad idea, yeah. Considering that, well, taking at the very least the control of the second floor is going to be the main way around here, as you can take some good vertical fights from below onto the defense, and this is the prime real estate, as Nico does actually find... Was that a kill on the brother?
Yeah, I mean, he found Hang, he got the pulse off the board, and now Hills is gone too. That is a disaster with Sog's gone too. No more roaming at all. Mims and Nasty. I mean, they've got to hold an anchor at the side against 5 guys. Sincere, low health, sure, but that is still not a numbers disadvantage you want to go up against.
Yeah, and that is still a gun on board as well for Sinister, so no matter what, it's still going to be a hefty challenge to pull off, albeit that Nasty did show us on the previous map some good few attempts at the clutches, so we know that his aim is true. Mims, though, seen a few couple good frags as well, but right now with MP5, it might be a little bit challenging here.
I mean, if you can buy some time, I mean, Wamai gets more magnets as the round goes on, so maybe you can use that to his advantage, but I mean, Sinister have so much time to work with. They have obviously all the numbers. They just have to do it normally. They just have to make sure they don't make any mistakes, do it cleanly, go in, use the last of your lion charges to get all the info that you need. That's not exactly what you want to do if you're Oddity here. Mims is going to have to go for some crazy amount of plays here. I mean, the plant's already down. The retake, all but impossible here.
You know, Mims already having still all 3 of his magnet charges. He could have potentially used them early on into the round, but fortunately for now, this will be a free reign for the frag grenades and flash grenades and so on. But yeah, with the plan down, things are definitely looking very grim here for Mims, as attempt will be made, but I don't think it will be very much successful.
Yeah, he's running in, he's trying to get the defenders, he knows that they're behind that wall, but no possible way to get there without getting shot down on the way. And so with that, we're going to move on to round number 3 here, as it was looking, I mean, almost good for him, but I didn't think it was going to happen.
Yeah, there was just way too many crossfires for Mims to really even try to contest, and well, if we do follow the trend that so far Oddity has set, this time on the second attempt, it should be going into the hands of Oddity, albeit it's still very much questionable after a flawless round from Sinister.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sinister looks super strong in that round. I feel like we don't always get to go by the script. Sometimes the teams write their own script, and Sinister certainly are. I mean, we kept saying like, oh yeah, Sinister versus Oddity going to be a super close match, but Sinister come in and say, cancel that script, throw it in the bin, because we've been getting a whole lot better over the last few weeks. I mean, we've even seen the results in other leagues, right? Like they've looked so strong, and today it's not looking any different. I mean, it's close here in the second map on Kafe, but I mean, after that last round, I'm starting to think we might see what happened in map 1 again.
Well, it's certainly so far as keeping to the trend of map 1, as the first 2 rounds we saw a bit of a trade in points, and then kind of from there, Sinister just kept on running away with some of the rounds. So we might see a repetition here, or maybe we'll see Oddity just completely flip it around. At the moment, we will be maybe even going on to the second half, but hey, who knows? For now, it is round 4 though, and looking at the overall setup of both sides, it looks like Oddity might actually have some really good time just denying the breach.
Yeah, denying the breach, but also intel. I mean, they've got Pulse and Valkyrie, so they are gonna know where a lot of the defenders are very often. Sorry, the attackers. So Sinister gonna have to be onto it, but oh man, that is not a good start. Aang picking up Fisher guy, but Milo is quick on the trigger to get vengeance and evens it up. So overall, not a huge difference in trades, although Oddity will lose their pulse. But I mean, they've got the backup. They've got the Valkyrie to cover that.
Yeah, they do have the Valkyrie, but don't forget you're also losing out on the C4 that was with Agmo. Whereas on the side of Fisher, well, you're only really losing a couple of breach charges and a fragging ult. So utility-wise, I definitely would have to say that this is in favor of Sinister, albeit by a small margin.
And it only took a minute to get that done and dusted. So probably with only 4 people, it's going to be a little slower for Sinister to move through, but they are getting there and getting towards the stairs. It's going to be a very important position for them to take. But with someone up there on Oddity, they're going to have to be very careful about how they take it.
Yeah, well, having some really confident pressure positions from below by Sinister should be a good beginning, but right now they need to be wary about that heaven position, considering that I do believe that there's one of the Oddity players sitting around that doorway to the heaven, so could be a good place to play out. But right now with Vincere taking quite some damage and firefight on the white stairs, this could be good read actually on the rotation of the Jaeger, but just can't seem to close this deal out as Sogs will actually be able to fall back, and Nico falls to the hands of Hills. So this is a good turn.
Yeah, this is looking a lot stronger now for Oddity. They've taken Vincere down pretty low too, so with that, I mean, one of the best fraggers on the team is going to find it pretty difficult to win these fights, and a man down, even harder now. 45 seconds to go. Sinister have to start making their moves pretty soon. Oddity don't have too much stuff to run down the clock. It's not like they've got gas grenades, although losing Vincere there is all but securing the defense here for Oddity, although JCZ has something to say about that as he picks up a kill here. Now, what can the attackers get done? What can Sinister find? JCZ, very, very top fragger here. Can he find it through the floor? He's going for the charge through the wall. Wrong one, but blows himself up. Oh no, what a disaster. Sogs though, for the defense. That's not a disaster. And with the rest of the frags, Sogs in fact just actually gets it done on his own to pick up the round here in round number 4.
Yeah, Sogs has been showcasing us some really good performance throughout the whole of Kafe so far. Being able to get in some of those really ballsy firefights and being able to come out on top of them is certainly quite a good feature for him. And even here, initially nearly getting, wrecked by Vincire's read on his flank around, still managed to come out alive and then managed to return back and just rain some more lead onto Sinister, which does result in a 2-apiece scoreline here.
And yeah, we're continuing to not see a ton of change between the operators between rounds here so far. I mean, 1 or 2 do change out here. I mean, Legion's going to be new for the defense. I believe there was 1 change over there on the attack as well, or maybe not, I think it's basically the same lineup as they're going in again. But here we go, here into round number 5. A lot closer here as Oddity have evened up the scoreline here. Give it another 2 rounds and we'll see how the half is looking at the end of that. But yeah, I mean, on the previous round, Oddity looked to tighten it up and won that round pretty cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, Oddity did some real good clinical performance, and props to Sogs, props to actually the whole of Oddity's roster. They were able to showcase quite some good performance, albeit that Mims and Nasty so far are still sitting on donut. Yeah, but the rest of the team is still pulling out some real good clutches. So for now, 2 apiece for both of the teams, but some real nice aggression to come out from Oddity, which does delay Fisher Guy's push just enough.
It buys him a few seconds. It also drops his health just a little bit, but overall it kind of reveals where the defenders are. So Sinister might be able to take advantage of the fact that someone was over on that side. So now they can at least use that information to help them go for the push. They've got 3 members up here on the roof already. They're going to go ahead and drone down and jump down. So already almost a little bit off of that run out, actually, off of that spawn beat. Sinister have used a lot of information just to push it.
Yeah, having that initial understanding of that, hey, Oddity is going to be playing extra aggressive, does definitely give Sinister a bit more understanding of the dynamic, and of that, Vincere does manage to find the initial shot into Angmo, so good beginning as Jaeger is off the board, but right now you need to get rid of Sogs and Heal, the two pretty much offenders here on the side of Oddity that have been a thorn in the side of Sinister's offense.
By attackers.
Ang is still a pretty sharp thorn as well. He's had 4 frags this round too, so he's looking very strong. So apart from Fisher Guy taking a few shots at the start of the round, they're looking pretty strong. They're all pretty much full health. Sinister have got everything they need to start moving in. Only half the round has gone by too.
Yeah, only half a round indeed. Now with Vincia's attempt at trying to find whoever's right at the base of the staircase. Won't be actually emphasizing of that. I don't think, at the very least, I think he mainly used it as just one of those kind of tools to bait out a few sound cues maybe, but no avail here. C4 does come out, but once again doesn't connect. Neither is the frag grenade, but I think that was mainly used just to open up one of the weak points as Nico just gets back to being surgical right with that reinforced wall.
Yeah, he's going hunting. He wants to find whoever's down there, take him out. Just too annoying. I mean, C4's already gone, but doesn't want to deal with that sort of thing. So does go hunting, but doesn't find anything is important. And with 40 seconds to go, he's going to have to stop. He's going to have to start going for the point. But a trade apiece here for both sides, definitely favoring the defenders. They can just run that clock down, but it's still a 3v4, so they are still down. But 20 seconds to go, 25 seconds, let's go. Let's see what they can do. They don't have a smoke. They've used all the utility for buying time. 2 breach styles left on hills, so they can slow down the attack and push. Sinister, with only 13 seconds to go, are going to have to start moving in now. They don't really want to go through the bandit wall, so they're going to have to go in, they're going to have to move, and they're going to have to be funneled into Mims, who starts mowing them down. But JCZ, he takes out the lawnmower and moves in, and just all of a sudden they run out of time, and Oddity managed to get done and get round 5.
It was a bit unfortunate there for JCZ to be stuck in that Hibana hole, as I believe he couldn't just get and crawl through it or crash through it, which does allow Oddity to get yet another point, which for them, this is a good turnout, because if they do manage to now, on the final round of their defense, emphasize of the fact that they can potentially get a 4-2 scoreline, this is going to be their ideal play here. Considering that...
and of course.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, just going to move on, because of course, I believe you were starting to talk about the fact that, yeah, if Oddity win here, that would be a 4-2. So Sinister, certainly keen for that one. So let's see how they move into this one on the final round of the first half here. Definitely looking a lot different to what we saw on map number 1. Oddity even maybe taking the lead here out of the first half, but got one more round to do it.
Yeah, and they would really want to have that extra few rounds buffer as well in case things go south on their offense for Oddity. Whereas on the side of Sinister, they want to equalize it as much as possible to make it an even round once again. The moment when they go on the defense, they will be able to potentially find some advantage for themselves. So right now, the issue for Sinister's attack is the fact that they are leaving the final push up to the final less than 30 seconds. And this is exactly what's biting back at them, where they need to find that early aggression. They need to return that fire that was within them during Coastline and apply it here to this very same push, because they had some really good performance on the first round where they just absolutely demolished the way how things were playing. And even on the bar defense, it was really well executed through and through. But so far in the past 2 rounds, they were absolutely toothless. They were getting delayed so much and so frequently that they weren't just even allowed any meter without even trying to contest those positions.
Okay, well, let's see if they can do it this time, as they have already burned through a little bit of time here to get just onto the roof, but Vincia gives the all clear. No more electronics down there. You can, in fact, enter the room and be probably safe. So they make their way through and continue on. Sinister still looking for that first early frag, but it's going to be Hills to pick it up instead. Always ever that constant thorn on the side. Same thing with Angmo too, and he does it without losing a single health point either. So what a great trade for Oddity. Looking super strong, looking here primed to take out this half 4-2.
And this will be a really great foothold for Oddity to play off, considering that this is the map choice of Sinister. All the odds are stacked against them, and Sinister seeming to be looking a little bit puzzled almost as to how do they want to play it out, really, because they seem to be really slowing down on the moment they start losing those early firefights, albeit that it doesn't seem to phase Nico in any shape or form. But the general kind of pace is much more tame, much more slowed down on the side of Sinister, and Oddity seeming to be emphasizing of that really well.
Okay, going for a small push. In fact, actually the main push as Milo goes for the plant. Fisho takes on Ang, who was trying to stop it, and now the plant actually does go down. Now it's on Oddity to come in for the defense. The gas is out, but it's maybe a little too late. It does pick up a kill though. Now down to a 2v2. Oddity have to take this site back, but look at all the positions Sinister have above and below. Nico gets it from above, and Nasty goes down. Only one more to retake. It's all up to Mims. What can he get done? He's looking for that one kill. Almost gets it, but it's Sinister in the end to clean up the round.
Here's another also good example of how Sinister manages to, the moment they see that opening, they just gun for it. Because if you remember, the very beginning of the round, double kill from Oddity onto two big Sinister players. And it looked very much like it was going into the hands of Oddity. The time was draining just at the right moment. The positioning of the defenders was just right. But the moment Sinister saw that, hey, this is the poking point where we can, this is the pressure point where we can emphasize of that, they just went in, went for the plant whilst the Fisher guy was defending and playing a little bit of whack-a-mole. But nonetheless, the initial kind of retake potential was completely denied there by the Ash. And you gotta give it to Sinister. They, whenever it comes to finding that one small point where the defense just gives away, they will, instead of taking away a millimeter, they will take a mile off.
Well. Cthulhu, we haven't seen a whole lot of attack from Sinister in map 1. We got 6 rounds of it just there, but we did get 6 rounds of them on defense back on map 1. So we know that they're good at defense. We know that they can get a lot of it done. Is it maybe perhaps a preferred side defense? We'll find out here on the second map to really find out. But the difference between defending Kafe and Coastline, is it that significant?
It technically is. I believe there was a stat coming out from the final few playdays for Pro League for ANZ, and the Kafe actually had only a slight margin of success for the defense. I believe it was just about 2% or something. So it's definitely it could be a very good stable position here for Sinister now that they've managed to push it into 3-3 and they're now on defense. So they're going to be the ones who technically can be dictating the pace. But with that said, they also picked a very unconventional site to be used as a first one. They picked dining and reading, and that is usually used as a secondary or tertiary site.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the defenders' positions as well, Sinister, some of them quite far from the site too, so you're expecting a little bit of roaming, maybe just a little bit of naughty little kills as the round progresses here, and Oddity make their way through the building. And maybe even a few of these early fights, you can see just below them, just moving towards the stairs maybe. But Oddity don't go in, they don't go for the look. They still have 2 minutes to go. They're making pretty good time, and they've even got Nico down a few health points too.
What is interesting to me is that all the aggressors of Oddity are, well, up until recently, they were face-checking each and every corner, and they were at that very scary point where if they would have gone into 1v1 gunfight, they would have died there. And, well, thankfully for them, it didn't happen, but it's certainly a bit of a risky choice to use. And with Milosk already using all 3 of his gas grenades, that is an interesting way to defend things.
He has been using them pretty early though. He's on Coastline too, so this is very early though. I mean, they're already all gone, and there's still well over a minute. It was almost something like halfway through the round by the time he was already gone. So that is a lot of utility now, just done and dusted for Sinister. They're going to rely a lot on their fracking power, and it's pretty good. It's very good.
Oh wait, JC actually just got a double kill as well with that spray down from the white stairs, which does allow quite some good potential in play here, but there is
Attackers have
Angmo
recovered their
currently.
defeat.
The wild Angmo, who was on the side, I believe, which is going to be quite a menace to deal with.
Jason Dead still has a castle barricade as well, so he's got some utility left. Why not? As we go in, Ang get the kill, evening it up, making it closer. No gas grenades. Remember, we keep saying that. 30 seconds to go. You'd love to have one now, but you gotta ask the question: how is Oddity gonna find a plant here as we go into the final seconds here? They're close to the site, but that is not a good start. Vince here taking out Ang. It's all up to Nasty. He's all the way below the defenders here. They've got so many great positions on him. He gets some good tags, but has to run literally through bullets. Takes half his health. Moving to the side. 6 seconds to go. He's got to go through the hole. Find the plant. He has to go for it. Do or die. And he chooses die.
I mean, at this point,
Vincia chooses die.
Doing as well is at this point just equals up to being dead at that position, because this is a prime example of what happens when you know that there's some presence up above the site, but you don't take care of it.
And so, with that, TeamSiNister once again taking the lead here on defense, but it did, again, look very strong for them. It looked incredibly strong for them. At some point, they just started mowing through Oddity, JCZ with an incredible little double frag here. I mean, we even got to see in literally the death cam of one of the people that died. You see the other guy die. So JCZ very quick on the trigger there.
Oh yeah, JC has been really impactful for the team, and actually, for that matter, the whole of Sinister roster. Oscar had some really good performance, even after extinguishing all 3 of his gas grenades. Was able to find some really fancy kills off the platform at the top of the white stairs. So nicely done by Sinister, I'm not gonna lie. And well, for now, it is going to be a bar and cocktail hold, which is now considered much more conventional, as usually teams prefer to pick it as the first side to play off.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But
10 seconds to go.
hey, I mean, at this point, Sinister,
5 seconds to insertion.
this is their round to win. They have all the utility, they have all the info gathering, all the info denial in the face of Mute, as well as technically Maestro. He can zap out those drones. But on the side of Oddity, they also have quite a fair bit of utility to go with. They have the line that they've been quite clinically bringing over from time and time. And Sogs on Gridlock should allow some denial of the flanks, at the very least delaying the flank.
Yeah, Oddity have not been liking the roaming, so they're just gonna get it out of there. They want to be the ones to pick up these early frags, and you know, Sinister was worried about it. They know it's strong when Oddity do it, so Oddity, of course, was gonna know it. And again, they could just find these early frags. They spotted out a defender, and maybe even along with them not getting their own back. So because of that, it's gonna be all that information for basically free. A little peek into the site here. Not seeing anyone just yet.
Well, with already a minute gone, right now, Hills will be trying to find a poking point. I'm not sure what's the use for that Excalibur spells, but meanwhile, there's a flurry of kills to come out from the side of Sinister. All the runners, actually, matter of fact, coming out as Sinister are punishing Oddity left, right, and center. Albeit that there is already presence of Mims. Mims is already on side and actually has the position to go for a plant. But Nico does find the frag, and there's nobody actually on side. Minus the fact that there is. Oh, hello. That is a cheeky position for the Evil Eye now.
Yeah, he goes for a bit of a bait, tries to bring in some of the defenders, looking for anything he can, even went for the Vulcan shield to buy time, but you're still 1v, what was it, 4? 1v3 at that point, so odds certainly not in your favor.
And like I said, this was the round for Sinister to take, and take they did. Now pushing it once again into their favor. 2-round buffer for themselves, and their defense seeming to be pretty much untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little closer a few rounds ago, but at the same time, it has looked like it was maybe just a few things slipping out of their fingers rather than their strategy, their plan, the team as a whole just not really working. But yeah, looking insanely strong here. Their defense perhaps a little stronger than their attack. Again, they're not really changing a huge amount up. Ella's going to come in now too. So some interesting things coming out here on the defense for TeamSiNister, but it seems like they know what they're doing, which is interesting because Oddity seem to have a plan going in too. They got so much information in that last round, still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, one thing is getting all the information. Another thing is playing off it. And yeah, well, for Oddity, I think it's just the sheer chaos factor that was in play was the reason why Oddity weren't as successful as they probably would have wanted in the previous round. Albeit that I think they were maybe a little bit too hasty on opening some of those angles up. Because, for example, that rappel on the northern side of Kafe, that was completely unprotected. There was no claymore, there was no other person watching the run out. It was just pretty much free real estate for the defender to go in for the run out and to run away scot-free. And similar occurrences happened through and through that whole round for Oddity, which definitely seemed to be a bit questionable overall, but
A bomb has been located.
gotta say, it was still a very valiant effort.
And now we move on to a very important round here for Oddity, because they're still very much in this at the moment. But if they drop around here, suddenly it's that same situation as before. They're hoping for overtime and the reverse sweep. And now if they can find a peak, this could be a really good way to start it. Ang, he's waiting patiently. He just wants that little head to pop up. But he falls off the truck, just drops out of it, doesn't worry about it, gives away his position with sound probably. And now with that, they don't go for the peak. It would have been nice, but overall, you don't have the time as an attacker.
Yeah, Angmo will be using his last impact grenade to get rid of some more of the utility of the defense. Meanwhile, Sogs on a solo push up above could potentially have the ability to dislodge some of the defender positions, but with so much position being made there by Sinister, things are not looking all swell. There's a full mow down here by Vincirez. That is a triple kill, including JCZ as well, pitching in onto the whole problem, as now it's all up to Mims and Sogs.
Yeah, I mean, Oddity knew something was up and they walked in anyway. They just got completely caught out, even standing outside the building. And now they're still going in. They know they have to, but Sinister are just so hunkered down that they just absolutely mow Mims apart. And now all up to Sogs again. And, you know, I feel like I've said this a lot, but I don't think he can do the 1v5 and win the round.
Yeah, 1v5 is definitely going to be quite a challenge, considering that not a single person of Sinister none of them took a single bit of damage. That is the most impressive thing.
Is he gonna draw a picture? Oh, we got. I think last time someone was in a position like this, they drew a picture for us. They drew a smiley face into the wall, or no. They started writing out words. I think like sorry for the round or something like that. But we won't get that. He's just gonna do the. Oh no. He can't draw in the snow. That's sad.
He just starts doing it on the car instead. As right now, Angmo will just be using this time to have... yeah, there it is. There's the sorry. Thank you very much. But this is going to be a technical timeout, technically, for Oddity. They get some time to kind of talk it out. I'll be maybe a little bit too late. As just think about why things are working out like that, why they seeming to be losing out on so many firefighters and getting caught out on such bad timing. So for Oddity, this will be the prime time to start reconsidering some of the actions.
They're just going around air jabbing each other. Is that another one? Nah. All right. Cool. All right, there it is. But I think you're right. They needed the time to talk about it because they are in a dire situation right now. Sure, they might be in the winner's bracket, but they are one potential round from dropping into the loser's bracket and having to fight their way back up. Oddity have to win this one to stay alive. TeamSiNister, though, one round from the grand final. One round separates them from the next stage of the league.
And for Oddity, if they do end up dropping down into the loser bracket finals, this is also going to be quite a challenge for them, because this, as a reminder for everyone, this will be a best of 5, and at that, on best of 5s, usually also the factor of endurance comes into play, and whichever team does not get fatigued quickly enough, ends up winning the match. So for Oddity, this would also could be meaning a big challenge and a big test in how how enduring they can be on some of those rounds and keeping up their morale, their energy, and just general aim capabilities.
Okay, now here we are. Sinister on match point, wanting to take this one out. Here on defense, they've got a whole lot of operators to buy a whole lot of time. Meloska on that smoke. Almost all you need at some points in some of these rounds, but so far for TeamSiNister, what has been working are just a lot of these frags.
Oh my, yeah, that's quite a lot of frags, especially on Vincier. 12 to 3. Man is just an absolute gunning machine here, especially after that previous round mowdown that has came out from him was quite impressive, not gonna lie. And whereas from the side of Oddity, well, things are not looking as swimmingly. A whole lot of players are still, well, actually for that matter, only a few players on a positive KD, whereas the rest is still messing out on one few of the kills, and this could be their last attempt at pulling this off. 6-3 scoreline, like you said before. Things are starting to get heated up, honestly, as Oddity just, they need to get their wits back up and running.
Oh man, look, it's tense, you're sweating, but these are the situations where the greatest teams separate themselves from the good teams. Oddity have to come back in here if they want to come, have a hope going back in the series, but otherwise they're going to have to go down to the losers bracket. They have to make it work in this round here. They've already got a good position so far. This is going better than the last round, we can at least say that.
Yeah, taking top control once again is going to be the key for the success of Sinister, as Vincier does actually find the kill for Hills, and that is the IQ of board. You do not want that to happen, as Angmo does actually still manage to find a trade, so that is a good beginning. Off board, and that is the smoke. Gone. Fantastic peek as well. Oh my, this poke here with the UMP45, and well, from below is a wild fisher guy with the FO12.
Alright, well, Cthulhu, let's take a breather and take a look at where we are, because there's only 2 defenders left for Oddity, and man, sorry, only 2 attackers left for Oddity, let's make it. That's even scarier, because they've only got a minute 10 to get down through 4 defenders, 4 members of Sinister, and still get the plant done. And you take a look at what Sinister have left. At least they killed the smoke, because they don't have to deal with gas grenades, so now there's a world where, okay, maybe Oddity can find something, so Nasty, he almost pulled out the one before, but even then there was still 2 defenders left. With Sogs though, is that going to be the difference maker?
Well, Sogs so far is the second top fragger of the team, so he has the weaponry, he has the ability to make things happen, as he does manage to tag up Official Guy quite substantially, but no foothold at either of the sides really. Things are not looking all well, as JCZ does find yet another frag for himself onto Nasty, and well, for Sogs, this all just might be it. Attempt to try to get some closure onto the side, but gets tagged up quite heavily by, I believe that is JCZ.
Yeah, and now a pistol is all he has hope for right now. It gets 1 defender, but Sinister clean him up in the end. They get the vengeance and they pull out the round win, the map win, and the series win. They take out Oddity 2-0, moving on to the grand final.
Did they do some really impressive work there done by Sinister, just absolutely clinical on most of the rounds, albeit that Kafe was slightly closer than the Coastline, but through and through, Sinister were dictating pretty much all of the pace here.
Yeah, and to be honest, it even looked like a case of maybe Sinister just looked stronger on attack than they did. Sorry, stronger on defense than they did on attack. But Cthulhu, there we go. 2-0. Is this the result that we expected?
To a certain degree, yeah. I mean, I was somewhat expecting that we could have seen maybe an overtime to come out from Coastline, as Oddity did show some promise in the previous matchups, but it seems that the skill gap was still pretty big here. Between the 2 teams.
Yeah, well, with that said, the series are now done and dusted, but we do have one more match to go. It is an elimination match. It's Ferox versus Bizarre. Stick around for this one, because it's going to be tense as all hell. And we return with more LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege ANZ Championship. And we've already got 1 match done and dusted, but now Now let's turn things up as we get into, so give a little bit of a wave to the chat that was asking for it, as we get into our elimination match of the night. Ferox versus Bizarre. One of these teams is going home, Constantine.
Yeah, and it's still going to be a barn burner of a matchup between those two teams. There is some rivalry going between those two teams, as both of them kind of came up from the kind of under 18 team. Contest. So overall, I reckon this could be a really close matchup here.
All right, well, without further ado, let's take a look at the lineups for both of these teams. So first up, it is going to be Ferox. It's Vladdy, Stick, Deptra, Oda, and Steffi T. So we saw these guys last week, and to be honest, they came out with a really good performance.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Vladdy, Deptra, Oda, and even Steffi T were really performing well throughout the whole of Ferox roster. And in the previous week, they did manage to pull out an upset, which was against PC419 in a 2-0 fashion, which was quite something to be noteworthy about.
Yeah, it was quite a close 2-0, but let's take a look at their opponents tonight. It's BizarreGaming, their lineup as well. We saw these guys last week too. It's Gulmau, AFX, Twent, BB, and President. So coming up into their match tonight for the elimination match, is this the lineup that's going to get it done?
It could very much do getting done because, well, Ghoul has been performing really well, President has been doing really good, and even Twent has been showcasing quite some promise. Also, a bit of a fun fact, Twent was actually old teammate of Vlad, who's a part of Ferox at the moment, so there's also going to be a bit of that extra friendly rivalry going between those two players.
Yeah, and looking at what the players had to say tonight, I think there's going to be a lot of that going. So first up, let's take a look at, we had a conversation with Bizarre first, and we asked them, with the fact that Ferox are looking pretty strong right now, the fact that they just took out PC419, are they going to have to keep an eye out for them specifically? And how confident are they? And to be honest, Bizarre came back with a very confident answer.
Yeah, they gave a pretty confident answer. They're still very keen for the matchup in general, and the main thing is that they do realize that Ferox have that potential to kind of take away a large bit of ground when you give them just even a millimeter and be able to capitalize on small mistakes. So as long as they're able to prevent that, as long as Bizarre can keep up their composure, they're going to come out victorious here.
Okay, and of course, their opponents, we talked to them as well, TeamFerox, and we talked to them. We asked them if they're still keen on that mentality of nothing to lose and see if they can push as far as possible in their last chance. And, well, they came back with a lot of personality because they still talk about their fun rivalry. They talk about the fact that they're both under 18 teams. But also they say, don't mistake our fearless playstyle for a weakness. Now, Cthulhu, is that fair to say?
I mean, with the way how they've been performing, I'm not excluding the fact that they just gonna pull out some really wild plays. And yeah, like Ferox said, don't mistake the fearless playstyle, because on a few times you can be thinking, hey, they playing really wild, they playing uncoordinated, let's just go have a coordinated push and take them out bit by bit and then have a win. But against Ferox, I don't think that approach, I don't think it will win.
Well, another thing as well is that Ferox did say that they still have their eyes on that top spot. I mean, nothing's really changed. So I feel like this whole nothing to lose mentality, I think it's a bit of a front. I think they do care about their matches for sure. So, but it's showing a lot of confidence. It's showing a lot of personality, and I kind of like it. But Cthulhu, we got to talk about the maps. We got to talk about where we are having these operations, because, well, I hope you like Kafe and Coastline, because we got them coming up again. And Border will be there if we get to a third map. So kicking things off, Kafe, we just saw this map, so a lot of vertical play. Does this favor one of these teams?
I'd say this would favor both of those teams, really. Both Bizarre and Ferox were able to practice some really good vertical play. Bizarre probably would be coming in a bit more coordinated here, considering that Ferox did rely a whole lot on a few individual plays here. So I reckon Bizarre would have the upper hand here, but hey, who knows? I've been predicting some close games in Oddity versus TeamSiNister, and look what happened, 7-2, 7-3. So
yeah, maybe you have to predict a quick 2-0, so that then we get to have a series that goes all the way, and we get all the overtimes that we deserve, to be honest. Because let's get real. I mean, a lot of these teams have been, very one-sidedly winning a lot of their series. Some of them have been close. Tonight's match might be actually a little bit close too.
I wouldn't be excluding that tonight's match might be really close because, first of all, Ferox picked Kafe out of all the places. So, in theory, you would be thinking that this would be their favorite map, but knowing how Bizarre have that kind of really nice coordinated aggression, they can very much take the win here as well, even on the offense. But everything could really go in either way, considering that, well, Ferox have that kind of mentality of they don't per se care overly much about whether they win or lose, but they're not also planning to throw any rounds. So they're still looking to give some good contention to their opponent team. Whereas for Bizarre, well, stakes are rising quite heavily for them, and they're on the regular looking at getting the win and advance themselves further in the bracket. So right now, this is pretty big for both of those teams.
Well, I mean, it's massive. It's the elimination match, right? You actually have to win this, otherwise you're out. And you need to win it if you're keen, and you got your eyes on that top spot, like Ferox said they have. So let's kick things off. Let's get into round one. We're starting things off with a Hibana ban. A little off-center a little bit. Is this maybe a little tailored towards Kafe, or maybe a bit of a target ban? We don't see Hibana taken away too much at all.
Well, Hibana is one of those operators that is more of a comfort pick for hard breaching, considering that you can do it remotely, first of all, and you can have multiple breaches to be done rather than Thermites 2 or even Mavericks with a blowtorch, considering and that would also allow some vertical play to be done from below by the defenders to deny some of the plants of the Thermite charges, or for that matter, even attempts by the Maverick breaching torch. So overall, I definitely reckon that this could hurt the attack quite substantially, but there's only one way to find out, really.
Yeah, and then as we continue on through the bans, it's going back to a little bit normal as we hit the defenders. It's just Mira and Echo taking off. These guys see bans all the time. Very powerful intel gathering defenders, and a little bit of disruption thrown in there by Echo too. So take them out of here. No one wants to deal with them. No one ever wants to deal with Mira for sure. So let's go on to Kafe now and start picking up our operators, because let's talk about who managed to slip through. Some of the operators, I mean, the big ones are usually taken off the table, like, Thatcher's gone. I think it's probably the biggest one that we usually see. But you're looking at your breaches, and we're looking at Thermite and Maverick, so they're actually going to go ahead and bring both of them.
Yeah, but funnily enough, for Ferox, they were actually quite clinical on bringing in Maverick, especially, if my memory serves me right, on stick as well. So nothing too out of ordinary here per se for Ferox, albeit that having only Maverick as your only hard breach, especially on a kitchen push, is going to be quite a difficult task to be done, but it's a task that can be completed nonetheless. And with some solid cover for Maverick, I don't think Ferox will have much trouble getting an opening going for themselves.
Yeah, so with that, let's kick off the prep phase here. Bizarre, we haven't really had a huge conversation about these guys. They are one of the teams that, like a lot of teams, look really strong on defense. They're really good at running down the clock. I mean, smoke is a really big play on a lot of them, so keep your eyes on Twent as the clock gets closer and closer to 0. So here we're looking at Bizarre very likely just trying to run Ferox out of resources, or run them out of utility, kind of funnel them into certain points perhaps, and just in general try and run that clock down and win the frags.
Yeah, I reckon running down the clock will be the main game here for Bizarre, at least for the first few rounds, just to kind of get a hang of how Ferox will be playing their way. And considering the fact that Stick is the only man to do the breaching, at least hard breaching, it is definitely going to be a challenge to keep him alive here, especially for the attackers to get from the top floor to the bottom floor and then still have as much utility as they want for taking the site. So yeah, that smoke will definitely be the big one. Another one will be Ghoul with his C4, as that C4, especially after the recent patch, is pretty much a nuclear device.
Yeah, definitely have to keep our eyes out for it. BB, finding Deptra though. that's a fantastic way to start the round. He doesn't lose any hit points. He doesn't lose anything in return. So easy way to start it out. Get that numbers advantage here. It's the IQ too, so anything that Deptra didn't clear is now still just going to be on the field somewhere for Ferox to deal with. Oh, through the wall though. Oda picking up President, so they do even it up. Can you find another frag through the floor? They're trying to find something, but they don't find anything yet.
Ideally would be a good start also to find the kill onto Ghoul or BB. If you find a kill on BB, that's one of the roaming fraggers off the board, and that is some really great weaponry off the board as well. If you get rid of Ghoul, that's the C4 plus a good weapon as well off the board. So either or will be a good setup for Ferox's push, but with minute 12 seconds left to go, things are looking a little bit, maybe slightly shaky here for Ferox's execution, albeit the moment I say that, Steffi just finds a nice shot onto Twin.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Bizarre probably just looking to run the clock down. They're getting closer to it now, but losing another defender, probably not the best way to start that, but they do have everything they need for now. They've just got 3 members, although not having the gas grenades near the end is going to feel devastating. It's going to be so much they could have had, and so now with 40 seconds to go, Ferox are pretty much on the site. They're just looking for that little bit extra to breach that wall, and then they can go through, although they're changing their plan up a little bit, they're invading the defenders out, so moving, changing the site, going for the stick, Stick is going for the stick, and Steffi and Vladdy picking up kills on the side too. He may not even need to finish the stick, as there they go, they pick up the final defender on Bizarre, and Ferox pick up a clean round.
Look at all the flicks as well by Steffi, my goodness! The man is absolutely nutty with the Ash flicks, but yeah, like you said, Ferox take the first round for themselves after a bit of a unfortunate beginning with them losing out the first firefight, but nonetheless managed to get a good recovery and, well, took some really good ground after picking apart the roaming defense.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting actually as well, because like you said, they had a great trade at the start. It was completely for free too, so you'd imagine the defenders from that point should be looking pretty good, but losing Smoke, always really rough. But let's go into round number 2 here, with Ferox already picking up a round win here, looking strong, but it's only one round in. I feel like we still have a little bit to gather, a little bit of info to gather as we go through the next few rounds.
Oh yeah, there's still plentiful amount of information and the way how teams approach their defense and offense here, and well, looking at the overall roster for the defense, things are looking pretty nice. There's a Mutant Mozzie combo that everyone pretty much at this point dreads, with the sheer amount of drone denial that you can go for. There's also the beautiful Ball Genius aka Pulse, with some vertical play, and the C4 as well, and BB and Ghoul to close things out with some really aggressive operators that can use some really nice positioning and utilize their 3 speed to the fullest, to the full potential.
Man, Bizarre just look like a team that want to win the frag fights, right? They don't have anything to slow you down. They just have things to run your resources down, maybe catch you out with Pulse as well, but you know, there's nothing like Goyo shields or gas grenades to really slow you down and run the clock down. Bizarre, they want to win fights.
Yeah, and they also have the 3 C4s as well in their disposal, so plentiful amount of denial of the plant if in the direct contact though. On the side of the attack, well, things looking pretty good as well. Steffi will stick to his Ash, Stick is sticking to Maverick, and well, the rest of the roster pretty much still staying just about the same, really. Deptra trying to find some utility before any push will commence. Well, so far it seems like pretty much the usual day at the office for Ferox.
Feel bad for the drones, man. Like, you just can't drive anywhere against this lineup on Bizarre, so they just get no information at all. So it is a little bit blind here for Ferox. They've gathered what they can, getting as close to those mute jammers as possible. But moving in, draining the ADS, and just burning down any resources. Oh, through the floor, he finds him, he sees him, and he picks it up.
Fantastic shot by Steffi already. Pressing him really well here.
That is some, that is a cool, calm, collected cucumber there, but not all the way till the end. Stick does eventually throw a grenade on top of him.
really good push there overall, but Steffi will be finally down, and C4, that is a good night with a triple here by Twent.
What the hell, Twent?
How?
What the actual hell? I mean, Twent just gets a triple kill. He saves the round. He makes it actually possible now for Bizarre, who were pretty much lost at that point. Let's get real. It was a 5v3, and their position wasn't exactly amazing, but wow. 1 minute to go. Ferox, can I still do it?
And for Ferox, this is definitely going to be a much harder task to go with. Vladdy has a frag, but needs to pull up here quite heavily as well. The same goes for Stick, as he now needs to transfer into a bit more of a fragging role, considering that he still has one more frag.
He has to find us.
Happy he can sniff the Pulse's sweat on the bald head, trying to find the shot on him, but as it stands, really nothing has yet been done.
I mean, they have to do it, right? There's 30 seconds to go. There's still a C4 on President, too, so the Flatliner's there. They're moving in. Vladdy doesn't get it done. Neither does his teammate. Bizarre will pick that one up. President's using that C4 at the end. And a few punches to the corpse's face, secure that round there for Bizarre.
That is just the whole round is just the only highlight at this point that I'm going to write down, like, as a no. Just C4s.
That's
C4s
all that mattered. Like, let's get real. That C4... You could have had the round be very, very different, and it still would have ended up the same, just because of that C4.
Oh yeah. That triple kill, first of all, for Ferox, it should not have happened, because they ended up getting bunched up so easily close to each other on a breachable floor, whilst realizing that there is a pulse as well in there. And, well, just... things didn't really work out, but interestingly enough, with all of the baits and all of the mind games coming out on the 6th pick, Sophia instead of IQ, which is, well, for Diptra, this could be the signal that he might just try to transfer into a bit more of a frag-heavy role rather than support on the IQ.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where Ferox want to go. I mean, they were already winning a lot of the frags earlier on, and for all intents and purposes, they were winning that round until Twin got the magical triple kill. Maybe you could have evened it up if it was like 1 kill, but that said, Ferox looked stronger until that point, so I think we still have to see what round 3 looks like, because you can't rely on Twent being pulse and getting kills like that every single round.
10 seconds remaining.
True, but on a few occasions, if he will be allowed to stay alive for long enough, he might just be that very needed leverage for the defense to get the win here. So maybe we will be seeing some good performance from him, but for now it seems that Ferox might be starting to up the heat a little bit here with some of the pushes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I said before, right? Like, we got to see how round 3 goes to see if it's going to look like what we saw before or after that C4 in round number 2. So let's kick it off. Let's move in. Once again, we've got Ferox going up to the roof. They're going to have to go down a little further to get to the objective, but I believe we've seen this one before by Bizarre.
Yeah, I believe we did, yeah. Bizarre seemingly doesn't want to really change around their lineup, and why would they? The lineup worked out really well, albeit that now they do have only a single C4.
Yeah, I mean, this time going for the smoke instead of pulse. So instead, just opting to run the clock down. They, I think, correctly realize they can't get a triple kill on pulse every single round, so fair enough. Move over, go towards that smoke instead. And now Ferox actually going through pretty quick and Stick finding a kill. Over onto AFX and Deptra following it up onto President. I mean, it's a shame we don't get to see all of this, but just watching the kill feed, looking strong for Ferox so far, but onto the stairs, it's going to be tense. Steffi moving around. Oh, he's a little too much to the left with the peek there, and Ghoul takes him out, evening it up.
Yeah, good job by Ghoul to even things out here. Really good beginning, as well as that. Twent is still up and running for Bizarre, considering that he's so far the top fragger of the team after, well, 2 rounds, of all things considered, but nonetheless, definitely a solid beginning for a potential comeback here, as an opening that being made by the defense could potentially signal for a C4 throwout, since Ghoul is still alive and well and still has that explosive in his pockets.
Well, yeah, although I think they've noticed, so they've moved away. They don't want to deal with any of that. So it still remains a 3v3, but Ferox only have 50 seconds to go and a few shots go out, but Operator's only losing a few hit points. And, oh man, you don't want to step forward with Ferox sitting up above. Still 2 will make it 1 gas grenade remaining as he throws it out, buying that time. There's going to be about 15 seconds left for Ferox to make their real push. We're waiting on that final gas grenade.
Located by attackers.
Stick waiting, throwing an impact over the wall. Oda picking up a kill onto Twent. No more gas grenades, no more time for Bizarre to buy. But BB on almost no health. Ghoul is going to have to get a lot of these, and he gets 1. That's the start that he needs. 2v2. Gets the second one. He just needs 1 more. BB can find 2. It's Stick. All up to Stick. Stick gets 1. Down to the Mano. Oh, Mano. Who's going to take it out? Stick or BB? BB with less health, and it's 1 second to go. He doesn't need to get it, but he gets it anyway.
Some real good timing there, and good trigger discipline by Ghoul, managing to find those 2 kills at the end of the round, which pretty much solidified the win in favor of Bizarre. And well, this was getting a little bit too close probably for Bizarre's comfort zone, but overall still managed to find their way back. And well, now we are sitting at a 2-1 scoreline between the 2 teams, with Bar and Cocktail Lounge now coming up in between the 2 teams. So gotta give it to Ferox. They've started things off really well. It was a valiant effort, but just that inability to find and hear potentially maybe even the push of Ghoul very much set them back in their potential of winning that previous round.
Yeah, and again, this is just kind of one of those rounds that up until a certain point, it was really just the final few fights that really changed a lot. I mean, Ghoul just popping off, clutching it there, really bringing it back for his team with the 2 kills. BB did clean it up in the end, so of course props to him. But yeah, it's again, you got to ask the questions like, what does it look like if he doesn't pop off? Can he pop off every round? And are we going to see Bizarre in that position every round? I mean, at some point we're going to see them ahead. We're going to see them cleanly take a round. That said, though, they still are getting the points. So. Even with only 3 rounds of data to go off, they're still ahead.
And that's what matters for the time. Just having that initial disadvantage in points, even if it's just a single round, is still gives you a bit more of the morale boost, you could say. And well, for Bizarre, actually, as a matter of fact, for both of those teams, the morale is definitely going to be quite a big thing to play off.
Morale's actually real interesting in this match, as we just go through the first bit of the action phase here, because both of these teams are very friendly with each other. There's a friendly rivalry, so while the tenseness must be there, there's also that little bit of happiness in the back of your mind for your friends on the other team, for their success. But of course, for both teams with their eyes on the prize,
yeah, it's still going to be
a factor.
Yeah, it's still going to be very much of a factor. It's still going to matter at the end of the round, at the end of the map, at the end of the matchup itself as well. That which team will be more successful here. With all the firefights still coming out, both of the teams will still need to be very much careful about whether they want to go in for the peaks. And well, the Ash Charge actually gets caught out by the magnet device, which is quite interesting to me, as ooh, there might be a flame coming out right onto the red stairs, and I don't think Stick is ready for that yet.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Stick is probably going to have to be prepared, but Vladdy also has to be prepared. He gets taken out. Ghoul finding that one, and Bizarre, well, a good start to the round, finding 3. They're looking for another bargain deal here through the wall. Trying to find something here. If they can even it up here, Ferox would be feeling great, but it is a defender on the other side of the wall here. Wherever it is, they've got balls of steel as they're holding still, waiting, trying not to make a sound. Steffi, it's a game of chicken right now. They're both just trying to pre-fire as they peek, looking through the doorway. But off on the other side of the map, Twent picks up a kill into Deptra, and with 2 kills now for the defenders, how are Ferox going to push?
Yeah, for Ferox right now, this is definitely a bit of a stalemate here, considering that, well, the shotgun off Nude is definitely going to be a menace here at such close range, and I'm going to be trying to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Stick tries to go for the trick with the Maverick device, but gets saved up quite substantially by that Evil Eye, and well, this is not what you want right now. Plus, there's also a presence down below, so a C4 is very much warranted out here. So right now, push needs to be pretty much flawlessly executed if they want to have some success here.
Yeah, and it's very hard to do when you've got to go in 3v5. They pick up 1 kill and all of that, but at the end of the day, it's still a 3v5. They had about 10 seconds to go. Time not on their side. Bizarre pick up that win and are looking very strong in this half.
I like how Bizarre just holding their angles steadily. They have 1 or 2 people designated for that aggression, and then the rest of the team is just waiting for the attacking side to make some mistakes, and well, mistakes were done by the attack, and well, we just witnessed pretty much yet another round to be taken away by Bizarre. So overall, I mean, 3 rounds in a row, this is already starting to be like a really good steamroll here by Bizarre against Ferox.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row. I mean, that one, the scoreline doesn't look crazy, but I think it's the 3 rounds in a row that really sells it for me. So, Bizarre, I mean, especially if they can win this round, then they are going to be looking to demolish throughout the rest of this one. Of course, once we swap sides, we'll see if that does change up. Teams do seem to prefer defense. I mean, in all the matches today, the team to pick the side first always pick defense, so teams definitely are preferring that one.
It's just, and to start things off on defense is usually so much easier and so much better for your own morale, considering that just you have that kind of comfort buffer for yourself. That, say, your first half goes really well, you off on a high note, you go into the second half, which is definitely going to be a bit more challenging, all things considered. You go in there, yeah, well, we still have some buffer to play with. So for Bizarre, this is definitely, if they will end up winning this in, say, a 4-2 manner or even 5-1 manner, this will definitely be granting them some really high hopes of winning early on map number 1, which is what's going to matter for them. Whereas on the side of Ferox, well, if they will end up finishing on, say, 4-2 scoreline, this is not going to be ideal, but it's still, they will be able to come back from it. So right now, it's definitely...
Yeah, I mean, hey man, look, Ferox can come back and make it a 3-3 half, and they've already started to move in here on around number 5, of course. Definitely want to make this entry into the building a strong one, because they have had a few early frags where they just lose a member for free, which they can't afford to do in these next few rounds.
That is a good point, yeah. They need to make sure that they make them those shots and make those frags count. And Steffi T is actually on the push up in the bar, and he knows that there's already somebody, but there is a pre-fire through from the from the heaven. Hell is right on the heaven position, but that is a big brain peak.
Cthulhu, I mean, it's for free again, and we also heard the voice cue for Mozzie picking up a drone too, so President's got that. A few shots through the door while a little bit blind. Doesn't find anything, but reveals it. Stick, getting an impact kill. Deptra as well in the background. But eventually he does go down here. Deptra can't get it done. BB picking that one up. Now the numbers are even here. Numbers are even with a minute and a half to go. Ferox, they've got plenty of breach left with the help of Stick and that sledge. They can find these frags through the floor. That could be a great way to move in and finish off the round.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, we saw in the previous matchup in TeamSiNister versus Oddity, we did see what happens when you take and don't take control of the top floor. And well, right now, Bizarre definitely looking a little bit shaky, but that C4 once again strikes back. So it's just at this point, Bizarre can be named the kings of the C4s, really. With Kafe, this is a scary time for Ferox players to go.
If there's a silver lining, it's that was their last C4. So Ferox, with their 2 members remaining, Stick and Vladdy can run in and try and take the 2v3. They've got a few seconds to prepare. They've got to move up the stairs and see if they can find it. And eventually, they do have to start moving in. You can see all the defenders are just holding their ankles. Vladdy has already rushed in. He's lost most of his health. Doesn't trade anything back at all. That is a horrible trade for him at the moment. He needs to find better than that. Needs to find a few kills for free through the wall here. He gets one. He gets one. Vladdy, he has to find it, but his teammate dead. He dies too, and Bizarre pick up round number 5.
Yeah, things are not looking as swimmingly for Ferox here overall, even with the fact that this is their map pick as well. So maybe we will be seeing a turnaround here by Ferox on the second half, but as it stands, things are looking a little bit grim here for what is considered to be the team that just goes into the firefights with just nothing to care about, apparently.
Well, I mean, it's just happened again, Cthulhu. I mean, in that round, again, Bizarre got a kill right early on in the round for free. They didn't even lose any health for it. I'm not sure what utility they use for it, but at that point, I feel like it doesn't matter because they're just getting a man advantage early on. Again, I want to see what a round looks like where Ferox could just take a good even fight near the end, like a good 5v5. I want to see that kind of push, but Bizarre have been shutting it down every single time. It's just they're getting that kill at the start and slowing Ferox down immensely.
And the way how Bizarre will pretty much winning this whole thing is just, like they mentioned in the pre-match interviews, they're trying to minimize their own mistakes because they know how Ferox is potent whenever they manage to emphasize of some of the small mistakes when their opponents make. And whilst at it, they're shutting down the kind of the top, the main fraggers. At this point, it is Steffi, it is Deptra, Stick even to a certain point, and well, now we do see kind of the scoreline difference here. We already have Twent on 7 kills, Ghoul on 5, whereas the only person that is on the highest kill count is Steffi, and even he is barely even going over the 1 KD ratio. So things are not looking all swift here for Ferox, as probably they would have wanted it to be, but at the same time, maybe it's the Kafe curse for them.
It could be, and it could also change as we swap halves, but we have one more round with Ferox on attack, unless we go to overtime, but let's deal with that when we get to it. But for now, Ferox, I just want to see what it looks like when they get all 5 members to later on in the round, and let's see if they can do it here in round 6.
Well, so far, having a fair few players still outside of the building, only now making the move. Ferox looking like they might take the control of the top floor pretty quickly, albeit C4s from below still have something to say about that, and well, Bizarre have been very proficient with utilizing them, so right now things are looking quite stably in advantage of Bizarre.
And every time they go for a breach through the floor, you've got to be worried about that C4. There are three ready for Bizarre at the moment, and we've seen them have great success so far. They still haven't used one yet, and a minute and a half. We're halfway through the round. Ferox is slow. They've already lost half of Stick's health bar as well, so it might not be a frag, but that certainly is. As Ghoul picks it up, is there a trade back? They don't manage to get it, and again, Bizarre, early man advantage. Stick at half health right now. They don't have an Ash. How do Ferox make this final push?
Not too sure, honestly, here, Smite, considering that, yeah, they have taken control of the mining room and they're just about to start opening some of the breach holes up here, but there's also Twent with the C4 once again, and that is Odo on board. That is your main soft breach gone, and you still have presence in the train. You still cannot get rid of it, and that is... Oh my, it's just get out of the C4. It won't be connecting in any shape or form, and finally President will be going down after heavy casualties sustained by Ferox.
Man, what are Ferox going to do here? They're going to start blowtorching through walls. They're going to have to use the impacts for their rotations instead. And the 30 seconds to go, they're going to have to start doing it quickly. Ghoul, even with his low health, takes out Vladdy to Deptra and a half-health Stick who's made it all the way to the end. They've got 20 seconds to make the magic happen, and it's already not looking good. It's just up to Deptra now. Twent holding that line, keeping his eye on him. Deptra, he's just trying to find the electronics, but it's the people he's got to look out for. And Bizarre find him. They win round 6 with a spectacular half for them.
Spectacular indeed. I mean, 5-1 with Twent already now on 9 kills already, just about to drop the 10 bomb. Honestly, this is working out amazingly here for Bizarre. The guys are just seeming to have done all their prep, all their homework, and just been up and ready for this matchup pretty much throughout the whole day. Whereas on the side of Ferox, things are looking most definitely quite shaky, and well, second half will be their time for their redemption if they do want to keep it in their favor eventually.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is that we got to really test Bizarre last week in their previous match against who was it? I think it was PC419, right? Like, they had a pretty nutty match, right? And it went pretty close, right? But they managed to get it done. Oh, sorry, it was Skyfire, right? That was the one that went 2-1. But yeah, it went all the way to the match 3. They were in a lot of pressure, but now they are convincingly in the lead. So they don't even need to show their composure. They don't even need to show their cool demeanor right now. They're already winning.
Exactly. And if they do continue their momentum here, Bizarre can pretty easily take, say, 7-2, 7-1 fashion out here, considering how just mistimed some of the plays were from TeamFerox, unfortunately for them. So, honestly, if things gonna keep up at it, I won't be excluding the fact that we will be seeing yet another 2-0 hit.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, well, we might change your opinion. Let's take a look at the next half. Oh, trying to counter the spawn peak. Does get some good shots. Yeah, but overall, it just doesn't do too much damage, but it gives away his position, which is always, you'll take that. You'll take that.
True. Well, with so far all the prep coming out right now, looking at the overall combination of operators here for Bizarre, it seems just about slightly similar, minus the IQ, I believe. There's a choice of this time Thermite actually too, so you would have 2 hard breaches in case one of them does go down, which actually Ferox didn't practice whatsoever. So for
not even one round.
Not even one round, exactly. And for Bizarre, this will be their kind of insurance policy in some sense, considering that, well, the moment for Ferox, the moment Maverick went down, well, you pretty much forced to go through the choke point that the defense has set up for you.
And that could be the difference that is made here. So, just like Ferox, we've seen Bizarre take the roof pretty quickly, and now they've started to breach in onto the top floor where the bomb sites are. So now going to start breaching through some of these walls here, moving away. And there's a lot of these guys together. They have to be careful of any C4. There is 2 on the defender's side, so they do have to watch out for it. But these sites up here on the top of the building, not going to be a huge amount of defenders below you.
True. And with C4 is now going to be in the hands of the attack. Oh my, this is a full-on push here by President. He doesn't care. 3-speed Maverick just decides to flex his speed. Does go in for a firefight. Cannot find the second frag for himself. So it is going to be going in favor of Ferox, as they do actually off-screen trade out AFX as well for just depth trip.
Yeah, what was that rush? I mean, he just went in so quickly. Almost did win it, but they're still going here. They have just under a minute to go. They're going for the last hard breach here, coming out from Twent. He's looking for some shots through the wall. They don't have the Maverick anymore, so all that hard breach in, it's gone. They've got to go through those holes, go for the peak, and he wins that fight. Twent picking up onto Stick, but in the background, Steffi took out Ghoul. Ghoul, a pretty important person to take out too. So 30 seconds to go. Ferox, they've got the numbers. If Twent can get this kill, he's trying to pre-fire around the corner. Oh no, he doesn't hit any of his shots. The pistol's out now, but both of them survive. He's looking for the kill around the corner. Takes the camera out instead. Oh, it's coming down to the wire.
Well, here's nice pre-fire here by BB, but will be going down to the hands of, I believe, Oda, yeah. As now all the time is being run out. 1v2 situation, Twent is nowhere near the site, and well, Oda is the one that's going to be finishing him off. Round number 7 to go into the hands of Ferox, and well, finally for Ferox, they do find some closure after that first round.
Yeah, and that round just felt like a bit of a slow push that turned into a rush and then slowed down a whole lot after the rush didn't work. I mean, it was interesting. It was a bit of a different play from Bizarre. It clearly didn't work out for them as they didn't win the round. It got maybe a little close, but I mean, not close enough. So I imagine Bizarre are probably going to change up the strategy, probably not do that again. And they're not going for the redundancy on the hard breach, right? They're not bringing a backup, at least if they don't go for the 6th pick here, which it doesn't look like it. So yeah, just going to be the Thermite for the breach here.
I mean, bringing in Thermite here is not a bad idea per se. Considering that, well, President on Maverick pretty much didn't even go for a whole lot of breaching. He just utilized his Maverick's 3-speed, fantastic gun, plus there was some frag grenades. I believe they were barely even used at that point. So for Bizarre, really, there wasn't a whole lot of need to bring in another hard breach here. But for reading and dining I think there just might be need for just a few thermite charges to be done. Apart from that, the main emphasis here is going to be on Ghoul, Zafia, and BB's Buck, as those two operators are going to be key to opening up some sightlines from above onto those two sites.
Yeah, and even some of the soft walls for just rotating around and getting through some of these cheeky little choke points that the defenders would love you to walk through. Ferox are really keen to set you up to walk through a lot of them, especially now that Deptra is running that Pulse. So we've seen the crazy things that Pulse can do. I mean, 3 kills with 1 C4. I mean, you know, if Deptra can get that, then awesome. But, I mean, you're just looking at 1 kill with a C4. Like, that's good enough. Just get it through the floor. It's usually a free trade. And so that's always going to be in the back of Bizarre's mind in this round.
Well, with Bizarre now starting to make their approach, they might be looking at taking the top control once again here. They already showcased that even with general control of the top floor being forfeited, they can still fight back with some of the C4s. Ferox will need to quite heavily defend this, considering that they only have, at this point, 2 C4s, as 1 out of 3 has been already used out by Vlad, and I'm not too sure where it was even used, so maybe it was actually a pre-placed C4, which we're just about to see, and yet another drone to be snatched off by Ferox. Things might start to look quite nice in favor of Ferox, as they're gaining, actually, more utility.
Yeah, well, of course we haven't heard the C4 go off, so I imagine it's planted somewhere. So kind of interested to see how he's done it, but let's see how it goes. Oh, that is a lot of Bizarre just standing on the same spot. If there was someone with some C4, that could be an amazing shot. This is why you social distance, ladies and gentlemen. It's not it's not the disease, it's the C4.
It's the C4, the fear of the explosives.
Just like that. Throwing in, going in, draining the ADS, and well, Ferox can see it's happening. They can see the attackers starting to make their push, and oh, AFX, he's just trying to get a cheeky little peek, see what he can find. But now we go for the breach.
Oda, fantastic response back onto AFX the moment he realizes that the breach is about to happen, and well, does manage to find a tag, but not the right fragments he probably would have wanted. As the breach does happen, and well, it's all up to, I believe, that is Deptra, who's actually hiding in the cocktail lounge. Fragment needs to come out, but oh, snatched away by the magnet device. Oh, that is impressive.
And now, with that, Ferox is another one onto Stick. So Stick finds it on the Twin. Now it's a 5v3, and 1 defender down, another one falls too, and President and Ghoul now are the only ones to remain. Can they get it done in a 2v3 as they cleaned up a few of Ferox? They've got 30 seconds through the floor. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. And they pick it up. Ghoul now evening it up. Takes out Vladdy. Now it's down to a 2v2. Deptra should have all the info. He should be able to find them all. Now through the floor. We need Bizarre to get down onto the side and go for the plot. President going down is going to be disastrous though. Deptra finding that one. Now Ghoul, can he get a 1v2 down? He's also going to get the plot done, and he's only got 10 seconds to do it. Where are the defenders? They're shooting your face off. And Ferox, they get another one on the board here. They're tightening it a little bit up.
Seems that the general trend between both of those teams is the fact that both of them are very much prone to running out of time when they're trying to get any kind of setup going for themselves. So if Ferox will keep on doing the same thing and draining Bizarre's time on and on and on, we just might be seeing maybe even the overtime to come out, considering that only 2 rounds are now dividing Bizarre and Ferox from a draw.
Yeah, and it's also just based on a lot of the frags that Ferox are picking up for free. Again, I mean, denying the breach, yeah, he didn't get the thermite, but he still got someone else on the team for free. That's still pretty awesome. So, yeah, it's not the best result, but it's still pretty good. Again, it's just sort of what we saw from Ferox when they were on attack, right? They lose someone kind of early on, and then from that point, it's just hard to get the job done because you've already run out of like half the round by that point. So. I mean, Ferox looking stronger on defense. Is it strong enough to deny Bizarre winning 1 or 2 more rounds? Who knows? Let's see.
Yeah, this is still very much of a questionable moment, considering that while Bizarre did look really, really strong on the defense, on the offense it seems to be still very much shaky. Just can't seem to find some good angles, can't find some good firefights in their favor to close this out, on at least on their offense, and well, things are seeming to be falling apart time and time.
Okay, Bizarre. They're so close. They want to get that one more round win so they can secure at least overtime. And then even if they, getting 7 rounds would be amazing. They can just pick up the first map here and then start rolling that momentum. Let's see what they can do here in perhaps their last round before match point. Again, just moving up to the roof. Just want to take it over. They've got to worry about quite a lot of C4 coming once again from Ferox. They've got 3 this time. It's a lot of kill potential.
With President actually finally deciding to make a choice for switching over to IQ, Bizarre will now be able to hunt down for some of the utility that Ferox put out there, and there's plentiful of that. There's the electrical, there's the pest devices, there's the ADSs and the mute jam. So President will have a very good time dealing with all of the electronic utility, but for now it seems like a much faster take by Bizarres of the top floor and the middle floor.
Yeah, and they are making their way through. It's getting closer to that halfway mark. President clearing through a lot of the electronics as he goes by, but has to stay alive to near the end to where it's going to matter. There's a lot, like you said. I mean, yeah, it's great that he's going to counter a lot, but he's got a lot to clean up. So let's see if he can find it all. Now going down the stairs, checking out. so close to the mute jammer, but just too much disruption. Now, Bizarre are going to have to make their push very imminently.
Yeah, for Bizarre, already getting Ferox to use up a fair bit of their utility. We'll be fighting the first frag, actually, onto Vladdy out of all the players. And while that is the dock off board, that is the long-range engagements capabilities gone as well. And with 3 people actually swarming those brown stairs right now, Bull needs to start hitting those shots, or at the very least his teammates. And right now, that contention at the bar is going to be quite heavy, especially with that C4 flying in.
Oh man, I was so worried when that C4 was coming in. One does go down though, so they won't get the multi-kill, but Stick, he picks that one up, and just people dying all over the place. And what's going on? 3 attackers now down for Bizarre. Their attack has been shut down by President. President is bringing it back. He's clawing his way all the way to the finish line here. 2v2 still. Ferox could very much still defend this. The shots, just waiting for a defender to come out, waiting for an attacker to come out. Can we find anything? 17 seconds. 15 seconds left.
Ferox has a really good crossfire already set up, but right now there's a dual push coming out right now. Both of the 1v1s needs to be won. Oda does find a kill onto President, and right now the pump shotgun will be finishing off the thermite as well. Ferox to find round number 9, and well, my oh my, it definitely seems like a comeback from Ferox here.
Well, yeah, it's certainly on the way for now. They've got a little bit more to go. Remember, it was a fantastic first half from Bizarre, so they basically, well, they would have to get the exact same thing for Ferox here when they're on defense. And if they wanted to skip overtime, they'd have to have a perfect defense round, a perfect defense half. So it's, yeah, they're evening it. It is a 1-round difference now, but I mean, Bizarre is still pretty close. It's going to come down to this one to really see how the final few rounds going to look.
Yeah, at the end of this round, we will be seeing either a draw between the 2 teams or Bizarre finally claiming themselves a match point to ensure, at the very least, yet another buffer to be made with the overtime.
Defenders, protect your bombs
to be presented for them in case they will end up losing out on yet another set of rounds. But looking at their so far composure of the operators, they haven't made a whole lot of changes here, apart from President really trying to make some of the changes here. He went from Maverick, then on to, I believe it was, not IQ, right before that.
I think he's been IQ for a while. He's at least been IQ for a few rounds now.
Yeah, he brought an IQ on a fair few rounds before, but at the very beginning of the second half, there was another
that was ages ago.
5 seconds
Yeah,
to go.
well, either way, there were a few changes that were done by President here,
Attackers are moving out to
and
locate a bomb.
he was the only one who changed around his roles. Whilst on the side of Ferox, you have a continuous change around.
A bomb has been located.
Time and time, you see Vladdy either go on dock or Jaeger, and just trying to continuously keep up that dynamic operator choice coming out here.
I love how much respect you're seeing for Bizarre, giving it out to Ferox. Like, you're expecting them to be in these windows, you know, that, because, you know, some of these guys are friends and, you know, they've known each other for quite a while. They expect them to do cheeky little things like that. And so they know that maybe it'll happen, and you know what? They were right. You can see Twent's actually already taking a few shots here. Nothing too disastrous, but does stop the spawn peeking at least.
Yeah, the spawn peaks are definitely a very interesting touch here by Ferox, trying to slow down Bizarre even further, as right now, well, the two drones are now just trying to decide on how they're going to go about that pest drone, as neither of them want to get snatched away by...
Yeah, it's a little drone conversation. Like, oh, how do you think we're going to get past that? Oh, mate, I don't think I've seen one of these before. Or don't go near it, mate. Or it's called the pest. It'll jump right on you. And then by then the round's finished. So that's why drones don't have conversations.
Exactly. And that's why we don't have yet the talking AI between the two of them.
Come on, Ubisoft. Next patch. I want talking drones. I'll pay you money. Give me some skins with talking drones.
Oh boy. Well, meanwhile, while all the conversation coming out, the utility drain is back in the play as the ADS eats up another set of the flashbangs before the breach will start happening. And there it is, there's the breach right into the freezer room and supply room, and well, for now, not a single bit of engagement to be done yet.
Yeah, I mean, no one really wants to poke their head through, but eventually, you know, Bizarre does have to. They do have to be the ones to initiate here. And so, just being very careful about it. They probably want to get a few more drones in beforehand, just to get the last bit of information. This is going to be the 5v5 push that we were basically waiting for. Ghoulmouth has already got a kill for free. No one seems to be trading back. In fact, it's actually Twent picking up another kill while his team is going for the plant. Everything's looking up for Bizarre right now. They've got the plant down. They're picking up more kills. It's looking like it's a flawless round if they can get one more kill. And there it is.
There it is. Finally, Bizarre do manage to break their loss streak here whilst being on attack and actually claiming the first attacking win here for themselves. So it does push them onto a match point, ladies and gentlemen. So it's only one round away for Bizarre to make the win here and push themselves to the next map, which is also their choice, interestingly enough. So Coastline should be very much of a barn burner, considering that Ferox are also quite proficient on Coastline. So it will go down to pretty much the fragging potential of either of the team. And well, Reading Hole and Fireplace will be the next choice of Ferox's defense.
Yeah, and let's also talk about the fact that now with Bizarre getting that 6th round win, they get so much breathing room, right? Remember, this is an elimination match, maybe not this map specifically, but the series is. And so they've got that breathing room to get their first win. They don't have to worry, at least for a few more rounds, right? They just need to pick up one more, don't let Ferox pick up the 2, and just skip that overtime, right? Whereas for Ferox, now the pressure's on. They can't drop another round for a few more rounds, and then they still have to go to overtime. It's a rough setup for sure. They can take solace in the fact, though, that defense has been going pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to make the most of their progress on defense, and Reading Room and Fireplace is definitely going to be a prime position for them to make play, but they will need to make sure that they are keeping firm control of the second floor as well as the top floor, as the moment Bizarre would realize that, hey, there's no presence up on the side, they could go for a pretty easy plant and then just watch the chaos ensue from the distance.
And Bizarre's a team that would do that. Like, they would love to do something like that. So, really keen to see if they can manage to get it done, if they even notice it. So, one defender is actually pushed up quite forward if they see him through the window, or like get a few shots in just to find out that he's there, but they don't even check. He goes for the run out! Deptra, are you kidding me? But he gets traded back here. Alright, well, that's Deptra off the board, but so is AFX.
And AFX's utility will pretty much allow Ferox to have a free reign over the flanks, considering that no more of the air jabs will be there, and I don't think any of them were really used, so for Bizarre they will now need to be wary continuously about their back flank, as that could come around very quickly without any sound cues or any warnings.
Yeah, and so early on into the round 2, so now they have to deal with that as well. But Bizarre, like we said, they have that little bit of breathing room in this round. They don't have to worry too much about the pressure, but they've got the time here. On 1:50 left to go, and they've taken over a large amount of the building so far.
Yeah, having the good positional control here for Bizarre as well as Ferox will be key here for success. Some really nice punch holes there being shot at Ghoul as the man cannot trade the damage back, and right now, well, things are starting to look a little bit shaky here considering that all the flashbangs are starting to fly in. There could be a team flash as well, with so far still 2 of the defenders are very much present at the cocktail lounge. There is a flank coming around. BB does find the frag grenade, but will get instantly traded out. Steffi finds yet another one, and right now this is just a full-on bloodbath coming out here by Ferox.
Yeah, and Ferox probably going to buy themselves yet another round here. Twent, the lone attacker here, he has a minute to get a 1v3 done against 3 full health defenders. They don't have any C4, so he's got that, but he's got no health after taking those few shots, and he has to go in. He would have had to get every shot first, and he does not do that. So Ferox winning another round, staying alive here on map number 1.
Yeah, Ferox right now, they only 1 round away, I believe, from from equaling things up and pushing it into overtime. As same as goes for Bizarre, they only 1 round away from the victory here on the first map, and this one is going to be where each and every frag is going to count for both of those teams, and Kitchen and Service will be potentially the final battleground here between the 2 teams before we transition over to Coastline.
And it's just going to let that 6th pick come out because I do not expect Frost to come out here in a do-or-die round for Ferox. I'm going to go ahead and go for that Bandit. So it's going to be a little bit of a little Bandit Thermite chicken game in this one. I imagine denying that breach is going to be very important for Ferox if they can, if they can manage to deny the breach. Twent has managed to get off most of his Thermite charges. There hasn't really been too much success in denying him doing that. So Bizarre have had a lot of free reign in where they go throughout their attacks.
Yeah, it's rather just reading it on some of the more unorthodox plays whenever, say, Twent would go for a Thermite charge placement. The rest of the team wouldn't be really expecting a C4 flying through one of the cracks or similar to that case. So there were a few things that were missed out by Bizarre, and I gotta say, in the previous round, Ferox had a fantastic setup at the top floor where those magnets were pretty much the prime example of just how much utility you need to drain before even making a confident push for the attack. Just the sheer amount of grenades that were eaten up by ADS and by magnets was insane. Yeah,
but that's the kind of defense that they were going for, and so Ferox set up pretty well. No runouts here on this round. Here, the final round before we go to overtime, we'll just end the round entirely. And so it's just looking like every other round so far. Bizarre securing the roof, Bizarre going down, getting the next floor, and just setting up a few traps here and there to cover each of their angles. But they're going to have to make their way down through the building here to get to the sites.
A bomb has been located.
You know, a pretty quick take of the top floor yet again by Bizarre BB. Not wasting a single second as he will just make sure to face check the top floor, and that is the full control there. On the stable ground, by the way, so no C4s from below will be able to take out any of the attackers, at least until they position themselves over to the cocktail. And now it seems that the defense is setting pretty tightly all just around the ground floor. Not a single person close by to the top, to the second floor, apart from what I believe is, I think that was a Mozzie by the brown stairs, which could be the first point of contention here between the 2 teams.
Yeah, he might have heard something, but Steffi, he gets a C4 kill into BB, and now maybe with the one-man advantage, Ferox could even it up and take us to overtime, but the Fat Lady has not sung a single song yet, so let's wait and see if maybe Bizarre can get a 4v5 done. They know where the bomb site is, they've got a great position throughout most of the buildings so far. They've just got to get through these defenders.
They have all the peek holes done here, even with the fact that BB is gone. As well as that, Ghouls Utility is still very much all alive and well, and there's going to be no contention for Twins breaching charge. So that's going to be free real estate as well for Bizarre. So also many avenues are being opened up here for the attacking team, and for Ferox, well, their playground will be tightening and becoming smaller and smaller by a minute as, oh, he sees... Cool, does see the feet of the Mozzie, but does not emphasize of that play. Does need to go in for a very aggressive play, but there's also crossfire at the bar as well. AFX does find a shot onto Steffi, but not before Ghoul does get traded out by Deptra. Overall, it is definitely going potentially in favor of Ferox. With the time running out, 15 seconds left to go.
15 seconds remaining.
This could still be very much clutchable, but the plant needs to go down on the double as all the pre-fires and all the crossfires are being held here by Ferox. Will be ensuring that pretty much the success will be going into their favor. Not a single bit of help will be coming out from Bizarre, and well, Ferox do push this into the overtime.
So both teams actually taking a 5 1/2 on defense. So this is going to make overtime very interesting. We start off things with Ferox still on defense here, and you know, because both teams look great on defense, you'd expect them to win it here. Bizarre only managing to pick up 1 win here against them on this. So the question is, I mean, they've had 6 goes at it. They've only won 1. What can they do here to make it win here on the 7th? Like, it's going to be the difference maker, because Ferox get, if we, you know, go win, and then win, like trade wins, then Ferox are going to get 2 rounds on defense.
Look, I mean, for Ferox right now, they are in a pretty decent position, considering that their defense so far has been really well constructed.
Attackers need to locate.
They might be looking at finding themselves the win at the end of the overtime, like you said, with the 2 defensive rounds, comparative to Bizarre's only a single one that's going to be in the middle. Right now for Bizarre, this is the do or die. They have 2 players that, well, actually, matter of fact, 3 players who are just absolutely popping off, and they do need AFX and BB to pick up the pace as well, considering that so far the 3 players, yes, they have been doing quite some work, but all that work, all that advantage in the first half just got negated to the fullest as they're now forced into overtime. So right now, Bizarre are looking at a bit of a almost grim picture, really.
Yeah, and so their attack has not looked good. It's looking rough now in overtime, as they're not going to be on defense for the majority of it. So once more, just like the last 6 rounds, we're checking for the spawn peaks. We're checking for any naughty Ferox members who are going to be poking their head out, maybe even going for a run out. And you can even see they're quite close. They're just on the other side of the wall here, and so I wonder what they're trying to do here as the Claymore goes down.
Claymore should ensure some insurance against some of the runouts, albeit at the very least it should ensure a trade. But on the side of Ferox, I don't think they might be looking at any of the runouts, apart from the fact that there is one of the players that just gathering some good amount of information, but that is a good position for an air jab as well to hide it away.
Yeah, very tricky sticking it on a very small little object, and so it should work out pretty well. But now they've run down 1 minute. Bizarre are going to have to find something. That is a great start. If Ghoul now gets out of here alive, and he does, he's perfectly fine. He's back even looking for another kill, and just instead goes out the window. But this defender who is sitting on the stairs is probably sweating quite a lot at the moment.
Yeah, for Ghoul right now, he's the top fragger of his team, and he needs to keep up the frag count. He needs to ensure that his team will be winning, but Otis has something to say about that. BB off the board yet again. The Buck cannot get any bit of break really here, as AFX's Repel doesn't seem to net any kind of success really, as he did have the drop, he did have the positioning advantage, but yet another C4 flies out, and it's yet another frag for Ferox.
Oh man, and Ferox still have another C4. 1 minute left. They've got the plant denial. They've got more people. Bizarre have won 3v4s before, but on attack, it hasn't looked good. Their chances have looked pretty grim. So they're just going to rely on maybe trying to find a peak before even starting the round. They still have to worry about that C4. One of them randomly finding a C4 kill here could secure the round for Ferox. some good information coming out from the drone, and actually there it is, Deptra. Not a C4, but just a shooting ghoul now. One of the most important members through the floor here. Another attacker falls. Bizarre have one remaining, and it's AFX. And I feel like I've said this before, I feel like I've said it a lot. 1v4s do not happen often.
Well, it certainly looks like AFX will be giving his absolute best, but with time running out, things are not looking all well. Finds yet another down, actually. 1v2 situation. Tries to go in for a QE peak, but with all the crossfires being held here, it's just unclutchable here. Ferox do manage to find round 13, and, well, this is their advantage here now in the overtime.
And it was going so well, it was working out for Bizarre. It was looking like one of the rounds where, yeah, maybe they could win an attack round, but suddenly, C4 was there, and they lost, what, 2 people to C4, and then someone quickly afterwards. So one gadget taking out many members of Bizarre, shutting them down. They don't get that win on attack, which I feel like they really needed. They're, I'd say, favored here to win this defense as they swap the routes, because like I said before, both teams had a 5 1/2 on defense. But that said, what does it look like when they swap back? But I mean, we'll get there when we get there. Ferox could just win here. Let's take a look.
Look, bottom line is right now for Bizarre is this is their round for the taking. This is where they make the push, make the comeback, and push it to the very final round of the overtime overall, considering that Bizarre are at a precipice of losing this map, and neither of us, I would have to say, would have expected this kind of outcome at the very beginning of this map, considering that we saw at the first half a 5-1 advantage for Bizarre, 4 rounds, and all of that gone in a matter of pretty much, well, second half.
Yeah, and we talked about this match being maybe not as mentally crushing, but it's still an elimination match, and it can still feel bad, even if you are playing against friends. So here, Bizarre, I mean, they're still once again being put to the test. We talked about the fact that they were super ahead, and it was cool to see what they can do when they're ahead, but we're back to where they're, you know, they've got to get their composure going. They've got to stay cool, calm, and collected to see if they can still hold this one out.
Yeah, calm and collective play is definitely going to be the go here. Actually, as a matter of fact, for both of the teams, but seeing as Ferox were able to do some really, really good defense and being able to keep their overall composure of their positions for quite a long time before getting naded or start seeing some utility, there's quite some job to be now cut out for them on their own offense. As looking at the overall lineup, actually, this might just be a little bit easier for Ferox to pull it off, considering that's only an ADS that they need to worry about. That would be extinguishing their projectile utility.
It's been a little while since we've seen Ferox on attack, so let's remind everyone that they did lose a frag very early on in a lot of their attacks, and it slowed them down. They ran out of time, they didn't have the numbers near the end. So it could look different if they don't lose that one frag at the beginning. So slowly moving in. Remember, all the C4 kills have been very easy and very often on Kafe, so you see 3 C4 still remaining for Bizarre. I mean, at any point, you could take an attacker out.
Yeah, those C4 were an absolute menace to deal with, considering that, yeah, Bizarre were extremely proficient on that. It actually can be said about Ferox, as they were able to find some really naughty kills with those C4s, but right now, with already half a round gone, more than half a round as a matter of fact, only now the engagements might just start happening as all the pre-fires start getting exchanged.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to start happening. Things are going to start moving as we hit that 1 minute mark. Ferox know they've got to go in. They've got to start making these peaks. And Ghoul, oh no, he's lost half of his health bar. No one's lost anything on Ferox. That's a bad start. You need Ghoul in these final moments here.
There's so plentiful amount of times when the Bizarre member was really down low on health, and he was still able to make quite a difference there. So still, everything can be done. With 45 seconds left to go, a flurry of kills is just about to start happening, and a bloodbath is most certainly pretty much going to ensue here. The plan will be attempted here as, oh, there's the pixel position for Stick to try to go in for the plan, but and no C4s are starting to get thrown out.
Oh, okay, well they go for the interrupt there, or maybe it was a cancel, but Steffi is traded away too, and now the firefight really begins, and before you can even blink, so many members have been dropping here. One remains now for Ferox. Vladdy, can he win it for his team right here and now? Or will Bizarre clean it up and take us to round number 15?
It certainly seems like round 15 is definitely on the board as Twin does some fantastic flank job there for his team, ensuring that Ferox will not be finishing this map just yet. Now it is all up to Bizarre. This is the final round, overtime match point between those two teams, and whoever wins this will be going into Coastline with a map advantage and potentially the chance to knock out the opponent team out of LPL Pro Series.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the best feeling to take the first game in a best of 3, so both teams are going to be fighting very hard during this last match, so let's focus entirely on it here as the final picks do come out here. It's going to be Doc to come in again, so neither team really saying it's our lineup that's the problem, it's our operators that are the problem. No, it's the execution, and I would definitely agree. So coming into it now, it's Ferox once more on that defense, and we talked about how good it is to be on defense here for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, so far defense has been seeing just about almost 90 to 95% success, as I believe only 2 rounds were won overall from throughout the whole map on offense. The rest was done on defense, and that is quite a scoreline.
Yeah, that's something else when you start talking about stats. I mean, I still can't even believe we're in overtime after that first half. What a ridiculous position we are in here. But one more time, Bizarre, they've got their final chance to make this attack work here on Kafe. Can they find it? Once more, they're probably going to be checking these windows. They know that Ferox can be naughty, can be going for these peaks, even runouts we've seen from them. I wouldn't put it past them to do it on the final round here in overtime.
Certainly on the board, a little bit of a lag there by Twent, a bit of a running on the spot, getting some cardio going in there for himself. But for Bizarre, yeah, I mean, looking at their lineup, it's still just about the same as it was many rounds before. They have all the utility that is needed, really, for this play. They have all the information. It's the sheer fact that BB was going down very early into the rounds and wasn't able to find a whole lot of openings for himself is what definitely been hurting Bizarre's lineup on the offense. And certainly looks like, well, if he won't be too careful, he just might catch another bullet to the head and won't be able to really help his team achieve the win, potentially. That is all still very much of a theory or craft here, ladies and gentlemen, as both of the teams are very much able to run away with a win here.
Well, the great thing is we can sit back and watch here as we're here in the final round, just a little under halfway now, and Bizarre have made some solid progress throughout the building. They've got that vertical play. Now is the point when they have to say, we can't get hit by C4 again. It cannot happen. We cannot let it happen again. They have to be extra careful. Just getting all the information, all the droning intel that they can here as they go into the final moments.
Yeah, right now losing any player early on into the round or early on into the firefight is going to be pretty much the death sentence here for either one of the teams. And well, losing out on so much of the drone utility is going to be huge also as well. Ghoul allowing that drone to be yoinked away by Mozzie, and well, oh, the position of one of the defenders have been exposed at the VIP dining room as President does take a huge amount of damage, but so is Vladius. He's just about, oh, wait, some friendly fire coming out. What are you doing, President?
Yeah, I had to double check the name there to make sure he's shooting the wrong guy, but Deptra onto AFX, that's the first kill to open things up here, and it's going to be a bloody firefight as we go into it. Already it's a 3v3. Now, BB, he doesn't find it either. Bizarre are falling, but so are Ferox. Everyone is dropping down. BB on low health, but Gulmao the star of Bizarre right now. 14 frags, full health, up against Ogre and Steffi T along with his teammate BB. They've got 15 seconds to go. We've seen Bizarre run out of time before. Are they going to run out? It's all up to Cool now. He's got to get the magic done. 8 seconds to go. I don't think that Ferox is going to let him do it. I think Ferox, no, only one defender remains. He's got to go in, but with 1 second to go, he's just going to let the clock run out. Ferox win the round and win the game here. Taking map number 1.
What an extremely close contestation here by Ferox. It is, I mean, I'll say that again, I was not expecting Ferox to come out victorious from this one, especially after 5-1 scoreline in the first half. So, I mean, just, first of all, congratulations to Ferox, first of all. Second of all, for Bizarre, this is very much of an unfortunate outcome. But I do believe that maybe for map number 2, this is where they might just make the comeback here.
Yeah, well, guys, look, that match went on for such a long time, all the way to the very end, that we're going to have to take a bit of a breather here. We're going to go to a quick 3-minute break before we get into map number 2 of the series, so we'll see you then. Oh yeah, we are back and we're still right in the middle of a series right now. Ferox have already taken the first map against Bizarre in their best of 3. However, it really went all the way down to the wire. They literally came back from 1 round and it was insane. And even at the very end, in the final rounds, went down to the last second. So, oh man, if you're ever going to watch any rounds of Siege, those ones are some pretty good ones. But Cthulhu, we're still here. We're in the middle of the series. That was, I believe, Ferox's pick. So now we're moving on to Bizarre's pick. And I'm keen to hear your thoughts on this one, right? Because, again, we're going to Coastline. We've seen this one a few times tonight. Well, you know, once tonight in the earlier series. But Coastline, so we're going back. And Bizarre, why would they pick this one?
I mean, for Bizarre, this is definitely a bit more linear map. I've mentioned that before, that just word in general, and it definitely a little bit more frag heavy. You do still require quite some coordination on the push. You still need some good understanding of where do you want to push to take control of the situation. But overall, say comparative to Kafe, there's going to be way less times when you will be running out of time, and it's mainly just going to be the win by the rounds just due to the frag. So for Coastline, this is definitely going to be a bit more of almost a deathmatch kind of turnout between the two teams. Yeah, technically team deathmatch with the way how I would imagine some of the rounds will go. It will pretty much be finished in a matter of just a couple of minutes. So honestly, I'm expecting just an absolute bloodbath from both of the sides. I'm not too sure as to who will win because so far this has been probably as close as it can be of a contention. But hey, if we're following the trend, this could very much be just whoever gets the most wins on the defense wins.
Yeah, well, I mean, that has been the trend over not just today, but the last few weeks, right? Teams have been succeeding a lot more on defense. It shows, I mean, teams are picking defense first on pretty much any time they get the option to. So, of course, you know, with Ferox not being their map pick, they're going to be on defense first on this one too. So, yeah, I feel like we're not truly going to know what this map is going to look like until we get past the halfway mark, because I mean, we had 5-1 scoreline and they lost in map 1. So
that's the most mind-blowing thing, that it started off with a 5-1. It started off so close for Bizarre. They were that close. I'm pretty sure the web camera can catch this. But all of a sudden, the moment Ferox went on defense, it was just all nullified. All of their progress that Bizarre made, it was just non-existent. And with Coastline, I would have to say that it's slightly less inclined towards defense, but I still have a feeling that we might just be seeing quite a defender-heavy sided matchup here in general, considering that both Bizarre and Ferox had a bit of a shaky performance on their offense.
Yeah, and again, a lot of it did come down to some of these early frags. A lot of C4 was involved in a lot of those frags too. So maybe now being on a more linear map, maybe we don't see that happen a little bit, but let's go into it. Let's get into map number 2 here. Let's go to Coastline and let's talk bans. It's been a while since we saw the last round's bans, but I think most of them were pretty standard. I think we saw Mira and Echo Buck was definitely not banned, so interesting to see that one taken away. But it was banned in Coastline back in the previous series.
Yes. I was just about to actually make that point. Yeah, Buck was banned at the very first map of tonight's matchups, and well, usually there will be a Thatcher follow-up, but I think this will be a Jackal. Well, neither actually is going to be Capitao to be banned out, considering that his utilities, like I mentioned before, extremely useful at denying the area.
Yeah, and again, no one wants to deal with that. You see Capitao banned all the time. Valkyries either picked or banned quite often, more often picked, so it's kind of interesting to see it banned, but not too surprising, especially coming into Coastline. So one more ban, you're probably looking at
Mirror.
something like Echo or Mirror coming out, probably Mirror, but Echo is always a possibility.
Definitely
but there it is, Mirror.
Yeah, but yeah, probably the only big unusual, well, it's still unusual for me to be honest, is the Buck ban on Coastline, because up until recently, the main person that would be banned out is Jackal, because he's extremely potent on this very map, as it doesn't really leave a whole lot of nooks and crannies to be left around, and well, for Jackal, this is pretty much free real estate to utilize and to get himself some good times on his utility. Pardon, I slightly got out of breath there.
That's
But
all right.
Penthouse and Theater.
We all love our good times on utility. So, okay, so it does get locked in. We're going to see a clash here. In fact, actually, looking at the rosters overall, these operators are quite different to what we saw on Coastline in the earlier series today.
Most definitely. I think the only person that is staying in there is probably Legion and maybe Castle. The rest are very much new to
Defenders, protect your bombs
the overall playout.
by attackers.
Clash, first time throughout the whole day so far, be utilized. And also, Penthouse and Theater will be the first time utilized by the defenders here. So, honestly, I'm keen.
How did Oda already take damage?
I think that's the
kinda
impact
worked out.
grenade. That's
Yeah,
impact grenade.
I think someone threw an impact because, yeah, no, I think it was Stick because he's only got one. So
Yeah.
already a little bit fun. At least it wasn't like in his
10
face.
seconds left.
That could have been devastating and very hilarious. I wonder what was going on there. But
5
in
seconds
any
to
case,
insertion.
it's just one impact down, a little bit of health down for Oda.
Attackers must locate
So
and defuse a bomb.
probably shouldn't change a huge amount. But if we get to the end of the round and they can't make a rotation because they don't have an impact, we know we can blame Stick.
Well, Stick still managed to open up a rotation hole. They were able to rotate into the VIP. So
Right,
whatever
of
job that was there, it is done. And well, Ferox just nearly missed out an opportunity on a frag, as that would have been a pretty easy one. But I gotta say, I'm interested how will Oda play Clash, because Clash is so rarely used just due to her being continuously either locked out due to some of the glitches or bugs, that it is usually whenever we do see her, they do generate quite some hype around her, as it's a frag is heaven. You have a mobile mirror window that relays all the information and soaks up all the damage for you. How nice is
and
this?
yeah, just and on defense too, which is the best
And
thing
on defense as
ever.
well, yeah.
You get a shield on defense. Always great. So now we can take a look at the health bars and see that Gulmau has actually lost a pretty big chunk too. So that's a bad start to this round here for Bizarre. It's already not looking fantastic, and they've taken over a minute to start getting positions, maybe start making a few holes to find a few peaks. But at this point, they're still far from the objective side.
Yeah, well, there's currently some rally happening around the DJ booth as BB President and I believe maybe Ghoul were hanging around. They do find that rotation hole as well. Oda was evidently quite knowledgeable about the fact that there was going to be a flank, but I am curious how will the rest of the roster will play this out, because AFX already just found a kill into Vladis, that is minus your castle. And now it's all up to the remaining 4, well, technically 3.5, with Clash kind of unable being an active participant in the firefights. We'll have to fight back on the onslaught of Bizarre.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to Oda's positioning and whether he can enable any of his team here, because they have to pick up a free frag. The numbers advantage is not looking great. Deptra picking up Twent is a great start. BB, though, trading it back just takes away any progress they really got from that. AFX has already lost a little bit of health too. And now, with only 40 seconds to go, you've got to start asking, is Bizarre going to be able to get in?
Yeah, well, they still have 30 seconds left to go. Steffi does manage to find a really nice side angle thanks to Clash. And, well, while the plant is still going to be starting to happen well right now, that Clash needs to start making some work here, considering that, well, time is still there. And the Echo drone will still going to be able to do some work. There's some fantastic peeks by Oda as well. And now it's all up to the remaining player of AFX on the double window. 10 seconds left to go. He doesn't have the diffuser and, well, doesn't have the life anymore as Stick just finishes him off.
Oh man, I was kind of hoping he would go and clash up the window, just block him from walking in to go for the, deny the plant. But regardless, shooting him in the face is also a pretty good idea too. It wins you the round. And there we go, Ferox starting off strong. I mean, they've already got their first round win. They did it from a pretty rough position too.
It wasn't off a deficit in the man count at the very beginning of the round. And, well, I gotta say, that Clash paid off. As sad as it sounds for most of the players that play Siege on a higher end of the spectrum, where they realize that, well, Clash is one of the most hated operators as well. that one time, she worked out pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, you could see near the ends when Bizarre was starting to make their final pushes. You know, they had like half their team left. Clash just enabling them to, like you said, like in a mobile. Well, not a mobile mirror window. You could just see everything.
Not only that, it was also thanks to Steffi T on the Echo for delaying the diffuser just enough so that Stick would be able to go on a flank, because it was Stick who got the kill, but it was because the planter was so distracted on just trying to get the plant down.
Well then, we move on to round 2 here, and Ferox, I mean, they hardly ever dropped a defense round in the previous map, so it shouldn't be too much surprise if they start doing very well here on defense. I'd like to see what they look like when their round starts off a lot stronger. Maybe they get a bit of spawn damage, but maybe they don't find it here. But maybe something else. Maybe they just end up near the end of the round with more people alive, essentially.
Hey, if they do that, this could be the big win for them as well, considering that, well, if you do stay alive, this is also a good aspect of the game. But for now, well, it's just drones, and the attack will need to just gather as much information as possible before any kind of pushes will start to happen.
Yeah, I feel like for Bizarre's sake, they probably just want to step up the speed or find a quick frag or something so they can take it quicker, because, like you said before, they find themselves quite often near the end of the round with not a lot of time. And there is Vladdy with 3 whole gas grenades on smoke.
Yeah, those gas grenades going to come in handy, as well as that. The 2 C4s on the side of Steffi and Deptra will be most definitely quite useful as... well, for now, it seems that Bizarre are taking quite nice, quick control of the top floor. No contention whatsoever. There is some roaming and some C4s coming out, as Vladdy, I believe, took some friendly damage from that C4. But on the side of offense, nobody really received that damage as well. Not a single even bit of shrapnel.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're Bizarre, you can be stoked that you don't have to worry about another C4, so there's only one more remaining. You just got to try and bait that one out. Half the round is now down. Looks like Bizarre are going to be rotating down, and they do have a defender just around the corner here. They'll drone him out, and they're going to have to run it quickly. Have they actually seen him just yet? Because he's still behind. Oh, right, yeah, he's behind the thing. So he's not going to be seen just yet. Hide and seek champion.
If he does manage to keep himself hidden there, that will be a pretty big misplay there by Bizarre if they don't drone him out. Considering that from there he can deny quite a whole lot of plays, and with those magnets denying so much utility, this could be huge. Oda to go down to the hands of AFX once again. It's Bizarre opening up the kill feed, but as it stands, really, last time it happened, there were then a plentiful amount of trades
Doesn't matter.
from the defense.
Doesn't matter because they've got 40 seconds to go, and even with the man advantage, that can be rough. But now it's looking a little better. President gets his plant down, and the gas grenades, they might deny any reinforcements, but they will not deny the plant, and it goes down. And now Ferox have to come in and retake it, and AFX getting that next kill is going to make it impossible. The 2v4 miracle play here. One gas grenade, but with the plants already down, it's not going to be all that useful. Counter defusing. Vladdy, no. Okay, he gets taken out. I was a little worried, but Bizarre clean it up and win the round.
So now that the two teams traded the points, oh, that was a bit of a cheeky position as well. Now that the teams have traded the points, now we're at the point where we kind of got to gauge a little bit how can Bizarre perform their push, but also how can Ferox do their defense. And well, for now, it's the main name of the game for Ferox is going to be prevent any, and I mean any kind of entry anywhere close to the site for Bizarre. And as soon as Ferox will be able to achieve that, as soon as they will be able to slow them down up to just about approximately, say, 30 seconds, that's where they're going to be able to win, because firstly, there's going to be the time pressure onto Bizarre players. That's one, and one, two, you're going to be making quite a whole lot of mistakes, and Ferox are very well known to be able to make quite some huge plays off small mistakes.
Yeah, they'll punish you. They'll see your weakness and just send it right through. Another thing I want to mention as well is the fact that now we've seen both teams win, while Ferox is on defense. So this is going to be the round that really makes the game changer, right? Where we see, does Bizarre win 2 rounds? So they are now looking a little stronger on attack. And even if it's only a 2 and 4 half, it's still stronger than what we saw in the earlier maps. So I think this round is going to be very important, especially based on how clean Bizarre can get the win, if they can get the win, that is.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the rather more challenging sites for Bizarre to take, considering that when we saw Sinister versus Oddity play, Sinister were able to completely deny any kind of advancement apart from the fact that the attacking team was able to take the aquarium. And that was pretty much just better. The rest of the top floor was completely and thoroughly in control of Sinister. So if Ferox can do a similar case here and prevent any kind of advancement on the top floor, well, they just might be able to net themselves a win.
Okay, and now a little cheeky drone hiding spot as well means he's going to be able to bring it in nice and early, see what he can find, but with all that barbed wire in the way, probably not going to find anything this early on with drones at least. So probably have to push a little closer, and Gulmau with that kill onto Vladdy makes it a little easier to push that bit closer, because now that one-man advantage for Bizarre, this could be looking like a strong attack.
Not only it's a one-man advantage, it's also a kill onto a smoke, so that is so much utility also denied from the side of the defense, which does make things heaps easier. As well as that, Steffi T is on severe lack of health, and that could mean that in his next firefight he will be losing it out quite severely. So the main savior here is also going to be Steffi T, as he is the only one that has remote plant denial in face of C4.
Yeah, so you definitely need to keep an eye out for him as well. Just overall, I see 4-4 Ferox in this round. And, maybe it's not as impactful here on Coastline, but it's still a very, very useful tool later on, especially when you have no gas grenades. So, yeah, Steffi T has to stay alive. He knows how important he is. A minute 20 to go, and Bizarre probably pushing soon. Going for a peek, looking around, pre-firing, but there's someone behind the bar, and he knows, he smells it. And he shoots him right in his little face.
Yeah, but meanwhile, it is Deptra that does find the trade, so things that, well, were looking somewhat promising, but Ghoul has something to say about that, fully denies the rotation of the Jaeger player, and now it is all up to, once again, 2 players of Ferox. One is extremely lit up and will be finished off by the Nomad, and all up to Oda, the Vigil of Ferox, does manage to find the shot, but no more. Not a single extra kill will be there, as Bizarre to manage to find themselves now more wins on offense than they did on the whole of map of Kafe.
I mean, that's if you count overtime, it's the same. So you know, we still have to get here around there before we have to get their 3rd win on attack. But I'd say just looking at the way that round went, that's looking a lot better. It's looking a lot more confident for Bizarre. I feel like they can have another good attack round, and I feel like if they can pull it off, their defense half could even look better.
It certainly looks like Bizarre much more prepared for Coastline rather than Kafe. Considering that on offense, they just might be able to take some more wins here against Ferox. Kitchen and service entrance will be a retry here from Ferox on the defense, as they are this time making some changes to their roster. Bringing in a Goyo this time, and I'm not too sure whether it's a TCSG or a Vector Goyo, but nonetheless, it's a Goyo. One or another, and well, his utility should be really good at denying plentiful of projectiles in collaboration with the Giga's ADSs.
Yeah, there's just a lot of protection there for his Vulcan shields, so he can hunker down, he can buy a whole lot of time. I like that because Ferox are pretty strong at that sort of play. Again, you look at their defenders lineup, but the fact that Goyo gets to bring along a C4 as well is going to throw in a whole lot more kill potential, and I think kill potential in this game, Bizarre versus Ferox, is just so important, right? Like, these random frags have been setting off these rounds just for a win pretty much consistently.
Yeah, the main question though for me here, Matt, is the fact that with so much electrical utility, there's the ADSs, there's the Goom Mines, there's the pests. Why are we only seeing the IQ? Because since stature has not been banned out really at all here, and I'm confused here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to think about. Ghoul, actually, getting Steffi is pretty fun, but yeah, the no Thatcher is pretty interesting. It's just, it's banned so often, I always thought it was banned in this one, but I was like, hey, hang on. Were there 4 other people banned? But yeah, you're right. So this round here, Thatcher or not, it's still looking great for Bizarre. They got that kill. Yeah, Ghoul took a bit of damage in return, but he's still looking very strong. That's the Mosley off the table now, so pests are much less of an issue. So yeah, Bizarre, once again, they set themselves up great for an attack.
Getting rid of Steffi T, one of the 2 C4 users as well, is going to be quite huge here, considering that he was the one that was popping off on Kafe, especially on the offense. So, well, actually, make it both offense and defense, but for now it's up to Stick to utilize his C4 correctly, as there is a creeping flank coming out from Ferox, and I'm not too sure whether there is enough presence up above to counter it, really.
Yeah, and as that clock gets closer to 0, that flank is going to start to come out and get its dividends and start paying off. Coming in through the window, BB trying to find some defenders in there. Up the stairs too is going to be a bit of a face-off down the lines. They don't find anyone just yet. And now that clock, it's still ticking down, so Bizarre do need to move in. We've got a good position, but a 5v4 as the clock gets closer to 0, it gets less comfortable. Oh, Twent lit up a lot. In fact, he's very low.
Yeah, Twent took some punishment there, and we'll be trying to go in for the peak, but the TCSG will be getting rid of him pretty swiftly. Even the body shot is pretty much just enough. The plan is actually going to go down, as President does actually able to deny it pretty well, but no, well, just
he got it.
Late. BB is down as well, and now people are starting to go down. It's just literally a 1v2 situation. With the plan down, the diffuser needs to be diffused on a double, as AFX is so far away from the site, but instead Oda will be picked up to make it a 3v1 situation, which does definitely make things much easier.
That angle, he gets him a kill. He goes in, he gets another kill.
Defender is exposed.
All the way from downtown, Vladdy picking that one up. He's just gonna have to rush in. I got a little worried about it because I forgot how long was left on the diffuser. But he goes in, he finds it.
I don't think he has time. He doesn't have time. He took too long to check for the ankles. He's not able to defuse it, and oh no! Ferox! You had the kills, you had the time, but Vladdy just took that extra time to check the corners, and well, that resulted in him losing out on the time. No!
I actually thought he was going to get that. I actually thought he was going to get the defuse with enough time. It was down right to the wire, and you're right. I mean, just taking that split second that just has to be habit at that point, because I mean, you're up against one defender who is down but not out, so who cares? So yeah, just that instinct. I mean, it would have still been very close, but I mean, they're always going to be asking the question, like, if I didn't check that corner, would I have got the defuse?
Oh man, This is just getting all down to wire, but it certainly looks like Bizarre just running away scot-free with that final round. This was a very good clutch from Ferox, but that mistimed peak, just very unfortunate.
Oh well, it happens. And Bizarre with that get their third round, so they are setting themselves up pretty well here, especially considering how well their success went on map 1 for attack. But again, I think, like I said before the round even started, before the map started, is that we're not truly going to know until round 7 or 8 kind of rolls around, when we know what Ferox look like on attack, if they can kind of pull off the same successes that we're seeing Bizarre.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Yeah, just waiting to see if the opposing team will be able to find some success, but yeah, nonetheless, round 5 to be picked out as Bizarre so far, leading with a 2-point lead. Things are starting to get heated up for Ferox, considering that whilst they did win the first match, it was off the final round of overtime. So here, Bizarre looking much better on their offense.
Yeah, and it was incredibly tight near the end as well, and there were so many times where they could just win one round and it would be all alright. So getting these extra rounds at the start is just so much nicer for Bizarre. But again, we have to get through this half. Let's see what this next attack round looks like. We still got 2 more of them here for Bizarre, and they've been looking fairly good so far. Fairly good. It's a lot from these early frags.
Oh yeah, it's most certainly the open frags were pretty much dictating nearly half of the round's pace, but looking at the overall rundown of all the operators, seems just about the same. The nice snatch there by the Mozzie drone, which will be allowing Steffi to get some more information on the attacking side as well. For President and Twent, they need to ensure that their push will be pretty much flawless, otherwise the poor Hibana or the IQ will be catching some bullets from below.
And Bizarre are taking this one a little slower. It's taking them a little while to get in some of the rooms, but as you can see, AFX and Ghoul are pretty well situated in BB2, so they've started to make their way through. Dodging a lot of the damage there too. Now, getting above the site, getting their positions done. We're just looking for the final drones.
Final drones indeed. So much utility being extinguished here on the side of Bizarre, but they still have so much breach utility as well. All of the Hibana charges, one more of the air jab, and one more now of the Ash breaching charge. And well, all these shots are about to start coming through.
Yeah, it's time to start using this utility for Ferox. I mean, there's only 50 seconds to go. The gas grenades are starting to come out right now. There's 1 left, so they've got it as the timer gets closer to 0. 40 seconds now remain. Bizarre, all 5 minutes. It's time to push in, and they're starting to move in, but still carefully. And they're just looking for a few peeks, looking to see if they can get anyone through the walls, but they just don't have the information on the position of Ferox. They don't know where they are, and Steffi T takes advantage of that, taking out AFX. But Gulmau will avenge his teammate. President picking up another one too. President also going for the plant with 15 seconds to go. The gas grenade goes out, but it's not on President. He might not get any reinforcements, but he will get the plant. Vladdy will take him out for it, though. He pays it for it with his life 20, evening it up. And the diffuser has been planted. Ferox has to go and retake it, but it's all up to Deptra with his low health bar. He's rushing over to the site to see if he can get in position. But I saw an attacker. I saw someone from Bizarre. There's 2 members. Are they going to go around the corner?
No.
He gets 1.
Defender is approaching.
Is he going to get 2? He goes for the run out, but he doesn't get it. And Bizarre get the round with BB picking that kill up.
It was oh so close for the clutch to be just well executed, but for Bizarre, this is a 4-1 scoreline. Right, so far this is looking like Bizarre might be taking the big win here on the first half, but this is during their offense here on Coastline, which is usually not what we expect, but well, with the way how Bizarre were much more confident on a whole lot of those plays, I'm not excluding the fact that we just might be seeing a complete steamroll here, maybe even.
Yeah, and they're in this position, well, almost this position in map 1. They got to that 5-1 score, and yeah, that was on defense. So I feel like we still can't really count out Ferox, but we still have to remember that yeah, it was on defense. So, you know, Bizarre.
Defenders, protect your
I
bomb.
want to see what they look
Defused
like
by
on defense.
attackers.
Is it maybe are they still just maybe favored on attack here, or are they still favored on defense, but they've just changed something up to be so much stronger here? That's what I want to see. But we've got one more round of attack to go through. Ferox want to make this one a little closer, get it to a 4-2 half, to be a whole lot more confident going in. But they're not changing the lineup too much. Wamai's coming out though, just for a little more utility drain. I mean, they've just got so much utility drain actually.
It is plentiful. Ferox have been utilizing that utility drain to its absolute maximum. You have the Mozzie drones, the Mozzie pass to deny the drones. You have the ADSs and the magnets to deny so much projectiles, because the magnets actually do take away, they managed to drag away the track stingers, the capital bolts, pretty much you name it. If it can fly, it can take it away. And
Deptra.
just like that, Deptra does fly out of the building and claims the life of President.
Oh, no, okay. Finally, it works though. They've been trying to do this for a little while. Finally, they get a good spawn kill. Deptra does pay for it for you know, more than 3/4 of his health, so he has to be careful throughout the next fights. But he's already done his job. He's already picked off President. The Sabana, so like their hard breach is now gone. Rough for Bizarre.
Yeah, but Bizarre started things off in a similar fashion before as well. They had some man disadvantages here and there, but ultimately they were able to find some good rounds for themselves. So I wouldn't be excluding the fact that maybe they will be able to find some comebacks here throughout this round. As well, they already managed to find a trade onto Vladdy, and well, that's a smoke off board, and that is not what you want right now.
Yeah, losing the smoke, that's devastating because they can't now run down the clock. And with Deptra low, now they are actually, if you just add up all the hit points, they're behind. And this is an early plant if it goes down. AFX, who's denying it? Not Steffi T, because he's down but not out. The plant goes down. Bizarre, again, looking really strong into this round on attack. Ferox got to go for that retake, but Odar goes down. Steffi's down but not out. Oh man, it looks impossible.
It's extremely impossible here. Stick to go down once again. There is going to be a trade, multiple trades actually coming out as, well, all the flurry of kills will be resulting in a 1v3 situation. More up to Steffi as, well, with him being on the sliver of health, will not be helping him whatsoever, as Bizarre taking the first half on attack 5-1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a bit of deja vu, because I think we said that before, except it was on defense. And so now we get to finally answer my question. What does Bizarre look like on defense here on Coastline? Is it going to be the same thing? Are they just looking incredibly stronger now because 5-1 is a fantastic half? And the only reason we're not hyping it up so much more is because it happened last game and they'd lost. So, you know, we still have to hold our breath a little bit, but on paper, this looks amazing for Bizarre. I mean, they've got to win 2 more rounds, and defense is great for them.
Yeah, the defense, especially on Kafe, had pretty much 13 out of 15 rounds of a success. And, well, whilst it is Kafe, and for some teams it wasn't as prepared as this one, I definitely do think that Bizarre might be looking to close this map out pretty quickly if things go in their favor, considering that Ferox really just weren't able to find any closure apart from the first round. Anything from there was a 6-round streak.
Yeah, this feels really rough now if you're Ferox, so you're kind of hoping the change in scenery here for attack is going to be what does it. So taking a look at the operators, they're not really going for anything too wildly different to what Bizarre were trying on attack. Bizarre on defense is still very similar, and you're throwing things like Echo in there too, but you still got the staples like, you know, your Jaeger, your Smoke, so everything's still there. So very similar, we just got 2 different teams running these operators.
Maybe just like that, the gun skill will be the one to separate those similar decisions in the operator picks. So far, we do see a repel to come out from Ferox as they are trying to find some openings around the theater and penthouses. They do see some rotations hold being made, and it is Steffi T to make the initial entrance here.
Again, he moves in, checking corners as he goes pretty quickly too. The tag has been out, so he knows that someone is there. Doesn't go down the pathway, though. Doesn't want to risk it. Takes a few shots from behind, though. That's a lot of his health, and he's going to be running down here, and, well, that could be into the eyes of a defender. Oh, through the wall. He knows. He finds President.
That is a huge kill as well. That is an echo, so no more of a plant denial. Now you need to get rid of Twent, who's been on smoke, and if you do manage to get rid of that, well, it's only up to the sheer gun skill of Bizarre to try to return fire onto the onslaught of Ferox players. As well, for now it is only a single man disadvantage, as the rest of Bizarre are still in place here.
Okay, draining that ADS, and eventually Bizarre are going to run out of defensive utility. With the one man down, it's going to be pretty hard to defend this one, although finding a kill onto Deptra is going to help it out a whole lot. Ghoulmao does it completely for free as well. And you look at the defenders, Ghoul and AFX both have their C4. They've all three, well now 2 gas grenades, so, and that C4 kill is exactly why I'm talking about it.
Yeah, Bizarre proved to be quite deadly with those C4s. And whilst Ferox still have some utility, still have some firepower, they need to make sure that they nail those shots. Some flanks coming out from what I believe was BB. Will be forcing Steffi T to be a little bit further away from his team. Pigs from below will be ensuring to keep the attackers on their toes, but oh, the crossfire will be there. There is a trade between the two players as Stick and AFX are down. Same goes for Twent as well. Is now with BB finding the shot onto Steffi. Will be ensuring that it's all up to Vladdy as the Stick, the man himself, will be finished off. 1v2 as position of Vladdy is being continuously pinged here.
Yeah, Vladdy knows what's going on, but he knows that there's only 15 seconds to go. He has to go for the plant. He's trying to bait out some defenders, or actually, no, he's going for the bait. He's waiting for them to come out, going for the firefight. Takes one down. Can he get the final defender down? All that remains is Ghoulmao in his way, but 3 seconds also stop him, but a bullet to the head will do the trick just nicely, and Ghoulmao picks up that round for Bizarre, setting them up for match point.
Even with such a close round, Bizarre still seeming to be very much in charge of the pace, and well, it's certainly quite a stark difference from what we saw on Kafe. 6-1 scoreline seeming to be looming above Ferox, as they need to go through quite a hefty road if they do want to keep themselves in check here on the second map. Otherwise, they might be staring at seeing themselves go to border, and boy, oh boy, this could be an absolute bloodbath of a third map.
Yeah, I can definitely see us going to border at this point. I mean, Bizarre are just absolutely crushing Coastline. Their defenses looked fantastic. And Ferox have just been struggling. Like you said, you know, they've only had one round win right at the start. It's been 6 rounds in a row for Bizarre. They're strongly looking to make it 7 rounds in a row. So, I mean, Ferox, their path to redemption on this, at least on Coastline, starts now. Because they cannot afford to drop another round.
Yeah, this is their final attempt to bring this back all the way, as well, their shots were not true so far for Ferox, as all of the attempts were valid, but just not enough to close it out for themselves.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Ash, IQ, Sledge, Hibana, and Nomad, potentially the final round for Ferox here before we move to the border, and boy oh boy, well, it's looking like we might just be seeing BZR win.
Yeah, well, hold your breath, because it might not happen this round, or it might not happen at all. Bizarre have to go in, just hold up one more time. Their defensive lineup, they've run similar things to this before. Goyo is probably the main difference here. So Goyo is pretty easy. You just stick the shield down and shoot the barrel. It doesn't even move. You can't even miss it. So, you know, all things considered, Bizarre pretty much doing similar things. So I expect them to win.
Yeah, Bizarre certainly had some really good performance so far on the defense. Even whilst having some unsuccessful few gunfights, they still had at the end a win in the round. So looking overall so far on the utility, BZR have plentiful of it to deny, but Deptra has something to say about it. Ghoul to go down, and that is the top fragger of BZR actually.
Well, that's the perfect person to take down. I mean, you want to take out Ghoul. He's probably already put his Vulcan shields down. Maybe he had one left, but for now, he's done a good amount of his job, but one member down. Deptro loses a lot of his health bar for trying to dare go into that fight. Has to be very careful moving into any other fights for now, especially when he's standing so close to these Vulcan shields. I mean, one random shot into those, and the Flames could take his life, but Vladdy with the kill onto Twent makes this look a whole lot better for Ferox. A minute and a half to go, and another kill there onto President. Ferox are looking to clean this one up. We might have to wait another round at least before we go to border.
Could very much happen. It does take quite some damage from AFX, who did just try to fend off the attackers. As the attackers are still yet to take control of the site, and there's still a minute to go. So plenty full of pressure to be applied here by Ferox, with Deptra finding yet another shot onto AFX. And well, right now it's all up to BB to try to deny this. Finds a nice shot onto Steffi to make it not a flawless at the very least, but there's still Deptra on the hunt with barely any health.
Yeah, and of course the diffuser is going to go down. So BB, he's got a stealth mission ahead of him for now. 45 seconds is all the time he has though, and gets tagged back. He can't afford to take very many shots at all throughout this to get a 1v4 done in 25 seconds. So he's going to take his time, but Ferox look like they've got this one done and dusted. He's trying, he gets one kill. Looking for another one with the pistol, picks up another one. So he's actually getting a lot of kills here. 13 seconds to go, but just too much on the plate for him to do. And Ferox, they get a second round here. They stay alive.
Oh, so close here, as the heat is starting to get cranked up to the absolute maximum here, Matt, as well. Ferox are still on the brink of losing this map. They only managed to win a single round, so still potentially looking at going on to map number 3. But for now, this was a pretty well executed push, all things considered.
Yeah, and like, all, you know, 4 rounds where you've just got to win to take it to overtime. It's possible. It's doable for Ferox. They pretty much did it in the back in the previous map on Kafe. So maybe, I'm just saying maybe. I don't want to put any false hope into anyone at the moment, but we've got precedent for it. It could happen. The only difference was they weren't on attack, and it's maybe looking like attack could be better for them, but they have to make it perfect.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, they most certainly need to make it pitch perfect here. Land those shots and ensure that they keep up the aggression, just like Bizarre did against them on the first half. But that match point will most definitely be looming right above Ferox, and well, they would most certainly want to make sure to close the gap as much as possible here. Maybe I will be extremely surprised. I'm gonna put it out there straight away. I will be extremely surprised if we will be seeing yet another overtime here.
Attackers objective.
Well, I mean, we have to rely on Ferox winning, you know, including the last round. What is that, 5 rounds in a row to just make it to overtime and then win overtime? So who knows? I mean, Bizarre are looking primed here, but let's see. Their last defense didn't go so hot. Deptra really kicking things off, so we're gonna have to, I'd say, keep our eyes on him, especially as he brushes his eyes over where a defender's standing. Unfortunately for him, the wall is gonna block that sight, but oh man, if only he knew.
If only he knew, and if only most of these players knew about all of these possibilities that they did have. For Vladdy though, he does know that there is a potential push by Ghoul, and Ghoul does take some punishment for it from pre-fire. Nicely done though. But
Vladdy,
it's not a kill. Vladdy does finally find that shot onto Ghoul, and that is a very nice beginning here for Ferox.
Yeah, Vladdy playing Stalker with his drone there. He just kept track of his prey and then rushed in after he saw him turn his back and got a pretty quick surprise kill. So with that, the man advantage, fantastic. 5v4, exactly what you want as Ferox. You've still got most of the round to go.
And it's very early into the round as well, all things considered. So the best thing for Ferox as well is that it's only now 2 C4s remaining for them to dispose until, well, the only thing that we'll need to deal with utility-wise will be Twint on smoke.
Yeah, not to mention, no, you know, you got a little more freedom with the drones, but that gas grenade's early. Wow. All right. So it does deny them any kind of push. Twent's actually shooting back through it to get Vladdy out. It is just a trade, though. It's actually might be more than that. Everyone's getting shot all across the board. But It's now down to a 3v3. Shooting down onto the site. Not going to find anyone there, unfortunately, but TeamFerox now training another gas grenade, but with losing Steffi T is going to make it very difficult. They've got to go for the 2v3. There's a C4 left. There's a gas grenade left. Bizarre have the tools.
And there's also some vertical presence in there as well, which is also crucial here for the success of Bizarre's defense. It almost seems like this can be pretty much just to call it a GG, but no, Deptra has something to say about this, turns it around into a 1v2 play, and now it is all up to BB to try to clutch this up. Does manage to find the shot, and TeamFerox stay for yet another round in this matchup.
Is it happening? Is it happening? Are we seeing the comeback here for TeamFerox? I mean, they're on. Yeah, they've already won one map in this series. What a crushing way to come back! But I mean, you look at the scoreline. Suddenly, it's a whole lot closer. Suddenly, 3-6, winning the next 3 rounds in a row. That's a little more doable. I mean, it's still very hard. Don't get me wrong, doing it without losing. But now we're starting to think maybe, especially after the last 2 rounds where it looked pretty good on TeamFerox's side. I mean, it wasn't at like as close as it could be.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds is definitely better than having a 5-round deficit here, but on offense, what are the odds of TeamFerox actually making it to the overtime here? Surely they will be very slim, as Bizarre so far showed some amazing ability to control the pace of the game. Throughout,
I mean, Bizarre did it. Bizarre did it on attack. They won, what, 6 rounds in a row because they got one on defense. 5
so on offense and 1 on defense.
Yeah. So, you know, if Bizarre can do it, then yes, TeamFerox can. But you know, we'd have to ask them to step up their play, or maybe have attack suit them better. I feel like it's one of those things that's happening. I mean, they're getting these entry frags. Deptra is having some amazing moments where he's getting these kills. They're not getting caught out by C4 all the time. So, you know, TeamFerox, they're on the up. They're on the level. The question is, how long are they going to stay there? Are they going to be able to continue to be at that level for the next 3 rounds and not make the mistakes that just cost them a single round?
I mean, for TeamFerox right now, they would not want to go to the 3rd map, because at that point the fatigue factor will start settling in slowly but surely. And well, this could also be meaning a bit of a demoralizing defeat. I mean, having a beginning for a comeback here, 1, and having, well, being smashed on defense, first of all, that is probably the most tilting factor here for TeamFerox, considering that they were supposed to be the ones that would have the advantage, but instead it was Bizarre that would just pretty much deconstruct each and every bit of their offense. And well, TeamFerox do have some good positioning here. They need to start finding those entry frags in a jiffy.
Almost didn't see it there, Deptra, but he found it. Just gonna go in, clear out all of these electronics. Oh, IQ is so good. IQ is so good. Just looking at all of these electronics getting taken out beforehand. So rough here for Bizarre. That said, though, it's looking stronger for them because they haven't lost anyone yet.
A simple pre-fire by Steffi T could have taken the life of Ghoul, but Stans, the Mozzie player, will be actually taken out. Yeah, there it is. There's the peek by Steffi. So he does manage to find some closure from the exit. It is Ghoul again, yeah, and this is the top fragger, but right now BB is also stepping up quite heavily as he actually took the mantle of the top fragger, as he's now currently sitting on 11 kills. And well, right now for Steffi, well, he found the initial entry kill, but already half a round gone, so TeamFerox needs to start making their approach very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's the big difference, is that it's much closer to the end of the round, so they have to start making their push, like you said, very quickly. 3 gas grenades still remain. They were used early last round too. They were starting to be used about now. So Bizarre, all things considered, time is on their side. So TeamFerox, while with a minute to go, they can still take a few more moments to consider their attack, maybe get a bit of droning out. It has to happen very, very shortly. And, you know, they don't have time to just get cheeky little frags beforehand. It's just going to be a down and dirty gunfight.
Down and dirty it is, as right now the firefights between Steffi will be coming out with the 1 more breaching charge to come out. Smoke grenades starting to come through as well, but can they delay just enough time? 2 more with 28 seconds left to go. Fantastic shot by Sick will be ensuring, well, some man advantage, but right now It's still only just a single man difference. Another smoke grenade to come out, but this won't be actually preventing the plant to go down. Vladdy needs to go in for that plant, as right now all the pre-fire is coming out. Vladdy will be denied. The plant it needs to go down very badly. President does find another shot. Yeah, there's another one by smoke. Trades come out. 5 seconds left to go, and oh, there's just not enough time to frag out. There needs to be a peak to come out, and well, just not enough. Just not there. And well, Bizarre will be finding their win at a 7-3 scoreline.
And he tried at the end, and Ferox even almost managing to bring it back. Some interesting gas grenades near the end, but Bizarre winning that one. We're going to map number 3. It's going to be Border, and wow, this could be, it's already been a long series, so pretty draining for some of these players, particularly map 1 going all the way to overtime, all the way to the final round. And now with that, we get to go to map number 3. But Cthulhu, Border, let's talk about this. Not often as much seen as some of the other maps. A little more standard, though. I mean, you have a bit more of a meta on it.
Yeah, there's a bit more of a sustained meta here. No matter how much do the new operators change the overall meta, the same approach is there for on Border. So I wouldn't be expecting a whole lot of wild plays, but hey, it's Ferox versus Bizarre, and really everything can happen here at this point.
Yeah, it's really starting to feel that way. But guys, we have just one more map to go to decide who is going to be moving on in the losers bracket and who's going to be eliminated. But our third map is coming up after the short break. So guys, go get a drink because you might need it before this next hot match. Sorry guys, we're still here. We've got one more match to go for you today. One more game in the series here. It's map number 3 between Ferox and Bizarre, and it's gone down to the wire. Bizarre has just evened it up. They've sent us to Border. We're going to game 3 here, and map 1 looked very, well, okay, not looked, but was incredibly tight and down to the wire. Literally one person remained in round 15. But map number 2, a little more Bizarre-sided, I gotta say.
Yeah, on their own pick, Bizarre definitely looked way more dominating. They were able to close the rounds like it was nothing, and really for Ferox, they were only just scraping away with some of those rounds. So going into this map, I am a little bit confused, concerned for Ferox, but I will be definitely looking at Bizarre's potential victory here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to come down to, at this point, you know, you've got momentum coming from Bizarre. I mean, the map that they won it very handily. It's also more recent, so they've got that kind of little momentum going. It didn't take 15 rounds to win, so you're not as tired after a win. And for Bizarre, I mean, it's kind of the flip side, right? It's been a while since you've had a good map. You know, the last one didn't really go so well. It started to roll up a little bit, but petered out pretty quickly. So for now, it's just about taking a break, collecting themselves, coming in for map 3, making it fresh.
And for map 3, a bit of an interesting ban to come out straight off the go, and it is Maverick. Interestingly enough, as he's usually not as much used for Border, but I can see where the realm where he could be extremely useful for some of the breaches.
Thatcher, though, used all the time on every map, so let's get him out of here. Very common, powerful pick, so no reason to deal with a guy who can basically destroy half of your utility on defense, so just get him out of there.
This is a very valid point. Yeah, with Thatcher, especially within the current meta, if used well, he will be pretty much able to negate any utility negating devices from the defense. And well, with Mirror and Echo joining them on the ban phase, well, we won't be seeing any more of the plan denial, at least remotely, from the Japanese operator, as demonstrated really well on a few rounds in the previous map. Actually, matter of fact, yeah, it was last map. Yeah.
And I think because there's just been so many plants just throughout the series, plant denial is going to be huge, even here on Border. But let's jump into it. Let's take a look at some of the operators that are coming out, because some of them we haven't seen, you know, for a while. And if it does manage to get locked in here, that's some interesting stuff there if it does stay. Capital managing to slip through. I imagine that won't change, but it actually getting here, and we actually get to see them play, always a fun time. But Monty as well. Monty picked up.
Yeah, Monty and Capitao coming out for the offense could certainly change the overall pace of the offense here, considering the fact that, well, the full-blown shield here can pretty much dodge, well, not dodge, but deflect some of the explosive utility that can be thrown in by Bizarre. That's one. And two, for Capitao, if utilized well, that position behind the half wall will be pretty much denied here for the defense. So if Ferox are able to play off Capitao bolts and Monty's shield well enough, then, well, I will be definitely thinking that they might just find themselves a victory within the first round.
So we're back to Bizarre on the defense first. Bizarre had a fantastic map 1 on defense. Map 2, it got a bit shaky, but overall it still was okay. You know, at worst it was even. So here we are again. We're with Bizarre on a good side. It's probably their preferred side. I believe they picked defense as well first. So they should be looking real strong on this one.
Yeah, should is, well, it's pretty much been the story of this whole match. Ferox should have won very quickly on the first map, but...
Hey, there have been a lot of shoulds that did actually happen, like, oh, he shouldn't win this 1v4, or...
Well, yeah, in the 1v4...
They shouldn't win 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, in 1vx situations, yeah, that is a very valid point, and yes, there were a whole lot of shoots that did happen and didn't happen, but, well, this is for this very reason, this is a game of should.
Yeah, well, to be fair though, this round here is probably a little different. Things like Monty popping up, so also looking super colorful, getting a few shots through the walls. Stick's just gonna go out and take a look, see where everyone is. Like, hey boys, what's going on? Where are you guys? All right, sweet. There's one of you there. And look, even the drone can sort of walk around and do whatever it wants, hiding over there in the corner. So a lot of information for Ferox, but not necessarily a lot of progress just yet.
I just witnessed the AK of Zofia sticking through the Monty shield as she just downed herself just to 25 health. But that would have been a haunting picture. Just imagine you see a big full body shield, all of a sudden in the middle of it, an AK pops out. Like, hello. Would you like? Yeah. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior AK-47?
Why doesn't he just start firing from that point? Like when the gun's already sticking through the shield, just hold down left click. Obviously that's how it works, right?
Exactly.
Okay, 1 minute to go though, Cthulhu, and that means Ferox have to move in now. And Deptra not super high on health. They haven't really run down the defenders too much on health. There's still 3 gas grenades. I feel like Ferox have to rush now, and it's gonna be rough. President brings out the lawnmower and gets the Sunday mowing done. Although he does get punished for it because not allowed outside your house just yet. Ghoulmal will take Vladdy out as well. So with that, very, very, very strong round coming out for Bizarre here on defense. They didn't let Ferox do anything.
Well, just talking about doing anything, Steffi did manage to trade out Ghoul at the very least, but Twin does manage to find the shot onto Steffi to shut him down before it's too late. And now, well, all up to Deptra's Sophia, who's barely on any health and will get pretty much her face blasted off by Twin's TCSG. And, well, Bizarre once again flexing on Ferox and just once again winning yet another round for themselves.
Yeah, and very, very cleanly too. I mean, President really setting that one up too. It felt like Ferox also taking it super slowly meant that Bizarre sort of knew what was going on and could just sort of take it at their own pace, and they're happy to do that. And so I don't expect to see the Monty coming out again for a little while at least. Maybe Ferox will try it again, but it didn't really work out in that round. So probably on the back burner for a while.
Yeah, well, talking about the back burner, Ferox pulling out some bit of a desperate picks here. Jackal and Lion, what is considered to be one of the more painful combinations in Siege when it comes to roam clear. Those two operators are pretty much going to be contesting that with, say, even Finka and Blitz combination, which is also quite a haunting sight whenever you actually get to witness it.
Yeah, just run them all. Just why not?
Yeah, just run them all. Just do it. However, better yet, bring Jackal, bring Dokkaebi, bring Lion, bring Finka, bring Blitz, and just ensure that the opposite team will pretty much just hate their very existence. having to play against that combination. To counter.
No, it's just a secret strat that you and me came up with right now that no team knows about. There it is. So obviously Ferox should be running that, but instead though, they're going to be running probably a more successful lineup right now. Coming in here on round number 2, Bizarre have already picked up 1 round on defense so far. Not changing up too many of their defenders, but notably bringing in Pulse, more information gathering, not to mention that naughty C4 kill that he's so well known for.
Yeah, trading out a kite for Pulse, especially for the downstairs side, is definitely going to be assisting Bizarre in some real nice info gathering. And look at all of those openings as well at the top and the bottom, actually, for that matter, of the wall. Considering that this will allow firstly, some good shots on the feet of the attackers. That's 1, and 2. You can just eat the C4. And well, talking about eating, well, AFX still decides to send it and will be falling back to the small office.
Yeah, he actually threw out a smoke grenade too to survive and didn't even manage to, so I guess it's good that he threw it out because it would have been wasted anyway, but some footprints are now found as well. And Ferox, now they're on the HUD. Now with the smoke down, now they can move in.
You know, with Deptra activated as well, as he was the one to find the initial frag, it will be actually good to trade things back onto stick. No more of the Lioness. I don't think the E1D utility has been utilized even once, but for Ferox, there's still the need to take control of the office, and well, with all the C4s coming out and all the pre-fire coming out, Sticky will be actually finding potentially, well, no, not a double kill, but a kill nonetheless.
Oh, he stood up. He stood up. He was lying down, but of course, stood up to face the attackers, and well, they take him apart. 3v2 now. Twent, no C4. Ghoulmount, no C4. They don't have their denial. They just have to rely on shooting their opponents, but there it is. The construction bars don't catch enough bullets. Ghoulmount taken out by Oda. Now Twent, he's already lost so much health. He gets 1 back, but it's still 2 remaining. They haven't got the plant down just yet, though. I imagine they'll be getting it down any second, though.
Well, they still have plentiful amount of time. Deptra and Oda against a tagged up Twent who has the ability to gather information on demand, and the plan starting to go down. Well, the Pulse player will need to start making a move. There's still Deptra at full health. He will be holding a very tight angle and will be actually solidifying a point for Ferox. So, yet again, 3rd map in a row, both teams will be trading rounds at the very beginning.
Yeah, and if history says anything, one team's about to take off in the round wins, just winning many in a row. But let's hold our breath and see if that actually happens, or if one of these teams is going to change fate a little bit here. But yeah, overall for Ferox, pretty strong attack going into it. I mean, they got some pretty great frags early on. Steffi T particularly killing smoke at the start, just so a critically injured Bizarre in that defense.
Yeah, I mean, gotta give it to pretty much the whole of Ferox. Yes, it was a little bit of a sloppy push overall. Deptra did manage to pull off some good pushes, good frags, find the good openings as well, and so far looking, it's actually pretty even side for Steffi, Deptra, and Oda, as all 3 of those players are on 2 kills each.
Definitely want to take over each other. Always want to, especially in these friendly rivalry matches, like go for those stats, try and overtake not just your own team but your opponents too. It's always fun to compare each other, but of course we still have to talk about how serious this map is, because let's not forget, this is an elimination round. This is in a lower bracket, which means whoever loses border here and now does get eliminated. They go home and they don't get to continue on. A lot of pressure.
It's still a very much of a high stakes game. No matter how and what is your approach for your team, it's still going to be the pressure of the fact that your team is about to get eliminated is still going to be looming all right above you. So both of those teams, they want to claim those W's, they want to get those wins, even if that is just a friendly rivalry. So it seems that Deptra looking at potentially just pushing right onto the downstairs site, see if they can maybe get some initial aggression and openings, but is it going to be worth it though? That is the bigger question here.
Yeah, well, they're actually, I believe, kind of on the hunt for Twent, trying to see if he can be found kind of lower to the ground, because usually, you know, being a pulse wants to hang out downstairs, throw a C4 up to your feet. Oda, though, throws an impact grenade at AFX's, I'm going to say his face, probably, and takes him out again. The smoke, down and out, so early on in the round.
And this is an extremely good beginning here for the attacking side of TeamFerox as well. They need to start finding those rounds. They want to get themselves going as... Ooh, Deptra dancing with death here as Ghoul nearly gets a pre-fire onto the Zofia player.
Oh, Deptra going for a lot of pre-firing as well and doesn't actually get any tags, so pretty disappointing for him. His team running halfway through the round. Now President picking up a kill means now we're down to even numbers. Could be pretty good. They do lose the buck, so a little bit of self-reaching, but they're still going to be able to manage it. But Vladdy taking out President, that is going to help Ferox push.
Sure will. With the man advantage here, Ferox to start finding those shots. That roaming BB needs to be taken out if Ferox want to find themselves the success. Continuous tags will be encouraging Vladdy to go in for the peak, but right now this is exactly what BB wants as well. The jittering movement of the Jaeger player is certainly not helping a whole lot to the player, considering that he is also getting tracked here by the Jackal tracker.
Yeah, and I don't believe... Well, hang on. Stick finds Twin, but it is a trade for now, and only one remains. BB once again. It's this guy trying to prop up his team here in the final moments of a round. The plant, and it was just a ruse, didn't actually happen. Now they're trying to bait BB out, and he comes out, and he does get taken down in the end, and Ferox pick up their next round.
A good pinch here, all things considered. Ferox did manage to find some really good initial frags. Getting rid of AFX as the smoke player is certainly a good beginning overall through and through, and well, finding those early frags will be pretty much ensuring that Bizarre will not be even bothering to try the workshop events, at least for the time being, until Armory, Locus, and Archives is successful. So for Bizarre here, this is their site to hold. This is where they make the stand. This is where they equalize the round count. Whereas for Ferox, they want to get as much of that initial advantage as possible.
Okay, so changing the lineup again, bringing in Kayed and now Valkyries, getting some information and breach denial down too, but also the fact that they don't have smoke this time. AFX, sorry, just kidding, it's not smoke, what am I talking about? They do have smoke, which now means that they are, nothing's changed from the last round. They can still buy that time, don't worry.
Yeah, AFX is certainly not having the most fun over the time. Still, I'm being unable to find a single kill, just like BB actually, for that matter, after 3 rounds.
Well, it's been like 4 rounds and he's dropped like, what, 1 gas grenade? I think he's been killed just too many times beforehand, and one of them he dropped because he was about to die. So, yeah, AFX is, at least in these first few rounds, he's getting picked on a little bit.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's not what you particularly want as a smoke clear, being that much valuable for your team's utility. Losing him out early into the round is far from ideal. But apart from that, really, Bizarre has been keeping their composure fairly well, all things considered.
Yeah, and I'd be keen as well to see how AFX fares throughout the start of this round, because he's got to be playing a little more carefully for now. You can imagine after the last few rounds, certainly will have learnt from what happened, and so we'll be playing a little further back. But it's people like Deptra and Steffi T who will just find an angle and we'll just take him out in a few shots. And it seems like that is what has been happening the last few rounds.
Yeah, it's either Deptra or Steffi just going full on Liam Neeson, and it's just going, when I find you, I will kill you. Oh, wait.
Although...
Oh, wait, no, that was Twin. Sorry, I almost got bamboozled here thinking that the stick just went for a nasty pre-fire through the wall and ended up getting a headshot, but no, it's just Twin with the TCSG shenanigans.
Yeah, don't worry. It is someone shooting their opponents, so it's all right. We don't have to freak out just yet. But regardless, though, that's a great kill onto Oda. It's going to slow down their attack so much. Again, their breach has slowed down a whole lot too. Half the round to go. The defenders still have everything on the table. All the gas grenades, all the C4. You know, Gulmau still has the C4, so he's going to be hanging around, looking around for the kill here. Steffi, he does find it, but in the background, the President picked up a kill on Deptra. Deptra's a great kill to find out. 3 attackers remain, and they just lost another one. BB picking that one up too, and now with that, we're down to 1. Stick. He may be a Super Saiyan, but with only a minute to go to get a 1v4, I don't think even Goku can do that.
Yeah, all of those clutches coming out, very much unsuccessful. Stick whiffing the shot on that rotating Jaeger will be resulting in him exposing his position. Now he's very much prone to peeks from a great variety of positions, and well, those smoke grenades will be coming out from AFX, who actually managed to stay alive throughout this round, pardon, as damage will be coming out, and well, there's the Valkyrie to finish things off here. Cool. Finding the final shot onto Stick will be equalizing the round count once again in favor, well, of both teams really here.
Yeah, and that seems to be like, that's what's working for Bizarre, is just hanging back a little bit. Don't go for these crazy little peaks where you think you might find a killer here and there. It's just hang back, let Ferox do the work for you, let them walk into your own sightlines and just pick them out like that. So for now, it's working for Bizarre. It's, you know, they're set up back. I like this lineup of operators too. They still have the little kill potential with Pulse if they keep him, but things like Goyo is going to slow down the attack as a whole lot. You know, they've got pretty much everything there that they need.
Yeah, they have Goyo, they have the Mute, they have the Jaeger. They have plentiful of ways to deny drone, push, and the utility. And that's exactly what matters here in Siege, especially in the current meta of pretty much playing incredibly clever with your utility and then adding a pinch of salt of fragging on the side at this point.
I feel like it's that meme where like God is trying to put a little bit of salt into something, but he puts too much. Because we've had a lot of fragging in this match. That pinch of salt of fragging has been a lot. Particularly the first frag round. That has been crucial throughout the series.
You're not wrong. Interfrags so far have been dictating the pace at the very least of the first half of the round, if not the full round, and well, looking at the overall setup, it seems that Bizarre are prompting to have a very much of a two-sided defense, having some presence up in the CCTV room as well as the customs and inspection.
Steffi on the Thermite this time, going to be looking to bring out just a little more breach, get through those hard walls as well. I mean, they've been losing Buck early on too from Oda, so it is a little bit more redundancy, which is nice, so that they can rely on something else to at least make their way around the map and get towards that objective site. And it's kind of interesting because, you know, if Bizarre do start falling back, then yeah, that'll be the way around them.
Exactly. Well, already having the eyes on the prize, Deptra will be trying to make some initial poking positions here to see if maybe there can be some openings up and close by to the side. He's the only one there, so he might be prone to some of the runouts, but I don't think it will be coming out anytime soon. There's no...
Well, Ferox are being even really... Yeah, Ferox are being really careful with this breach, but Deptra not careful enough apparently, because President will take him out from pretty far back too, but Vladdy, not to be outgunned, does get him back, takes out President on that Maestro, and so keep things even for the attackers' numbers, and another shot through the floor here could turn the tides, and Stick cleans that one up. Now it's a 4v3 for the attackers. Ferox, they even have half the round, and the plant is starting now.
Yeah, with a jump out of Ghoul as Goyo will not be successful. Ferox looking like they just might grab and run away with this round in their favor. Only 2 remaining defenders, AFX and BB, the last men standing, as they will be going from a similar position to going for the push, as I believe the positions of the attackers are now currently being pinged from a great variety of angles. Stick going down to the hands of BB, so 3v2, making things a little bit even, but with a nice angle set up in the main hallway. Vladdy is the one that will be netting himself nice double kill.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clean run by Bizarre there. Just the kills right at the start. You know, there was a bit of a trade, but then they got a bunch of kills where nothing was traded back. So very, very hard for the defenders to come back when they've got, what, 2 people left. So, you know, Ferox just winning the early fights there, securing it at the end to clean it up. And so one thing about the defense here, as we go to the last round of defense for Bizarre, by the way, is that they're opting to, they didn't run the smoke last round. They went for Goyo instead to buy some time. We're back to the smoke. We're going to see if that makes a difference.
I mean, this time it's also going to be ventilation room and workshop, not the more, well, which is rather more standardized site comparative to customs inspection. And well, with that, the choice of smoke is certainly going to be a better decision, albeit that I would have changed things around, maybe brought in a Goyo as well instead of, say, President's Bandit, just for that extra area denial.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Bandit, along with the Kaid as well, so they do have quite a lot of that, is that they really don't want any of this breach to come out. They saw Steffi T on the Thermite before, so they know that it's a possibility, so just denying that from him, not letting Ferox just kind of have their own pathways through the building is also going to be quite nice. So, yeah, I mean, I can see the Bandit and the Kaid coming up, but it just kind of shows where the focus is guys, we're really going to stop them breaching through the wall.
I mean, funnily enough, okay, when on the previous round, when Ferox managed to take the lead, they had the easy avenue to go for at least 2 different breaches. They didn't go for either of them, and instead just went it through the doorways and found the easy angles. Just like that, Deptrum finds yet another angle into Ghoul, and this is interesting to me just for the sheer fact that even with the fact that there was no breach denial and with all the possibilities presented there, Bizarre ended up still, sorry, Ferox still ended up just going through all the soft walls instead.
Yeah, so it is kind of interesting, and they, you know, again, just go for the Thermite charge there to get through more. But the kill onto Ghoul now, it's not quite a kill onto Smoke, but it's still quite good because he's one of the top fraggers, but they may be looking to go in and take another fight. They go for a push here, maybe looking for a peek, but we'll just drone it out instead.
Having some really good droning here by Ferox. Ooh, fantastic flank as well. Vladdy taking early control of the archives, which does allow the full control of the actually armory as well. Now, only now returning fire onto Deptra will be resulting in, well, pretty much just instant reveal of his position. Full hunt actually coming out from Ferox as well. Oh my goodness, this is just a full-on flurry of chaos just about to be unleashed as well. With the president from will be going in for the peak, he will be actually claiming the life of the Thermite.
Yeah, and you can see he was trying to get the jump on him, just he knew he was kind of screwed, so tried to do something a little different, but 3 people left. Now for Ferox, they have a minute to get this one cleaned up. They may have almost brought it back, but Twin has something to say about it, but he's still taken down as well. Now it's only AFX who's hanging out below. Do Ferox know where he is? Do they suspect that he is below? I think they do, but they don't know exactly where he is. He's got 50 seconds. 50 seconds to deny this plant.
Well, the pings did reveal his general position, and well, there is a fire and a clapback with those cams, but all the crossfires being set up just cannot hit the shots onto stick. AFX extremely low on health.
They stopped the plant.
Be busting out the shotgun. They stopped the plant, but they will be also stopping the life of AFX as well in round number 6.
Yeah, a little bit close, and maybe he could have brought it back there, but just a bit much of an ask there at the end. A bit of a rough round for them there, but Ferox, another round there under their belt, but now we swap rounds. Now we go over and put them onto the defense to see if they can do the same thing. A good half overall, 4-2, but now a few points away from that important win and that important series win.
Yeah, the series win would be huge here for Ferox, considering that going pretty much ever since they went against PC419, they've been going into the matchups with being the slight underdogs, and with them, if they would be able to pull out yet another win here, this would be huge, considering that they will now, after this one, they will get to have a rematch with Oddity.
And that would be fun. That would be fun, but we'll have to get to that.
That will be a best of 5 as well.
Attackers need to
We'll have to get to that in just a moment, though, because we still have a few more rounds. And I hope you've learned from the last few maps that you cannot count either of these teams out, even if it's a 5-1 scoreline in one half. So looking at it now, it's a 4-2. So I mean, Bizarre have been giving it back now with the roles completely swapped. You've got Bizarre on attack now. Things could completely flip. I mean, we could see Bizarre looking stronger on attack.
Yeah, this could very much be the possibility of it, but knowing Border, it should be, and once again, like we mentioned on a great variety of times, it should be a defender-sided map, and looking at the overall setup of Ferox, I am very much interested in as to how they're going to approach this, because not only they brought in a castle, they also brought in a Kapkan, and he already placed all of his traps, so I'm very much interested in how Kapkan will play out his role here in slowing down the push.
Yeah, well, when you have less doors to go through, there's more chance that they're going to have a Kapkan trap on them. So maybe that's their plan. Who knows? But let's see. Oh, almost through. He's a little bit sandwiched, but I think at this point he's going to be able to crawl out of there.
My device is ready.
Yeah, Twent being a little bit careful about the fact that there was a very close ping, but they cannot spot any of the defenders. Do find the Kapkan this time, and a simple pre-fire should be pretty much seeing the end of Kapkan. There it is. AFX does manage to find that shot, so not the best time right now for Kapkan, at least on the active fragging, but maybe the Kapkan traps will be pretty much doing all the work here for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to hope. He's going to have to hope that it gets hectic near the end, and Bizarre just start running through doors and windows without looking. Although, with IQ, it's going to be a little easier to find a bunch of these.
Yeah, IQ is definitely going to be solidifying the loss of Kapkan here. As, yeah, she will be able to find those traps, but more importantly right now there is just about full control of Workshop, and the breach into the bathroom is prepared here, which is huge considering that it is not an Arsenal room and archives defense. It is a downstairs tailors and bathroom.
Yeah, and it's not denied either, so it's going to be completely free reign for Bizarre to walk on through whenever they want. And so just going to go out and drone out what they can here as we enter the final minute. And they're going to start looking to make their push soon. They've got the numbers. It's a 4v4. The defender's utility, along with their life, starts to fall as Deptra falls down to AFX, and it continues. Twent picking up Steffi T. Vladdy makes it not for free, but still with only 2 defenders. What can they do as Twent dropping down the plant, going for it now. President cleaning up anyone to stop him, and it goes down. Oda is, again, all on his lonesome, going for the retake. How long is he going to take for it? Will he just move back? Who knows?
He will be most definitely dropping down the hash, so his position and his footsteps will be generating quite a lot of the rockets there, and a simple pre-fire by President will be ending Oda's life. That is a fantastic shot. My goodness. Even a fire, you can't hit a man with that, with such disrespect. Come on, man.
It's a little bit dirty, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to YOLO it. You look at the wall, and you know what? When there's one defender left, you take a chance to look really cool, and that's what happened right there. 4-3 scoreline now. So Bizarre bringing it back a little bit. Their half is certainly looking a lot better for them on attack. So maybe we could see this going a little bit closer. Maybe we could even see Bizarre overtaking them. But for now, there are still a few more rounds for Ferox to show us what's what, show us what they got. But operator lineups, again, like mostly just saying the same. Mozzie's coming in now. But for Ferox on defense,
Need to locate and defuse
it's looked all right, but they've got to step it up to win the round.
Yeah, and for Ferox, their usual approach at trying to use very much unconventional sites didn't really seem to work out. It worked before on Kafe, worked before on Coastline to kick things off in their favor on the defense, but alas, Border was not the play. Because right now they're returning back to the Arsenal and Archives, and this is a much more conventional site for those who may not know, probably know for the most of it, considering that, well, Pro Series is quite serious. And
Yeah, it's quite fun.
yeah,
Quite fun to watch,
as well,
but here we go. Here we go. 3 C4s on the defenders here. Ferox have made these work very well on other maps. Maybe not so much here on Border, but they, again, still have time. They still have more rounds to see them on defense. So let's kick things off again. Bizarre coming in. They've been closing the gap, which has been nice. But they definitely want to, you know, make a few more of these attack rounds work. But that's a good way to start it. BB picking up a kill onto Deptra.
Deptra has been crucial for so many firefights that getting him out of the way is definitely a very good beginning for Bizarre's attack. Albeit that BB did take some damage for the trouble, we'll be also seeing AFX take some damage from the, I'm guessing, couple of pre-fires, but apart from that, really, a minute gone and, well, the whole of Bizarre is, I believe, just about to make the entrance into the building.
Yeah, I mean, they've set it up for a good start. I mean, Deptra getting taken out nice and early is quite nice. The shots that they've taken is kind of annoying, and it could have gone completely differently, though. So they can feel okay about that. They keep most of their utility, but remember, they're going up against Ferox, who've got, again, smoke. So you can buy tons of time at the end. So realistically, they probably start their push in about 40 seconds. Or now. Or maybe now.
Yeah, maybe now it will be the case. BB does manage to find the shot onto Steffi, but not before President is taken down. So now, Bizarre at a bit of a peculiar moment, because yes, they do have the man advantage. Yes, they do have the time, but what they don't have is the thermite. So now they are forced to go in through all the doorways, through all the choke points that Ferox has prepared for them, and that is not the particular situation that you would want to find yourself in.
Oh man, and you know who's real good at clogging up choke points? Is Smoke. Again, so like even if he doesn't have to use it as plant denial, he can just drop it in the choke points, make Bizarre just sit on the other side and wait, and look at the clock run down, or run through the smoke and die. And it's just a lose-lose situation for the whole time. So they're gonna have to make that decision pretty soon. The first gas grenade does go popped out now. It is a trade in kills, but I think Ferox are fine for that for now because, as you can see, everyone's waiting. Time grinds to a halt. Although the clock continues on. Vladdy throws out another gas and everyone's starting to lose health. Vladdy gets a kill here again, but all the gas has gone out. He throws out his life away, but he's done his job and the defenders win round number 8.
A valiant effort there by Bizarre to make the push, but Stick is just way too good, man. Getting that triple kill at the end of the round definitely solidified yet some more progress for Ferox's potential win here, as they are oh so close to getting themselves to a match point, and after that, well, they're only within a hand's reach away from the win on the map, and this would be a huge one considering that Bizarre would be potentially eliminated, but until then, we still got 2 more rounds at the very least.
Yeah, and I can't emphasize how important this round is. If Ferox can get that 6th win and lock themselves into overtime, it's just creates, for some teams, just a new mindset when they're on the other end of that. They've got to deal with it. Suddenly, it's not a win anymore. You've got to go to overtime. It's like almost a draw, and then you still have to work hard and just barely beat your opponents. So that's the position that Bizarre are in right now. Ferox, though, yeah, they're 1 win away from being in that stage. So you get that. That's fantastic. This stage, though, it's just like any other round. And that's exactly how Bizarre have to treat it.
And same goes here for Ferox as well. They need to keep their composure here if they do want to find themselves at a win. Considering the fact that so far, well, kills-wise, it's actually fairly, well, more or less well distributed. They have 2 people on 5, 1 people on 6, 1 people on 4, and then Vladdy on 9. So overall, it's a pretty decent spread out. Whereas on the side of Bizarre, we have 1 person that so far stands out, and that is President with 10 kills already. So for Bizarre, there is quite some trends to be seen here. Is that you have President doing quite some work here for the team, but apart from that, the moment he falls, there's quite some heavy struggle for the rest of the team.
Okay. Entering the building now, Bizarre struggling their way through. But staying alive for now. They've broken through and can start to enter. Not a whole lot of defenses around at this point, so they should be clear, but they are taking it careful because they know how important this round is as well. They know that they can't afford to let Ferox win it, otherwise things are much more annoying. So, 1 minute down. So they have taken their time. They've been careful.
Both teams being a little bit careful here on which engagements do they pick and go for. Still plentiful amount of C4s and smoke grenades for that matter inside of Ferox, as it is a full set of 3 C4s, which could be quite deadly considering that both teams have a very good history of being able to find some real nice C4s. Pixel Angle also got it here by Stick, which nearly caught Twin off guard, and will be delaying definitely his whole push.
Oh, he sees Pulse while he's using the thing. So right now, AFX has complete information on where Pulse is. How does it feel, Brady? How does it feel to know that someone's tracking your heartbeat? So he doesn't actually die to it, although now he should know that AFX is up there and probably tracking him. So he's probably going to stop those shenanigans for now.
And with the breach already done, actually, in the bathroom, things are starting to heat up for Ferox. They get all the ruckus is being done here, and Oda is already tagged down all to just about a single shot away from death. But Steffi has something to say about that. And the same actually goes for BB as he starts to go in for the rush into the customs.
Oh, Oda gets a C4 kill onto Twent. Now it's a 5v3, even with their low health. Ferox with 40 seconds to go, setting themselves up. He's looking through the window, AFX, trying to find the shot. Oh no, through the wall. Where is it? It doesn't do anything. And so BB picks up the kill. Now it's even with that double kill. AFX picks up 1-2, and now 25 seconds to go. Suddenly, Bizarre can win this one. Suddenly, it's within their reach. No more gas grenades either. That's the last one out. Is it going to buy them enough time? Let's hold our breath for now, because Ferox might have to hold their breath to run through. He's completely blind, and he just watches his teammate get down in front of him, and Oda picks up President as well. Now they're on the side for 5 seconds to go. It's Bizarre, have to go now, and they do it! BB does it!
BB, the absolute activated beast here, just goes in for a quad kill for his team, just to push it just also closer to potential victory. It's a 5-4, yes it is. And my goodness, this is getting, once again, oh so close between these two teams, as Ferox was so close to finding themselves the match point victory, but not just yet, as BB just went for a very ballsy push, I gotta say.
Oh man, okay, so if Bizarre managed to win this series, then his teammates owe BB lunch or something. Like they've got to sort him out, because he just saved it there. Yeah, it didn't save the whole series because Ferox wasn't on match point, but I mean, I was just saying before how crucial it can be to just tick over to the 6 rounds. But here we go. Bizarre are still a little while away. Ferox just one went away, but if Bizarre can pick this one up, then oh man, do things get interesting.
Oh yeah, they certainly would get. Round 10 so far between the two teams, and right now this is looking oh so tense between all these rosters. Rivalry, friendly rivalry is one thing, but finding the win here in the loser bracket semi-finals is certainly quite a huge thing, considering that each and every loss here is going to be pretty much meaning the elimination between the two teams.
Yeah, it's a lot on the line right now, for sure. So Bizarre now going to start moving in again. They've been slower in some of these later rounds, but only a little bit more. And in fact, you'd probably just call it more careful. Ferox are a team that will do something cheeky, especially as these rounds come to a close. And he goes in, he was trying to find something, trying to roam around down the bottom, but Deptra pays for it with his life, and it's completely free.
Bit of an unfortunate loss there for Deptra, as he has been one of the key players for the team to kick some of the firefights off, but alas, with the timing being not on his side, he will be losing his head. So early frag here for Bizarre is a solid beginning for a potential push for a draw.
Yeah, and with the Bandit now not available, might be a little annoying, not too sure how many batteries he put down, but but they've lost an attacker already, and it's AFX, the IQ. So no more tracking Pulse, no more tracking Vladdy. You're not going to be finding any more utility. These ADS are going to be completely safe. There's even still one in Steffi's pocket, so you can put it down if it gets a little tight near the end.
Yeah, well, holding all of the angles steadfast after a bit of a trade between the two teams. Right now, BB looking at yet another set of frags. He needs to find that pulse if he wants to propel his team further in through this round, but so far not a single bit of information has came out from either one of the teams.
Yeah, you can imagine Vladdy, though, is constantly just trying to get that information. I mean, you can see a silhouette down there in the corner. He was just walking around looking for people, so they're holding on to that intel for now. And yeah, you're right. Bizarre have to deal with them if they want to go in for a proper push. They've only got 1 minute to go.
They haven't even started taking that ground close by to the side. Apart from BB being in customs, really, there's not a whole lot. Only now starting to make the push towards the tellers, and well, this might just be enough time, but this needs to be done pretty swiftly. Another grenade will be coming out, and will be actually taking the life of Vladdy. That is the pulse off the board, and that is quite a good potential here for the win.
Yeah, it takes so much kill potential away from the defenders. Now, Ferox have had their numbers evened up a little bit as Steffi picks up another kill onto the defense, but he has traded back now. President picking that one up. 2 defenders now left, Mozzie and Maestro. A lot of gun power from these guys, but Oda and Stick, you have to try and find it to get it done. No ADS to block these, so they're just going to fully go off, and now they're going to rush in. They've taken the bomb site, going for the plant now. Oda, Stick have to pop out, have to go for these shots. Stick goes down, Oda has to get it done here. Press, get the plant down. Bizarre might be able to even it up here. Stick flying there, bleeding all up to Oda here. Looking for some peaks, he's got 35 seconds. He has to move quickly here. Does he go for the res? I doubt it because he's got no time. He actually goes for it. He's going to get Stick up. Now it's a 2v2. They don't have as much health, and they're blind as a bat, but they're going in anyway. 20 seconds. They still have the time to find this one. They're just around the corner. Just around these walls. He might be walking into him at the moment. Do they go for the defuse right now? No, Oda's actually taken down. He was down, but not out. Bizarre. Bizarre pick up the round.
There it is. Bizarre do manage to find themselves the 5th point. They managed to draw it out between the two teams, and well, for Ferox, this is definitely starting to get a little bit too tight between themselves and Bizarre. As right now, whichever team that wins this very round, round 11, will be able to push themselves onto the match point, and well, then from there will be yet another deciding point, whether we will be seeing overtime or whether we will be seeing one of the teams close it out.
Yeah, and this is where now you start asking questions like, how does Ferox feel after, just coming back, almost getting the reverse sweep? They crush map number 2, the first half here on Border. Maybe not crushed, but it was certainly pretty good. Now Bizarre even things up. How do you feel if you're Ferox? I mean, you've got to be able to just not worry about it, keep your head clear, move into these final few rounds, take out the win.
Yeah, for Ferox, this is going to be a little bit almost demoralizing, I have to say, because they had such a good streak. They managed to set themselves really well throughout the first half, but up until then, after they got their 5th point, it's just been all going downhill for themselves so far, and well, just can't seem to find any response. But maybe Armory Lockers and Archives will be the final response here. Maybe this time Ferox will be able to find themselves that very much needed match point. Or maybe we'll be seeing Bizarre reactivate themselves.
Just want to look at the scores, like just literally look at the cool big numbers in the thousands and how close they all are. To what it looked like. I think I'm remembering what it looked like at the end of the first half, all the way back on Kafe. And it looked so different. It was like, Ferox, I think, who had the good first half, just had a crazy, Bizarre had a good first half, I think, but they had a crazy amount of numbers. Their opponents all in the hundreds, the triple digits rather than the thousands. So it just kind of shows how much closer this one is.
Yeah, it's definitely turning to be maybe a Kafe 2.0 at this point. Two teams potentially looking at yet another overtime here. Such a close matchup. It's just getting all down to the wire here between these two teams. Ferox and Bizarre very much matching in their skill here, but only one can advance here.
Okay, so gonna move slowly, get those drones out. AFX picking up a lot of information here. Does he go to take them out for now, or just hide his position? Gonna hide his position. Doesn't want to reveal anything he doesn't have to away. Obviously not planning on using that wall anytime soon.
Right now, they are waiting for Ghoul to get rid of those bandit charges and maybe the kite charges as well on that west wall, as getting that breach will be pretty much crucial here for Bizarre's success if they do want to find themselves that match point. But it stands to lurk from below by Ghoul could potentially so far solidify, just at the very least, that foothold at the ground floor.
Now, President, the man on your screen right now has been having an absolute banger of a game. Pretty massive frag so far, looking to pick it up here in the final rounds. Sees the electrified wall. Obviously just waiting for his team at the moment, but oh no, he can't wait for Ghoul now if he's dead. And wow, that could be a crucial kill for Steffi if he picks that one up. So late in the round 2.
And that was on the box, so now it's all up to BB to try to get some work going, but instead, no, the breach was actually quite successful. So post-breach, getting rid of Buck is not going to be as much of an impact, but nonetheless, it's still one of the guns on board, and that is, ooh, I've been dedicating quite a whole lot of, well, adding, sorry, to the tally, quite a whole lot for his team. So right now, the frags need to start coming back for Bizarre, otherwise they might be looking at a grueling match point facing against them.
Yeah, well, the problem with that is that there's 40 seconds to go. The full pocket of gas grenades still ready. All the batteries are still out. They're just going to have to try and go for frags through the walls, which is not reliable at all. Deptra has hardly any health, so if they can find him, that'd be fantastic. But 30 seconds, 2 gas grenades going to block off 2 different entrances entirely. So we're looking at a push where Bizarre have 10 seconds to go once those gas grenades go out. Maybe a little more than that, but it's still not a hell of a lot of time. They're going to start pushing in now. The clock is out, and here come the kills. As they all go in, expect everyone to try to double kill my Deptra with the C4, as even with no health, it doesn't matter. He can pick up the kills. Ferox moved to match point.
Round 11 going into the hands of Ferox after breaking their curse here. With Steffi, some really good flanks coming out, and I do believe he was continuously harassing Bizarre roster from below on the ground floor and not letting them have any solid foothold from there. So that is also coming into the play here. The fact that, well, Bizarre weren't really too careful about the flank, and, well, they've paid for it very dearly.
And now this time, they have to watch out for the things that caught them out in the previous round. Things like Steffi finding a frag, not early on, but after we already saw Bizarre pretty heavily into their plan. And also just the fact that they didn't deny anything from the smoke. Like, he just had everything he needed near the end. It's now Deptra going to be on it too. So let's also talk Deptra, because that double kill with a C4, while maybe his team could have still won without it, it certainly made it a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, it definitely made things heaps easier. And, well, it most certainly solidified the fact that, well, 2 of the big fraggers were off the board, whilst it was all up to BB, I believe, to get the frags going. So, I mean, it definitely set the fact that Ferox were about to win that round in stone. But the final shots and the final flank by Steffi pretty much put the nail into the coffin. So, good coordination by Ferox, first of all. A bit of a decent... a bit of a decent push by Bizarre, but a bit of a shaky one. So for this potentially final round, we need to see from both teams their absolute best attempt at winning the round, as Bizarre are facing here the elimination.
Yeah, this could be potentially the last time we see Bizarre here in this tournament. So Ferox are primed to kick them out. Bizarre are ready to stay alive for at least one more round, and so let's see what they can do. Their last attack fell a little bit short, but let's see what it looks like if they can hold on to all 5 members as they push onto the site.
Well, with half a minute gone already, the initial prep is just about to start for the push. Both teams will start prodding each other. See any final pressure points here. Steffi needs to stay alive here for his team as he is one of the top fraggers. Same goes actually for pretty much the rest of the squad. All of them have been dedicating their kills to the bestest of their abilities. As well, the breach is actually going to be quite successful. No denial, no congestion in any shape or form on the on the south wall of armory lockers. And well, Steffi is right now in a bit of a shambling position where he will be finding the demise to the hands of Twin.
Yeah, that is dangerous. I mean, you were just mentioning that it's so important for him to stay alive. Someone who's fragging as hard as Steffi is needs to still be involved in here. Now, it's looking pretty reasonable for Bizarre to be able to do it. A minute and a half to go, still plenty of time. They've already got one defender down. They want to start draining some of this utility. Deptra under fire is nice, because if they can get him to start waste... Oh, shot through the floor, actually. Deptra as well, finding that one. Evening it up for Gulmau. Ferox. They might be able to defend it.
Now here's the big thing. Bizarre don't have any more of the soft breach. Zofia extinguished all of her impact grenades. There's no breaching charges, and that means Bizarre are forced to go through all the choke points.
No, they've got Excaris pellets. They could always use that on the soft wall if they. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they couldn't. Yeah, no, you're right. I guess they could make a murder hole.
It's just enough for a crawl hole, and that is only for the soft wall. For the hard wall, it's going to be just enough for just a big hole, and that is about it.
Yeah. So now, not many options left here in the pocket for Bizarre, and they are running out of time. Two gas grenades remain. Actually going for the plant now. President is going to complete it. Stick is taking a kill there too. Did the plant go down? It actually went down. Bizarre hold on to it, but only President and BB remain to hold on to it and deny the retake. President has been taken away. 1v4. BB, can he keep Bizarre alive here in the final moments of their hope in the LPL Pro LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege? ANZ, he gets one, he gets two, he gets two! And he couldn't get it done in the end, actually. It's Ferox. They bring it up, and they take it. They deny it, they take out the series, they send their friends packing home. Bizarre, no longer in the tournament, but Ferox will move on. They continue their run through the losers bracket in a beautiful, very close series between the two top under-18 teams in our region.
And I gotta say, this was probably one of the closest matchup we've witnessed. Not only it nearly went into a second overtime on map number 3, it went just through and through. It was an absolute roller coaster of emotions, starting from map number 1 all the way to map number 3, and just the way how Border ended up resulting in just full set of rounds without overtime.
Yeah, honestly, like the first map of that series, probably one of my favorite maps I've seen in this region for a long time. It was so close, so competitive, and so fun to watch. But Cthulhu, we're here at the end of the day, so let's recap everything. I know it's a little bit hard to read though, so it looks like if you read it a little bit closely, TeamSiNister got the 2-0 against Oddity, and then Ferox, we just saw getting the 2-1 against Bizarre. So again, as we move on, Cthulhu, does this look like the results you were expecting from today as we see how they fit into the bracket?
I'll be absolutely honest, I was not initially expecting Ferox to move into week number 7, but I've been pleasantly surprised, I guess. As Bizarre, for them, it is unfortunately a goodbye from us, but Oddity Ferox, that is a rematch from week 4, where in the previous matchup, Oddity took a 2-0, but it was a very close 2-0, so this would be a much closer matchup, I reckon, as it's going to be quite a close best of 5, I reckon.
And that's going to be a real, competitive series. It's going to be, I imagine, a lot closer than the last time we saw these two teams fight. Simply, that was a few weeks ago back up in the winners bracket. Ferox have gone through quite a lot to make it to where they are now, so they deserve a lot of respect for making it this far. Oddity as well, off a pretty hard loss against TeamSiNister, I'd say. Probably going to be looking to improve over the next week. Going to be looking at cracking down hard on the VODs. I mean, it's not like they can really go outside anyway, but they're definitely going to be working on it for next week. So both of those teams for next week are going to be looking to improve even more on what we've seen from them today. So, Cthulhu, I mean, we're almost at the end of the whole league.
Yeah, it's amazing seeing how we had such a large journey from seeing 8 teams and now down to what, 3 teams.
3, yeah, you got it. We got at least 3 teams remaining. But of course, guys, we are going to be back next week. We've got more Rainbow Six Siege action, and we've got our second place match. It's the losers bracket final to see who is going to be the next team to make it into the grand finals. A very exciting match next week, so you have to be there. I'll be there, and I can't wait to see you there. See you then.